Chapter 8 The Queen of Empire. Boba Fett stood in the queue waiting to board the luxury liner Queen of Empire for her voyage to Velga Prime and points in between. The liner was a sister ship to Hajj Shipping Line's Star of Empire and was fully as large and opulent. Boba Fett was boarding the liner from an orbiting space docking platform, but there were nearly 1,000 sentients waiting to board, so each line was several hundred beings long. The bounty hunter gauged the slow progress of the line and figured it would be at least 10 minutes before he'd be free to carry his large, heavy traveling case to his cabin. The line moved forward a few paces, and the bounty hunter shoved his heavy case along with his foot as he moved with it. For just a moment he indulged himself in imagining what would happen were he suddenly to appear as his real self, as Boba Fett in his Mandalorian armor, instead of, as he currently was, disguised as an Amamid. It was necessary from time to time, he discovered, to appear as a being other than himself. Anomids were perfect beings to assume as disguises, since hardly any of their bodies showed in their ordinary street garb. They were willowy humanoids native to the Yablari system and typically dressed in oversized robes that covered them from their hooded heads to their six-toed feet. They also wore gloves and vocalizer masks, so hardly any of their translucent whitish skin showed. Anomids had wispy grayish hair, leaf-shaped ears, and large silvery blue eyes. Boba Fett, of course, wore a head mask beneath his vocalizer mask, but it was a very good one, custom made to fit over his own features so it would move quite naturally on his face. Silver blue eyes were built into the mask, and were specially engineered so he could see nearly as well as he could with his unaided eyes. Still, he felt somewhat naked without his armor and its extended senses. With his armor on, he had a range of visual modes available to him, enhanced audio pickups, and a host of other sensor data displayed on the telltales inside his helmet. With nothing but the Animid robes, hooded cloak, mask, and gloves on, he felt light and vulnerable. Too vulnerable. But it was necessary. If Boba Fett had attempted to book passage on the Queen as his true self, panic would have ensued. Each passenger aboard and much of the crew would have been convinced that he, she, or it was the bounty hunter's intended quarry. Citizens, Fett had discovered long ago, all had guilty consciences. Virtually every sentient in the galaxy had done something in his past that he, she, or it could flash back on and imagine was a reason for having a bounty placed on their heads. The being who had once been Journeyman Protector Jaster Mural and was now Boba Fett, the galaxy's most notorious bounty hunter, had watched the reactions of the citizens around him for years, as he had hunted bounties of one sort or another. He'd seen the face of a young mother clutching her infant change when she'd seen him, seen her clutch her baby to her breast as though he, Boba Fett, were going to snatch the child from her arms and drag both of them away. Several times citizens had panicked when he'd even come into their vicinity, throwing themselves on the floor, babbling out their, mostly imaginary, fatal transgressions and pleading for mercy, only to pull themselves up in mingled relief and dawning indignation when they realized that they were not Fett's quarry, and had humiliated themselves and spilled their secrets for no reason. The line moved forward again. Boba Fett automatically surveyed the crowds around him, but he wasn't really expecting to find his quarry. Bria Theron had boarded the Queen on its previous stop, back on Corellia. It was unlikely she would be coming outside the vessel during its short layover on Gindine. The bounty hunter had missed the chance to catch up with the Theron woman when she'd first boarded the Queen, because she'd come aboard under an assumed name in the last minutes before the ship undocked. The Hajj Shipping Line, while outwardly loyal to the Empire, was known to do favors for the Rebel Alliance when it suited them. The Theron woman's last-minute booking was doubtless the result of some official string-pulling. Also, Bria Theron's assumed identity was not one of the ones she'd used before. This time, she was traveling as Bria Laval, a minor starlet and cabaret singer who was headed for a booking at one of the large casinos, the Chance Castle, on Nar Shaddaa. Boba Fett had access to a great many sources of data from many places in the galaxy. Since he'd hunted bounties from time to time for the Empire, he had access to some of the mid-security level Imperial databases. He also had access to many newswires and the Guild databases. Fett had ordered his systems to flag certain priority names and physical profiles. When a Bria Laval showed up one morning on his database summaries as a passenger aboard the Queen when the liner had departed Corellia that morning. A quick check of the woman's ID and physical description had shown Fett that there was a better than 70% chance that this was actually Bria Theron, commander in the Corellian resistance. Only a visual inspection would assure Fett that she was the right woman, so here he was, standing in line to board the huge liner. The Queen was fully 2 kilometers long and equipped to carry 5,000 passengers. She contained most amenities any sentient could wish: indoor pools and spas, casinos, Nulgi gliding areas, exercise rooms, as well as upscale shops where a wealthy being could spend a great many credits indeed. Fett moved forward yet again, nudging his case along with him. It contained, in camouflage compartments, his Mandalorian armor and several select weapons. The sides of the case were reinforced with duranium, an alloy that could resist sensor scans. And in the outermost layer of the case, there were micro-miniature projection devices that would generate false readings about the contents to any scanning device. Fett finally reached the head of the line and produced his IDs, ticket, and credit vouchers. The ship's official who checked his reservation offered to call for a luggage droid, but Fett politely refused, his harsh voice reverberating through the vocalizer mask. Amongst themselves, Enomids did not converse in oral speech, but by an elaborate and very beautiful form of sign language. They were known to be sociable beings, and Boba Fett was hoping there would be no real Enomids on board. If there were, he would have to plead illness and stay in his cabin, for he did not know the Enomid sign language. But none of the individuals on the passenger roster had listed Yablari as their world of origin. When he reached the safety of his cabin, Fett stowed his trunk, first making sure to activate its anti-theft protections. Anyone unfortunate enough to attempt to remove the trunk from Fett's cabin, or to try and open it, would lose digits, at minimum. The Queen's scheduled itinerary called for her to stop at a number of ports of call. Their path would take them through some of the most dangerous areas of Imperial space, including a stop in hut space at Narheka, hardly a garden spot of the galaxy, but Narheka was head and shoulders above either Nalhutta or Nar Shaddaa. Fett suspected that Bria Theron had chosen this liner because it was one of the largest, and thus probably the safest. There had been a lot of pirate activity lately. Over the next 3 days, Fett wandered the ship in his Enomid disguise, staying mostly to himself. He made a visual ID of Bria Theron on the first day and followed her to find out where her stateroom was. He discovered that she had a suite and shared it with 3 men. 2 of the men were older, and Fett figured that they too were officers in the Corellian resistance. The 3rd man was in his mid-30s, and from the way he carried himself was a seasoned combat veteran who was serving as security and bodyguard for the Corellian officers. The 2 officers and the bodyguard, like Bria Theron, dressed in civilian clothes. The Theron woman was seldom alone outside of her stateroom. Often she was surrounded by male admirers, although Fett noticed that she never took anyone back to her cabin with her, merely smiled and flirted casually. She played sabacc, careful neither to lose or win much, and she browsed the shops, but never bought anything of significance. Fett kept her under observation and laid his plans carefully. Lando Calrissian enjoyed traveling aboard cruise ships, and had done it a lot lately, since losing the Millennium Falcon to Han Solo. Now that Han and Vuvi Ra had trained him to be a better-than-average pilot, he could have taken any of the ships on his used spaceship lot for his own. But Lando wasn't that interested in any of them. He was waiting for just the right ship to come along. His ideal ship would be more luxurious than the utilitarian Falcon, but every bit as speedy and capable of defending herself. Lando was on the lookout for a nice yacht he could get for a good price. So far, no bargains had surfaced. And besides, private ships didn't have casinos. Lando liked casinos. He'd been spending a lot of time in them for the past year, working to recoup his liquid credit resources. The young gambler had been wiped out by the sabacc tournament, but since then, he'd managed to turn Han Solo's loan of 1,500 credits into many thousands. Lando had been able to repay Han the money he'd borrowed several months before his friend had taken off for the corporate sector. Queen of Empire and her sister ship, Star of Empire, were 2 of Lando's favorite ways to get around the galaxy. They weren't as fast as some of the newer ships, but there was no doubt that Haas shipping lines knew how to build a luxury vessel, and the Queen and the Star were big, a major advantage these days with all the pirate activity going on. This time, he'd chosen the Queen for his trip back home. From Narheka, he could easily catch a system shuttle back to Nar Shaddaa. This particular evening, Lando was wearing his newest stylish outfit, red shirt embroidered with black, narrow black trousers, and a red and black short cape that swung from his shoulders with a rakish flare. His dark hair and mustache were impeccably groomed, thanks to a trip to the ship's barber that day. His black soft boots shone with the subdued glow of real Numatara snake hide. Calrissian was looking good, and he didn't miss the admiring glances cast at him by some of the female patrons in the club. Lando was sitting in the Queen's swankiest nightclub, the Star Winds Lounge, following a highly successful session at the sabacc tables. His credit pouch was carefully stashed in a secret compartment close to his skin and was satisfyingly heavy. This trip, he'd make roughly 4 times what his expensive ticket had set him back. Not a bad profit margin. While he was gambling, serious business, Lando was abstemious, rarely partaking of anything alcoholic. But at the moment he was relaxing, sipping a Tarkinian night flower and munching on a handful of dried, salted gerweevils. The band in the Star Winds was quite good, doing selections of older hits as well as the modern jizz tunes, and many patrons were dancing. Lando eyed the unescorted ladies in the lounge, wondering whether he was interested enough in any of them to ask for a dance. His eyes kept returning to one woman who was sitting at a table with not one, but 2 male escorts. Human, yes, and stunning. Long reddish hair swept up with jeweled sapphire combs, and a face and figure that just wouldn't quit. Lando couldn't decide whether she was romantically attached to either of her escorts. She sat close beside them, smiling and bending forward to listen as first one, then the other, spoke into her ear. But the more Lando watched her, the more he became convinced that neither of the men was her date. Her smiles were more camaraderie than romantic. There was no suggestion of a lingering intimacy in the brief contacts of their shoulders as they brushed hers. Lando finished his drink and was almost ready to go over and ask the lovely stranger if she'd like to dance, when the excellent Rugshaj orchestra band, Jing Bob and his swinging trio, finished their current selection. There were only 3 members in the band, but since each Rugshah had 15 flexible limbs and played at least 10 instruments apiece, they sounded like a genuine orchestra. In fact, looking at Jing Bob and his 2 band members, it was difficult to discern anything but limbs ending in assorted instruments, though occasionally one of the being's multiple eyes would be visible through the tangle. The band was very versatile, playing everything from swing bop to modern jazz selections. The gambler clapped politely as they finished a mellow version of Mood and Moons, then settled back in his seat as the band leader, Jim Bob, put down his clue horn, disengaged from the Nalargon, and writhed his way up to the public address system. The Rujah's voice had a mechanical timbre, understandable because it was artificially generated. Rugshah were a species whose natural communication was not audible to humanoids. Jim Bob spoke, as the spotlight reflected off his glossy mauve upper limbs. Good evening, Gentiles. Tonight we have an honored guest with us, a celebrity who I'm hoping we can prevail upon to favor us with a number. Join me in welcoming Lady Bria Laval. Lando clapped politely, but his applause soon became genuine when he realized that the bandmaster was referring to his attractive stranger. Blushing, smiling, she half rose from her seat to take a bow, but then, urged on by the applause, she picked up the skirts of her long electric blue sheath, a color that set off her hair, and walked up the steps to the bandstand. After conferring briefly with Jing Bob, she stepped up to the microphone, tapped her jeweled slippered toe as the percussion started up, and then the band broke into a slowed-down version of last year's hit, Smoky Dreams. Bria Laval began to sing. Lando had heard a lot of singers in his time, and she was far from being the best. Her breath control was uneven, and she cut short some of the high notes because of it. But her voice was strong and in key, and her contralto was pleasantly husky. With her figure, face, and smile, Lando was willing to forgive her lack of professional technique. Within moments of starting her song, she had all the humanoid males in the palm of her hand. She sang with passion of lost love, of tender sadness, of misty memories fading with time. Lando was totally captivated. When she finished the number, he clapped as loudly as the rest of the audience. Smiling and blushing becomingly, she allowed herself to be escorted back to her table by Jing Bob, who genuflected deeply to her, and then returned to his fellow Rugshah band members. As the swinging trio struck up a catchy tune, Lando got unhesitatingly to his feet and walked over to the chanteuse, narrowly beating out a wealthy Eldoranian banker whom Lando had relieved of many of his excess credits earlier that evening. Reaching Lady Laval's table, Lando bowed to her, flashing his best, most charming smile. "May I?" he asked, holding out his arm. She hesitated for a long second, glanced at each of the men sitting with her, then shrugged fractionally. "Thank you," she said, and stood up. Lando escorted her out into the dance floor. She looked around her and frowned slightly in consternation. "Oh dear, I'm afraid I don't know how to do this one." Lando was surprised. The Marche glide had been popular for at least 5 years. "It's easy," he said, putting his hand on her shoulder and interlacing his fingers with hers. "I'll show you." She missed several steps right off and brought her heeled evening slipper down on his toes once. But after a couple of minutes and Lando's experienced coaching, Bria began to catch on. Her sense of timing was good, and so were her reflexes. Once she'd memorized the intricate pattern of the steps, she began to enjoy herself, Lando could tell. She was nearly as tall as he was, and as they moved around the dance floor, they began to receive the admiring glances of the onlookers still seated at the tables. "Good, you've got it," Lando said. "You're a natural." "I haven't danced in years," she confessed, a little breathless, as the music changed to a fast number. Lando whirled her into a box-knov three-step. She was a little rusty, but it was obvious the older dance was one she'd done before. "You're wonderful," he assured her. "I'm the luckiest man on this ship finding a partner like you." She gave him a brilliant smile, her cheeks flushed with the exercise and praise. "Flatterer." Lando put on a mock-hurt expression. "Me? I'm under a vow of truth, Lady Bria." "Bria, what a lovely name. You're Corellian, aren't you?" "Yes," she said, stiffening slightly in his arms, her glance suddenly wary. "Why?" "I was just thinking I've only heard that name once before. Is it common in your home world?" "No," she said. "My father made it up from the first syllables of my grandmother's names. Brucella and Iphigenia. He didn't want to saddle me with either of them, but he wanted to honor both of them." "Clever," Lando said, obviously a man of great diplomacy and tact. She laughed a little, but there was a sad note underlying her merriment. "That's my father," she agreed. "Lando, I'm surprised to hear you say you've met another Bria. I thought I was the only one." "You probably are," Lando said. "The other Bria I knew was a ship. My friend Han named his Soarsub Starmite. He leased for me the Bria." She missed a step, recovered quickly. "Han?" she said. "I used to know a Corellian named Han. Is your friend Corellian?" Lando nodded and twirled her in a spin. When she was back in his arms again, he said, "Han Solo and I go back a ways. Don't tell me you know him." She laughed a little. "I do. It has to be the same guy. Brown hair, brownish eyes with a hint of green, a hair taller than you, has a very charming, lopsided smile." "Whoa," Lando said, raising an eyebrow. "You do know him well, don't you? That guy gets around, doesn't he?" Her face reddened at his knowing look, and she glanced away and concentrated on the intricate steps for a moment. When she looked back up, her eyes were cool and a little amused. "He's just part of my past, like a lot of other guys," she said. "There must be a few skeletons in your cargo locker, right?" Lando, realizing he'd touched a nerve, was happy to let the subject go. "You bet," he said. They danced several more dances, and Lando enjoyed her company tremendously. He looked over at her table and realized that her companions had left the lounge. "Who are those fellows who were sitting at your table?" She shrugged. "Just business associates," she said. "Veldron is my agent, and Renkoff is my business manager." "I see," Lando said, secretly delighted. It was obvious that she was serious, that neither of them was any kind of romantic interest. "So, do you want to have a drink, perhaps? Somewhere a bit more private?" She gave him an assessing glance, then nodded and stepped back, out of his arms. "All right, I'd like that. We can talk about mutual acquaintances." Lando reached for her hand, then raised it to his lips. "Mutual acquaintances it is," he said. "My stateroom, number 112, in, say, 30 minutes, she said. 30 minutes, Lando said. "I'll be counting them, every one." She smiled at him, a smile that held rueful amusement as well as pleasure, and turned and left Lando standing on the edge of the dance floor. He watched her walk away, a pleasant occupation. He reached the portal of the lounge, brushed past an Anomid who was loitering there, watching the dancing and listening to the music, then disappeared from sight. Lando smiled. Now I'd find the best bottle of wine in this ship and some flowers, he thought, and headed briskly for the bar. 29 minutes and counting. Bria told herself to settle down as she hurried the corridor toward her stateroom, but she was excited, realizing she was finally going to get news of Han. Lando Calrissian was obviously more than just a casual friend. Bria was so eager to reach her stateroom that she was almost jogging as she approached the door of 112. At last, someone who knows him well, who can tell me how he's doing, what he's been doing, where he is. Just as Bria reached the door to her cabin, she had a sudden thought that perhaps Han was on Nar Shaddaa, her ultimate destination. Was it possible that in 48 hours or so she'd actually get to see him? The thought excited her, even as it filled her with trepidation. After more than 9 years, what would it be like to be close to him? As she unlocked her stateroom door, her hands were shaking. She was so absorbed in memories of Han that she had no warning at all. One moment, the door was opening before her, and the next, a powerful thrust propelled her through the portal and into the living room of the suite with such force that she didn't even have breath to cry out. Her high-heeled slippers skidded on the polished floor, and she tripped, trying to catch herself. Just as she started to fall, Bria felt something sharp sting her back. She had only an instant to realize that she'd been shot with some kind of knockout drug. As she fell, she managed with the last of her strength to turn slightly, and saw a strange Anomid standing before her in the doorway. Bria managed a soft, choked cry of warning to her friends before everything around her faded, and went black. Boba Fett watched the Theron woman sag to the floor, then lie there, motionless. Quickly, he shut the door to the corridor behind him and started forward. Just as the older men Theron had been traveling with rushed out of the sleeping cabin on the right. Boba Fett extended his arm, flexed his hand, and a deadly dart, unlike the soporific one that had felled the woman, shot toward the older of the two resistance officers and embedded itself in his throat. The man had time for one strangled gasp and was dead before he hit the floor. The other man did not hesitate, but came straight in. Boba Fett swept aside the Anomid cape and stood poised as the man, with a wordless yell, attacked. The rebel leader might have been a decent officer in planning strategy and attacks, but he was no expert at unarmed combat. Boba Fett blocked his blow with one forearm, then came with a hard, lethal blow that crushed the Corellian's larynx. Fett watched dispassionately as the rebel officer died. It took no more than a minute. He bent over the dead man, planning to drag him and his fellow off to the corner of the room and throw some sheets over them, more to muffle the stench of voiding from the suddenly deceased bodies than from any sense of decorum. Boba Fett's peripheral vision was compromised by the mask he was wearing. Without his Mandalorian helmet with its special sensors, the bounty hunter had only an instant's warning of danger. He dodged just as the rebel bodyguard struck, silent and with the expertise the older men had lacked. The bounty hunter whirled away from the younger man, and as he did so, Fett whipped off the Anomid's heavy cloak and flung it into the bodyguard's face. With one smooth movement, his opponent disentangled himself and came in again. He was perhaps in his early 30s and was bare-chested, barefoot, and wearing only shorts. The man had evidently been asleep in the other room when his officers had made their ill-fated attack. This fellow, Fett knew instantly, was a combat soldier, trained to use his hands and feet as weapons, and trained also in using the vibroblade he held in one hand. Behind his two masks, Boba Fett smiled slightly, pleased to be challenged, and by someone who plainly knew what he was doing. He had another lethal dart he could have used, but he decided against it. A little exercise would be welcome. It had been a long time since he'd indulged himself in unarmed combat. Few foes were worthy of his time. The man was already dancing in, balanced, his eyes level, vibroblade ready for a disemboweling slash. Boba Fett let him come, then dodged at the last possible second, pulling himself into an arc like a null-G dancer, and then spinning around, out of the way. As he moved, his hand moved out and dealt the soldier a stunning clip behind his right ear. The soldier managed to dodge at the last moment, though, and the blow that had been meant to render him unconscious only dazed him. He staggered a little, shook his head, then came back for more. Boba Fett was pleased to oblige. They sidestepped around each other in a grim parody of the way Lando Calrissian and Bria Theron had danced in Star Wind's lounge only minutes before. The guard lunged again, and again Boba Fett waited, then evaded the movement at the last possible second. Another blow made the Corellian gasp. This time Fett's instep impacted with the back of his knee. The guard's leg buckled, and for the first time Fett saw fear in his eyes. He now knew he was totally outclassed, and yet he conquered his pain and weakness and moved in again. A man who knows his duty and does not shrink from it, Fet thought. Admirable. His reward for his courage shall be a quick and easy death. For the first time, Fet went on the attack. His foot lashed out in a precise blow and impacted the man's wrist with stunning force. The vibroblade went flying. Fet spun in for the finish. Another sweep behind the other knee, and the man sagged, his legs unable to hold him. But that did not matter. Fet already had him around the neck in a grip as hard and relentless as Durasteel. One quick, sideways jerk, and the guard sagged in his arms, dead. Boba Fett dragged the man over to the corner and laid him down, then brought the others over too. He tossed the covers from one of the beds over the bodies. As he was finishing the task, he saw that the Theron woman was beginning to stir. When Bria regained consciousness, she found herself bound so efficiently she didn't even bother struggling past the first moment. She was alone in the living room, sitting on the lush carpet, propped up against one of the armchairs. Her head was muzzy, and she was terribly thirsty, but she was otherwise unharmed, except for the fear. Bria had been in tight situations before, in battle, but she'd never been captured like this. It was the most helpless feeling in the world, to sit there alone and wonder who had done this to her. And why? It had to have been that Animid, but Bria had never had any dealings with the aliens before, and she couldn't imagine why any of them would wish her harm. Perhaps the Animid was a bounty hunter. That was the only explanation that made sense. She wet her lips, took a deep breath, and prepared to scream a scream that would be heard even outside the closed door of the stateroom. It was then that she noticed two things. The bodies of her companions, covered with bedclothes and stacked efficiently out of sight of anyone at the door, and the sound sponge. The little device was set up on the floor near her, and the blinking light showed that it was on. It would effectively muffle any outcry she could make. Bria shut her mouth and her eyes and leaned her head back against the chair. Great. Whoever that Animid is, he thought of everything. Who could he be? The alien had evidently dealt with Darnov, Feltron, and even Triska, and Bria knew his reputation at unarmed combat in a matter of minutes. She could see the wall chrono and realized she'd only been out about 10 minutes. As she sat there, struggling to think of something she could do, the Animid opened the door to the stateroom and entered, carrying a huge, heavy case that he placed on the floor with a thud. Seeing that Bria was awake, he went into the fresher and soon returned, carrying a glass of water. He knelt beside her, turned down the sound sponge so she could hear his voice. That sleep drug causes great thirst. This is plain water. I have no intention of harming you. The bounty on you is for unharmed delivery. He held out the water, and Bria leaned toward it, then hesitated. She didn't dare drink it. What if this was an Imperial bounty hunter agent? What if the water was laced with truth drug? Even though her thirst was now a raging hell in her mouth and throat, she shook her head. Thank you anyway, she managed. I'm not thirsty. Of course you are, the Animid said. I care nothing for your pitiful resistance secrets. He shoved his vocalizer mask aside and took a long drink. The water is safe, he said, holding it back out. Bria blinked at him, then her thirst went out. She drank deeply as Animid helped her. He pushed his vocalizer mask back into place. As Bria leaned back against the armchair, she said, You're not an Animid. They can't speak without their vocalizer masks. You're obviously a bounty hunter in disguise. Who are you? The Animid regarded her from featureless silver-blue eyes. Observant, Bria Theron. I'm pleased by your reaction. Hysteria is wearing and useless. As to my identity, you would know me perhaps by my adopted name, Boba Fett. Boba Fett. Bria sagged back against the armchair, eyes wide, fighting the fear that even the casual mention of that name brought. She found herself praying to childhood gods for the first time in years. After a moment, she wet her lips. Boba Fett, she managed. I do know that name. I didn't think you bothered with dinky Imperial bounties. The one the imps have on me isn't worth your time. The bounty hunter nodded. True. Basadi clan's bounty's 100 times that. Terenza, Bria whispered. It has to be. Last I heard it was 50,000, not 100. Following your capture of Helot Shackle, Basadi doubled that. Bria tried to smile. It's so nice to be popular, she managed. Helot Shackle was a slave ship. I had to stop them. I have no regrets. Good, he said. That should make our short association as pleasant as possible. Would you like more water? Bria nodded, and Fett got another glass. This time she took a drink without being asked. Bria was trying to remember her training and what to do if captured. She wasn't in uniform and thus had no lullaby available to end her suffering. Besides, she was a long way from Nalhutta or Yelesia. A lot could happen between here and there. She decided to bide her time and keep Fet talking if she could. All her instructions said that the more captors came to regard a prisoner as a real person, the easier captivity became, and the greater the chance that someone would get careless. Bria was also aware that the chance of Boba Fett slipping up was incredibly unlikely. Still, she had nothing else to do at the moment, did she? She tried not to look at the sheet-covered bodies in the corner. "You know," she said, "I've heard a lot about you. Makes me wonder if all the things they say about you are true." "Such as?" "That you have your own moral code. You're the consummate hunter, but no bully. You take no pleasure in inflicting pain." "True," he said. "I am a moral person." "What do you think of the Empire?" she asked, as he began checking the heavy case he'd lugged into the room. She caught a glimpse of his famous helmet. "I believe that the Empire, though morally corrupt in some ways, is the lawful government. I obey its laws." "Morally corrupt?" she asked, cocking her head. "How so?" "Several ways." "Name one." He gave her a glance, and she wondered if he'd tell her to shut up, but after a moment answered. "Slavery. It is a morally corrupt institution, degrading to all parties." "Really?" she exclaimed. "Then we have something in common. I don't like slavery much either." "I know. I was a slave," she said. "It was horrible." "I know. You know a lot about me, I guess." "Yes." Bria wet her lips. "You know that Terenza and whoever's running Basadi these days are planning to kill me in so protracted, hideous fashion, right?" "Yes." "Unfortunate for you. Profitable for me." Bria nodded and fixed him with an appealing gaze. "Since you know so much about me, you know that I have a father, right?" "Yes." "Then maybe—" "I know this seems unusual, but under the circumstances, perhaps you wouldn't mind—" Bria trailed off, fighting for control. It was really sinking in now that she was done for, that she wasn't going to be able to get out of this. "What?" She took a deep breath. "I haven't seen my dad in years. We were always close. My mom and brother aren't worth much, but my dad—" Bria shrugged. "You get the idea. When I started with the Resistance, I knew it was too dangerous to see him anymore. Too dangerous for both of us. But I found ways, safe ways, to let him know I'm alive. A couple of times a year, he gets a message through very roundabout channels, just, 'Bria's okay,' like that." "Go on." The bounty hunter's voice was absolutely expressionless. "Anyway, I don't want him to wait for a message from me. Could you let him know I'm dead? It means a lot to me. He's a good man, a decent man, pays his imperial taxes, honorable citizen, all that. So, if I gave you his name and location, could you just send a message? Bria's dead, that's all." To Bria's surprise, Boba Fett nodded. "I will do so. What is—" The bounty hunter broke off as the door chime sounded. Bria jumped, and Boba Fett rose to his feet in one seamless motion, like a hunting animal. The chime sounded again, dimly from outside the cabin, muffled by the sound sponge. Bria heard, "Bria? Hey, it's me, Lando." "Calrissian," Boba Fett said quietly. Quickly, the bounty hunter turned the sound sponge all the way back up. Going over to the portal, he keyed it open, standing back behind it. "Lando, no!" Bria shouted. "Go away!" The sound sponge soaked up the noise, absorbing it. Instead of filling the room, her shout was no louder than a whisper. Clutching his flowers and the bottle of fine wine, Lando stepped eagerly through the door to Bria Laval's stateroom. "Sorry I'm a few minutes late," he was saying. "The florist was closed and I had to—" Calrissian broke off in confusion, his eyes widening as he took in Bria, sitting on the floor by the armchair, her arms bound behind her, and the sheet-covered mound in the corner. He backed up, realizing he'd just made a very bad mistake. Behind the gambler, the portal shut. "What's going on?" Lando demanded, only to hear his voice emerge in muffled, subdued tones. Seeing the direction of Bria's gaze, the gambler turned and found an Anomid regarding him. "Nice to see you again, Calrissian," the Anomid said. "You're fortunate that I never mix business and pleasure." "What?" Lando started. Then he caught a glimpse of the big case lying open on the floor. His dark eyes widened. "Fett," he said. "Yes," the bounty hunter said. "That had better be the last word I hear out of you, Calrissian. I'm not here for you. Cooperate, and I may let you live." You might come in handy." Lando knew better than to argue. Meekly, he put down the wine and flowers. Moments later, he found himself sitting several meters away from Bria, just as efficiently bound, his back propped against the sofa. Boba Fett regarded Bria intently. "Tomorrow, when we dock with Narhaka's docking platform, you and I are going to leave the Queen, walking closely together. I will be armed, but not with any weapon a visual inspection or security scan could discern. You will stay close by my right side at all times and remain silent. Understood?" She nodded. "Yes, but what about Lando?" The note of fear in her voice for him made the gambler glance at her appreciatively. "Calrissian's life depends on you, Bria Theron. If you give me your word that you won't alert anyone, I will leave him behind, bound and gagged, but alive." Bria raised her eyebrows. "You would trust my word?" "Why not?" he asked with an undertone of mockery. "You value the lives of innocents more than you do your own. I know your type. But just to make sure, I plan to wire Calrissian before we leave with a remote-controlled detonator. If we encounter any problems, the cleaning droids will have to scrape his remains off the walls." Lando swallowed painfully. Bria glanced at the gambler and gave him a reassuring smile. "You're right about me. I gave you my word that I won't cause any trouble." "Good," Fett responded. "At the moment—" The bounty hunter broke off as an alarm suddenly shrieked through the Queen Empire with an ear-splitting volume. Lando sat bolt upright, his eyes widening. What the? 15 seconds later, the entire Queen bounced. There was no other word for it. The huge ship heaved like a buoy on a stormy sea. Lando's stomach lurched and he fell over on his side. He looked over at Bria, who had managed to remain upright, saw her gagging, struggling not to be sick. "What's going on?" she gasped. Lando, remembering Boba Fett's order to remain silent, struggled to right himself. "We came out of hyperspace," Fett said. "The failsafes must have encountered a sudden gravity shadow and reacted automatically." Lando silently applauded the bounty hunter for his acumen as he managed to roll back over and sit up. It was hard work with his hands bound behind him. "What would cause that?" she said. "An engine malfunction?" "Possible," Fett said, "but more likely an attack. An Imperial interdictor cruiser could bring a ship out of hyperspace." "But why would the Imperials attack a cruise ship?" Bria asked. Lando had been wondering the same thing and couldn't think of an answer. Bria frowned as she concentrated on the straining vibrations of the ship. "You're right about the attack," she said. "We're caught in a tractor beam." Grabbing his case, the bounty hunter dragged it behind the ornamental screen that decorated one wall of the luxury suite. Faintly, Lando could hear the swish of robes being doffed. The gambler managed to catch Bria's eye and mouthed, "Trust me, Lady Bria. Follow my lead if we get an opening." He had to repeat it several times until she nodded in comprehension and flashed him a shaky smile. Minutes later, the bounty hunter emerged, clad once more in his Mandalorian armor. He carried his blaster rifle, which was his only visible weapon, but Lando knew from experience that the bounty hunter was a walking arsenal of camouflaged weaponry. Walking over to Bria, he removed the restraints from her ankles and then did the same for Lando. "You two come with me," he said, "and, Calrissian, remember, you're expendable. Lady Theron, if you try anything, Calrissian dies. Clear?" "Yes," Bria said. Lando nodded, then managed to get to his feet unaided, despite his bounded arms. Boba Fett, in a parody of gentlemanly behavior, assisted Bria to rise. She wobbled a bit on her high-heeled shoes, flexing her feet and grimacing at the pins and needles. Fett picked up the sound sponge and deactivated it, stowing it in a pocket of his trousers. With the muffling device turned off, Lando could hear the sounds of blaster fire, screams, and running feet. A public address system boomed. "All passengers, please remain calm and in your cabins. There is an intruder alert, but your crew is working to restore order. We will advise you as matters progress. Please remain calm. All passengers—" Right, Lando thought. They're going to restore order. Sure they are. The gambler glanced at Bria, and she looked at him and shrugged slightly. They reached the door, and Fett gestured to Lando. "Open it." The corridor was pure chaos. They had to wait in the doorway until a mob of screaming passengers, most of them dressed only in nightgowns and robes, fled past. Fett glanced at a small, palm-sized device he held. "Turn right," he instructed. Lando and Bria obeyed. The gambler found it surprisingly difficult to walk with his arms bound behind him. It affected his balance. Several times they had to step into doorways to allow shrieking hordes of passengers to run past. The sounds of blaster fire were closer now as they neared the boat decks. They left the passenger cabins behind and took a series of glide walks that Fett directed them to. From the sounds, most of the pitched fighting was going on near the docking areas. Sounds of battle grew louder, closer. As they neared the shuttle deck, they saw sprawled bodies littering the corridor, most of them wearing uniforms marking them as the liner's crew. A number of the bodies belonged to passengers, but none wore Imperial uniforms. Bria glanced at Lando as they stumbled along. He was surprised at her composure in the face of carnage. Dead bodies made most citizens sick. Lando strained his eyes for a glimpse of the attackers, but so far they hadn't encountered any. He licked dry lips, knowing that, even with bound arms, he had to try to make some move before the three of them climbed in a shuttle together. In a shuttle, they had no chance. He glanced sideways at his fellow captive, assessing her ability to possibly back him if he tried something. For a moment it occurred to him to wonder just why this lovely young woman, she couldn't have been much over 25, had Boba Fett after her. She must be more than what she seemed, and his observations of her so far back that up. Most citizens, faced with the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy, would be reduced to quivering lumps of protoplasm. But Bria was plainly not your ordinary citizen. They rounded a corner that led to the shuttle deck, only to run smack into a boarding party. Lando froze, Bria beside him, faced with 12 or 13 unsavory characters dressed in loud, gaudy, mismatched clothes that gravely offended Lando's fashion sense. They were festooned with garish jewelry. Bria whispered, "Pirates!" Suddenly things fell into place, and Lando realized exactly what had happened to the Queen. He'd seen this trick before. These pirates had brought the Queen out of hyperspace by towing a good-sized asteroid into the real space analog of her hyperspace coordinates. Then the gravity shadow of the asteroid's gravity well had caused the hyperdrive failsafes to cut in, abruptly reverting the Queen to real space. An audacious and cunning plan, and it took big ships to implement it. Big ships and a daring leader. For the first time, Lando felt a surge of hope. It's gotta be. Nobody else would dare to attack a cruise ship this big. "Back the other way," Boba Fett shouted, and his captives obediently reversed course. Lando and Bria tried to run, but if Lando had thought that walking with bound arms was tough, he'd never imagined that running would be so much worse. At every moment he imagined himself falling down, then being summarily shot by Boba Fett for his clumsiness. The two captives managed a clumsy jog, and Boba Fett urged them on. But as they approached another curve in the corridor, Lando caught a flash of bright color. More pirates. "Stop!" Boba Fett barked, his voice sounding doubly harsh because of the mechanical speakers. Quickly, the bounty hunter pushed Bria into a doorway, then yanked Lando over to stand in front of her as a shield. "Don't move, Calrissian," Fett hissed, and moved out until he was in full view. The pound of running feet approached, and then, more or less at the same time, both groups of pirates converged from opposite sides of the corridor. Boba Fett, who'd been checking his weaponry, tensed, ready to do battle. Against how many pirates? 25? 30? Maybe more? Lando guessed. The two groups drew nearer, then slowed uncertainly. Lando didn't blame them. He wouldn't want to be the first person to fire on Boba Fett, even at these odds. Chances are that the bounty hunter would take quite a few attackers with him. "What's going on?" a familiar strong alto bellowed from the back of one of the packs. Lando let out a gasp of relief. "Boba Fett, in the name of all the hells of Barabab, what are you doing here?" "Collecting a bounty," the hunter replied. "No quarrel with you, Captain Renthal. I'll take my bounty in a shuttle and go." Lando filled his lungs, shouted, "Drea, it's me, Lando! Hey, am I glad to see—" Lando's breath went out in a whoosh as the bounty hunter took one fast step backward, and the butt of Fett's blaster rifle connected with his solar plexus. The gambler doubled over, wheezing. Slowly the ranks of pirates parted, and Drea Renthal, pirate captain and Lando's former girlfriend, emerged. She was a big, squarish woman of about 45, with fashionably striped silver and gold hair, a fair complexion, and the coldest gray eyes Lando had ever seen. Renthal wore her typical wild jumble of clothes. Red striped stockings, a purple skirt kilted up on one side, a pink silk shirt and armored vest. Her short, spiky hair was half hidden by an outrageous beret with a long, trailing orange feather. Lando tried painfully to straighten up. He wanted to wave, but of course his arms were bound. Besides, Boba Fett would probably blast him for his temerity. Renthal surveyed them and said, Lando, you never told me you had a bounty on your head. Actually, Lando knew of several bounties on his head in the Centrality, but this was Imperial space. No bounty, Drea, he called, his voice harsh and breathless. I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Renthal looked back at the bounty hunter. Fett, that true? No bounty on Calrissian? The hunter hesitated, then responded, True. I have an old score with Calrissian, but it is personal. Drea Renthal considered for a long moment. In that case, Fett, you ought to be willing to let him go. Lando's kinda special to me. I might lose a little sleep if I let you take him. Tell you what, let him go, and I'll let you have the shuttle, free and clear. Boba Fett nodded. Very well. Without turning his head, he said, Calrissian, go. We will meet again. Someday. Lando felt Bria move away from him, giving him room to edge around her and leave. The gambler wanted more than anything to head for safety. Drea and her mob of cutthroats. But instead, he heard his own voice saying, No. Drea, I can't go without Lady Laval. You can't let Fett take her. Boba Fett wasn't often taken aback, but he heard Lando Calrissian's words with surprise, almost astonishment. He'd never figured Calrissian for anything more than a dandified coward. The bounty hunter glanced at the gambler, wondering if Calrissian was just blowing Tabana gas, making an empty statement, but he could tell from the man's set expression that he meant it. He wouldn't go without Bria. Fett's gaze returned to Drea Renthal. How much did she care for Calrissian? It was obvious that the gambler was an old lover, but Renthal was a practical woman. One did not rise to the leadership of one of the largest pirate and mercenary fleets without being both pragmatic and ruthless. Perhaps Renthal would just cut Calrissian loose for his foolish stance, and over another woman yet. Renthal locked gazes with Calrissian and sighed. Lando, honey, you're cute and a good dancer, but you're pushing me here. Why should I give a Regnuff's patootie about this floozy? She your current girlfriend? No, Calrissian said. There's nothing between us, Drea, but Bria here is Han Solo's girlfriend. He risked his life to save your Y-Wings and Renthal's fist from being blasted by Peacekeeper during the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. Seems to me you owe him. Again, Fett was surprised. Bria Theron and Han Solo? That was obviously in the far past, since Fett had been monitoring her actions for over a year, and she'd had no contact with Solo. Renthal blinked. Bria? Her name is Bria? Like Solo ship? This is that Bria? Calrissian nodded. Yes, she's that Bria. Drea Renthal grimaced and swore. Lando, you just love to make my life complicated, don't you? I'm going to take this out of your hide, baby. Okay, you're right. A debt is a debt. Reaching beneath her armored vest, she pulled out a heavy pouch. Jewelry and credit vouchers, Fett, she said. Should be over 50,000 credits worth in here. Let 'em both go, and you can have your shuttle. I don't want to fight, but I'm not letting you leave with them. Boba Fett surveyed the assembled ranks of pirates, assessing his chances for fighting his way out. There were 32 pirates. Hardly good odds. Boba Fett's armor would protect him, possibly enough to allow him to escape. But Bria Theron was wearing a strapless evening gown. She was certain to be hurt, perhaps killed, in any firefight, and her bounty called for a live, unharmed delivery. Boba Fett looked at the heavily armed pirates, then at Bria Theron, and experienced a tiny flare of something that he recognized, with dismay, as relief. Bria Theron would not die today, or tomorrow, in agony, while the depraved high priest of Yalessia rubbed his tiny hands and chortled with glee. Fett took a deep breath. The bounty on her is 100,000, he said. Whoo! Renthal looked over at Bria. Honey, what in the name of Kashyyyk's night demons have you been doing? All right, Fett, you bloodsucker. Turning to her crew, she opened the pouch and held it out. Come on, gentles. I'm collecting 50% of my share of the queen right now. Put it here. It was a measure of Renthal's reputation that there was scarcely any grumbling. Pirates dug into their pockets, their pouches, and soon Renthal's pouch was bulging. Turning, she tossed it to the bounty hunter. Fett caught it, weighing it, then surrendered to the inevitable. Renthal's ransom for Bria Theron was indeed a handsome one. The bounty hunter inclined his head to Lando and said, Some other time, Calrissian. The gambler's teeth flashed in a fierce grin. I'll look forward to it. Then Boba Fett nodded to Bria. Later, my lady. She drew herself up, and the bounty hunter had to admire her composure. I hope not. I'll be watching my back. Boba Fett turned to Renthal and said, The shuttle deck is that way. Right, the pirate captain said. Gentles, let's give Master Fett here a nice unobstructed passage to that shuttle deck. We don't want any trouble with him now, do we? Respectfully they parted, leaving the bounty hunter a wide aisle. With grave dignity, Boba Fett walked between the ranks of pirates. The pirates on the shuttle deck also gave him a wide berth. Selecting a ship, Boba Fett climbed in, checked the controls, signaled for departure, and watched the entrance to the ship's docking facility clear. Moments later, the bounty hunter was streaking through the blackness of space. Alone. Bria's head spun at the sudden turn of events. One moment she was giving herself up for dead, and the next she was safe aboard the Pirate Queen's flagship, Renthal's Vigilance. The Vigilance was a huge vessel, twice the size of Bria's Marauder corvette. Drea Renthal had salvaged the Imperial Carrack light cruiser following the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. With her Corellian corvette, Renthal's Fist, and her squadrons of Y-Wings, the pirate captain's fleet was indeed impressive. The minute I knew it was pirates boarding us, I knew it had to be Drea's gang, Lando told her, as several pirates shuttled them over to the flagship while Renthal finished her boarding operation on the Queen. I've seen her pull that trick with the asteroid's gravity shadow before. Only Drea would have had the firepower to tackle something as big as the Queen. Bria looked at the gambler. Lando, I'm very grateful to you. You stood up for me, and you didn't have to. That took real guts. Lando smiled charmingly. What else could I do? You're far too lovely to have Boba Fett have you. Bria laughed. It wasn't Boba Fett I was worried about, actually. It was the people who wanted me. They're a nasty bunch. Compared to them, Boba Fett's a gentleman and a scholar. She sobered, then jerked a thumb back at the Queen of Empire's approximate location. What will happen to the passengers? Is Renthal... She hesitated. A slaver? Lando shook his head. Drea? No. She's in it for the quick credits. Slavery's too much work for her. She'll take the valuables, loot the ship, and maybe take a few prisoners for ransom. Once the ransom paid, she returns them unharmed. Drea's a business person. She's ruthless when the situation warrants, don't get me wrong, but she's not a slaver. She eyed him, and Lando reached over and took her hand. Trust me, Lady Bria. I wouldn't lie to you. Bria nodded, then visibly relaxed. I do trust you, Lando, she said. How could I not after you stood up to Boba Fett for me? I couldn't believe you did that. Lando shook his head, smiling wryly. Sometimes I surprise even myself. And Drea Renthal will take us to Nar Shaddaa? Oh, yes, Lando said. Your booking's at the Chance Castle, right? She hesitated, gave him a sidelong look, then said, Well, actually, that's not what I'm worried about. I'm taking a shuttle from Nar Shaddaa to Nal Hutta. I need to keep a very important appointment. Lando raised his eyebrows. What in the galaxy's a lovely lady like you going to visit a bunch of smelly gangsters like the Hutts? She smiled wryly. Well, Lando waited, and when she didn't say any more, prompted, Bria, you really can trust me. I want to be your friend. She took a deep breath. I have an appointment to talk to Jiliak the Hutt. It took me a while to get him to agree to see me, but finally he did. I have a business proposition to offer him. Lando frowned. Then you'll have to take a shuttle to Nal Hutta. Jiliak became a mommy Hutt last year, and she hasn't been on Nar Shaddaa since, I think. Bria nodded. I'll go wherever it takes, talk to whoever I have to. She glanced up at Lando. I understand that Han lives on Nar Shaddaa? She couldn't conceal the note of hope in her voice. Lando shook his head, his gaze sympathetic. You're too late, I'm afraid. Han lit out for the corporate sector nearly a year ago and hasn't been seen since. I don't know if he'll be back or not. Bria bit her lip. Oh. After a second, she looked back up, nodded. Well, that's the way things go. I'm not sure he'd want to see me anyway. Lando smiled again. I can't imagine any man not wanting to see you. He was a fool to let you get away if you ask me. Bria chuckled wryly. Han wouldn't agree with you, I'm sure. Just then, their shuttle landed in the Vigilance's docking bay. Gathering up her skirts, Bria rose from her seat. Lando gravely offered her his arm to escort her down the gangplank. By the way, he said, how in the galaxy did you manage to get such a bounty placed on your pretty head? She shook her head. Lando, it's a very, very long story. He nodded. Doubtless. But since it will take Drea a couple of hours to finish with the queen, we've got nothing but time. Well, I'm not free to tell you much, she hesitated. He smiled. Why am I not surprised? Tell you what, I'll find a bottle and you can tell me the unclassified parts. Deal? She laughed. Deal. Interlude 2. Summer between the corporate sector and the Tian hegemony. Han Solo woke slowly, easing gritty eyes open against daylight's painful onslaught. His head pounded like a misfiring thruster and his mouth tasted like bantha fodder. He groaned and rolled over on his stomach, shielding his eyes from the hideous glare of the sunlight. Minutes later, he managed to sit up, holding his head and wondering what in the galaxy had induced him to throw that party last night. One in a long series of parties. He had a dim recollection that it had been fun. Lots of fun. Groggily, he fumbled for his backpack and found a commercial headache remedy, swallowed it dry. He settled back onto the bed and held still for several minutes, eyes closed, until it began to take effect and the headache eased off. Opening his eyes fully, he looked around the dimly lit room, seeing clear evidence in the scattered food, bottles, and other disorder that it had indeed been a wild party. What was that girl's name? He couldn't remember, but they'd obviously had a very good time. Han had been living high for weeks now, off the credits he'd gotten from the Authority Espo's ship's pursuer. Dimly, he realized that his stash of credits was considerably less than it had been several weeks ago, when he'd said goodbye to Fiola. He thought about her, wishing she was still with him, but when he'd prepared to leave corporate sector space, she'd booked passage home, saying she had to get back to work, to the promotion she was sure she'd merit, for tracing down that slaver ring. Since then, Han and Chewie had been made planetfall in at least 5 different worlds. Han looked blearily at the sunlight that showed beneath the curtain at the hotel room. It had a slight orange tint against the white drapes. What world is this, anyhow? For the life of him, he couldn't remember. Rising, he headed for the fresh air. His headache was under control now, and he was beginning to feel hungry. Stepping into the shower, he let the hot water pummel him and leaned against the tiled wall. Ah. For a moment, he found himself thinking about home, wondering how everyone was doing. Maybe it was time to head back to Nar Shaddaa while he still had some credits left. Thoughts of his friends filled his mind. Jarek, Mako, and Lando, of course. How was Lando doing these days? Had he ever found a ship to replace the Falcon? And what about Bria? Han sighed. Maybe when he got back to Imperial space, he tried looking up Bria. Yeah, right, he thought. That should be real easy. Just find the secret HQ of the Corellian Resistance and walk right in. Demand to see your old girlfriend. Probably get a blaster bolt right between your eyes, Solo. Feeling slightly better, Han shut the water off and went to get dressed. He decided to get some food, then head back for the Falcon and Chewie. Time to leave this blasted world, whatever world this was. Chapter 9. Offers and Refusals. Jabba lounged beside his aunt in her private audience chamber on Nal Hutta, watching and listening as Bria Theron made her appeal to Jaziliak. The woman spoke well, he had to admit, for a human. Almighty Jiliak, Bria spread her hands before her. Just think what an opportunity this is for your clan. If Jaziliak will just finance our group in terms of ammunition and fuel, the Corellian Resistance will make sure that Yalesia is no longer a thorn in your side. Wouldn't it be worth it to see Basadi brought low? And for such a modest outlay, we provide the troops, the weapons, the ships. But you will take the spice stored in the warehouses, Jiliak said in Huttese. Jabba and Jiliak's protocol droid, K8LR, promptly translated the Hutt leader's words. Jiliak's repulsor sled bobbed slightly as she shifted her weight forward to regard the rebel commander intently. All we would gain would only be measured in negative terms. Now if we were to profit from this... Bria Theron shook her head. If we take the risks, we get the spice, Your Excellency. Running a resistance is expensive. We can't just wipe out your enemies for you and gain nothing for ourselves. Privately, Jabba agreed with her. Why was Jiliak being so stubborn? Jabba spoke for the first time, in Basic, which he could speak, but rarely chose to. Let me make sure I understand what you are offering and what you wish from us, Commander. Bria turned to him, bowed slightly. Certainly, Your Excellency. 1. Jabba began ticking points off on his fingers. Jajilic will provide you funding to purchase ammunition and fuel for an assault on Yelesia. 2. Jajilic will arrange to eliminate the Talandatil priests before the attack. Correct? Yes, Your Excellency, Bria said. Why do you need us for that? Jiliac demanded haughtily. If your group is such an efficient military force, then you should be able to handle a few puny Talandatil. Because we stand a much better chance of being able to control the pilgrims if the priests are already dead, Bria Theron replied. It shouldn't be too difficult for a Khajiitic of your resources to arrange. After all, there aren't more than 30 priests on the whole planet, or so our intelligence indicates. Only about 3 per colony in most cases. Another thing, we don't want our troops having to deal with fighting off the Talandatil's emphatic vibes. We want them to be able to concentrate on fighting. I understand, Jabba said. 3. In return for our funding and our promise to eliminate the priests, your groups will land and destroy the Basadi Enterprise, blow up the factories, make sure there's nothing left for a Basadi to use in rebuilding. That's right, Your Excellency, the rebel commander said. The risk is ours. Of course, we'll also take the pilgrims and the warehouse spice. I understand, Jabba said. Your offer merits consideration, Commander. No! Jiliac snorted disgustedly and waved dismissal. Girl, we have heard enough. Thank you, but... Aunt! Jabba said loudly, then lowered his voice when Jiliac broke off and turned to regard him in surprise. He continued in Huttese, May I speak with you privately? Jiliac huffed slightly, then nodded, Very well, nephew. When the Theron woman had been escorted outside the chamber by K8LR and asked to wait for their decision, Jabba said, Aunt, this is an offer too good to refuse. If we had to hire mercenary forces to eliminate the Yelesian enterprise, it would cost us many times what we'd have to pay to fund these rebels. It would cost... He ran quick figures in his head. At least 5 times as much. We should accept. Jiliac regarded her nephew with scorn. Jabba, haven't I taught you better than this? I told you, Jajiliac must never support either faction in a war. You want us to join the resistance? That policy can only lead to disaster. Jabba had to take a deep breath and silently recite the Hutt alphabet before he could respond. Aunt, I am by no means suggesting we should ally ourselves with these rebels, but we can and should make use of them to further our own ends. This human female and her rebellion are a gift from fate. Bria Theron is the perfect leader for this raid. Why? Jiliac blinked at her nephew. Jabba let out his breath in a quick huff of exasperation. Think, Aunt. Who were the 2 humans who escaped from Yelesia after killing Zaval all those years ago? Remember I investigated the matter after Han Solo came to work for us? Jiliac frowned. No. Well, I did. Han Solo escaped Yelesia in a stolen ship with much of Terenza's treasure in its hold, and the High Priest's pet slave. Her name was Bria Theron, Aunt. This same woman. She has a personal grudge against Yelesia. She'll stop at nothing to shut the Basadi slaving world down. Jiliac was still frowning. So what if she has a personal score to settle? How can that benefit us, nephew? Nothing could suit Jajiliac's needs better than the destruction of those accursed spice factories. Think of it. Basadi, humbled and impoverished. This is a bargain. Jiliac rocked back and forth on her massive belly, staring goggle-eyed into space, as if trying to picture in her mind's eye how it would work. No, she said finally. It is a bad plan. It is a good plan, Aunt, Jabba insisted, and with a little refinement can be made to work. After a pause, he added, With all due respect, Jiliac, I don't believe you've thought the matter through. Oh? Jiliac reared back until she towered over her relative. Nephew, your judgment is flawed. I've been very careful over the years not to compare you with your reckless parent who nearly bankrupted Jiliac with his grand schemes, then was foolish enough to wind up on that mudball prison planet Kip. However, Jabba didn't like being reminded of Zorba and his profligate ways. Aunt, I am nothing like my parent, and you know it. I respectfully submit that you have grown soft and your analysis weak. We must deal with Basadi soon, or most assuredly we will be ruined. What are your specific objections? Jiliac rumbled, and a bit of green phlegm appeared at the corner of her slack mouth. Too risky. Too many uncertainties. Humans are not intelligent enough to be able to accurately predict their behavior. They're just as apt to take our credits than betray us to Basadi. These rebels are too committed to their cause, Jabba said. You are right. You don't understand humans, Ants. Commander Theron's group is just dedicated enough and stupid enough to risk themselves over those wretched slaves. Humans are like that, especially this human. And I suppose you understand them, Jiliak snorted. Where do these masterful insights of yours spring from, nephew? From watching them cavort around scantily clothed? Jabba's really getting angry now. I do understand them, and I understand that this offer is not one to toss aside. So you would have us arrange to kill some 30 Talanda Till for the Corellian resistance, Jiliak said. What if that was ever discovered here in Nal Hutta? The Talanda Till here would raise such an outcry. They are our cousins, nephew. Humans are nothing. Jabba hadn't thought of that. He remained silent, mulling her objection over. I still think it could be arranged, he said. We've gotten away with multiple assassinations before, after all. Besides, Jiliak said sulkily, I don't want the Yalessian enterprise destroyed. I want to take it over. What good will it do us to best Basadi if the spice factories are destroyed? We could build other factories, Jabba said. Anything would be better than having Basadi warehousing that spice and driving the prices up and up. Jiliak shook her head. I am the clan leader, and my decision is no. That is the end of it, nephew. Jabba tried to expostulate further, but she waved him to silence, and with a bellow summoned K-8LR and the rebel commander. The droid quickly shepherded the young woman back into the room, solicitously commenting on her bravery the whole time. Jiliak shot an exasperated glance at Jabba and harumphed loudly. Girl, as I was saying before when I was interrupted. She glanced at Jabba meaningfully. We appreciate your offer, but our answer is no. Djilik cannot risk allying with the resistance in this matter. Bria Theron's features betrayed her disappointment, Jabba noted. She sighed, then squared her shoulders. Very well, Your Excellency. She reached into the pocket of her fatigues and took something out. If you should ever change your mind, you can reach me. Jiliak waved aside the proffered data card, then glared at her nephew as he reached for it. Jabba gazed at Bria, holding the data card. I'll keep this, he said. Farewell, Commander. Thank you for the audience, Your Excellencies, she said, and bowed deeply. Jabba watched her as she walked away, and found himself thinking that she looked magnificent in a dancing girl's costume. All that reddish hair spilling down over her bare shoulders, nicely muscled shoulders. This human was fit, exquisitely so, and her height was impressive. What a dancing girl she'd make! Jabba sighed. Jabba, his aunt said, I did not appreciate the way you appeared to disrespect my decision just now. Never forget that we Djilik must always present a united front when conducting business with inferior species. Jabba did not trust himself to speak. He was still bitterly angry over his aunt's refusal to see what a great opportunity Bria Theron had offered them. If I were the leader of Djilik, he thought, I wouldn't have to listen to her paranoid conservatism. Sometimes you have to take chances to make large gains. Motherhood has made her stupid and weak. It was only then that Jabba realized, for the first time, that if Jiliak were out of the picture, that he, Jabba Djilik Turur, would be Djilik's next leader. He would have to answer to no one. Jabba lay there, his tail twitching thoughtfully, then glanced sideways at his aunt. Suddenly, her belly rippled and her baby slithered out. Mama's precious, she exclaimed. Jabba, look, getting bigger every day. She cooed at her baby. Jabba grimaced, belched, and then wriggled rapidly out of the room, unable to stand the sight of either of them for 1 second longer. Bria Theron picked up her glass of wine, sipped it slowly, appreciatively, then smiled at her escort. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Lando. You don't know how long it's been since I had an evening where I could just relax. Lando Calrissian nodded. Bria had returned to Nar Shaddaa aboard the shuttle from Nal Hutta today, following what she'd said was a disappointing interview with the Djilik leader. To cheer her up, the gambler had promised to take her out for a Nerf tenderloin dinner at one of the Smuggler Moon's finest hotel casinos, the Chance Castle. Bria was wearing a softly draped gown of turquoise that matched her eyes, and Lando was wearing his black and scarlet outfit, for old time's sake. How long? Lando asked, twirling his own wine glass slowly in his fingers. Well, I imagine being a rebel commando leader's fairly time-consuming, almost as time-consuming as being the mistress of a sector moth. Her eyes widened, then narrowed. How did you find that out? I never told you. Nar Shaddaa is the criminal nexus of the galaxy, Lando said. An information broker owed me a favor, and I called it in. Commander Bria Theron, right? Her lips tightened, and she nodded curtly. Hey, Lando said, reaching out to touch the back of her hand gently. Didn't I tell you can trust me? You can. I have no love for the Empire. If I weren't such an arrant coward, I'd join the rebels myself. I know lots of secrets, and I'm good at keeping them. She smiled faintly. Whatever you aren't a coward, Lando. Nobody who stood up to Boba Fett like that could be called cowardly. You should think about joining the Resistance. You're a good pilot. You can think on your feet, and you're smart. You'd be an officer in no time. She hesitated, then added more seriously. And about Moff Gideon, all I can say is that appearances can be deceiving. I was on assignment for the Resistance, but I was nothing more than a social hostess and aide for him, though he wanted everyone to think otherwise. But you were also spying on him. Gathering intelligence is a nicer term. He chuckled. So where will you go tomorrow after you leave Nar Shaddaa? I'll head back to my squadron and my next assignment, whatever that may be. I'm missing 2 of my senior officers now, plus an excellent combat trooper. Her expression darkened. Fett killed them with no more thought or caring than you or I would step on an insect. That's why he's the most feared bounty hunter in the galaxy, Landon pointed out. Yes. She took another sip of wine. He's like a one-man army. Too bad he's loyal to the Empire. I could certainly use him in combat. Lando looked at her. It means everything to you, doesn't it? Defeating the Empire. She nodded. It's my life, she said simply. I would give everything I have, or am, to further that dream. Lando picked up a piece of flatbread, drizzled kashiki and forest honey on it, and took a bite. But you've already devoted years to that goal. When does Bria Theron get a chance to have a life of her own? When do you just say, enough? Don't you want to have a home, a family someday? She smiled sadly. The last person to ask me that question was Han. Really? When the 2 of you were on Ylesia? That was a long time ago. Yes, she said. It's been wonderful to be able to talk to you, to find out what he's been doing. Do you know, Lando, in just a few months it'll be 10 years to the day since we first met? I can hardly believe it. Where did the time go? Where time always goes, Lando said. There's a giant black hole in the center of the galaxy, and it just sucks it right up. She shrugged and smiled wryly. That explanation works for me. I'll have to remember that. Lando poured her some more wine. Anyway, you didn't answer my question. When are you going to have a life for Bria? Her blue-green eyes were very intense as they met his across the table. When the Empire's defeated and Palpatine is dead, then I'll think about settling down. I would love to have a child. Someday. She smiled. I think I still remember how to cook and do domestic things. My mother certainly spent enough time trying to turn me into an appropriate wife material, and that included plenty of instruction in womanly duties. Lando grinned. I suppose she wouldn't much like your current rebel image, dressed in combat fatigues, armed to the teeth. She laughed wryly and rolled her eyes. Poor mother. It's a good thing she can't see me. She'd keel over in utter horror. Just then the server brought their steaks, and both dug in with appreciation. Lando, this is so wonderful, Bria said. This beats military chow 6 ways from sundown. Lando smiled. Just one more reason I couldn't join the rebellion, he said. I have a penchant for fine cuisine. I don't think I could stand a steady diet of rations. She nodded. But you'd be surprised what you can get used to, with enough practice. I don't want to find out, Lando said lightly. How could I give all this up? He waved a hand at the elegant restaurant and beyond it, the glittery clamor of the gaming tables. She nodded. I have to admit, I have a hard time imagining you in a rebel uniform. At least not without extensive retailoring, Lando said, and they both laughed. Have you ever been in combat? She asked him, on a more serious note. Oh, sure, Lando said. I'm a decent gunner as well as a better-than-average pilot these days. I've seen action here and there, and of course there was the Battle of Nar Shaddaa. Han, Sala, and I were in the thick of it. Tell me about that, she said. It just amazes me that smugglers, as independent and hard-headed as most of the ones I've known are, could band together like that to beat the Imperial fleet. Always pleased to talk about himself and his escapades to an admiring audience, Lando launched into a fairly detailed narrative of how the smugglers had joined forces with Drea Renthal's pirate fleet to destroy many Imperial fighters and several big capital ships. Bria listened with grave and knowledgeable attention, asking strategic or tactical questions every so often to encourage the gambler in his story. Finally, when Lando was finished and they'd ordered dessert, Bria sat back as the server cleared their plates away. "What a story," she said. "I'm really impressed by the smugglers' daring and expertise. They are all marvelous pilots, aren't they?" "You have to be good to stay ahead of the imp customs ships," Lando replied. "Smugglers can handle just about anything. They fly through asteroid fields, play tag with nebulas and space storms, and they can land on anything. Nothing phases a good smuggler. I've seen them land ships while fighting uneven gravity fields on asteroids barely bigger than their vessels. Gravity shifts, atmospheric turbulence, sandstorms, blizzards, typhoons, you name it, they know how to handle it." Bria was looking at him intently. "Of course, smugglers would naturally be the most experienced pilots in the galaxy, but they're also good fighters." Lando waved a hand. "Oh, they have to be that, too, with the imps apt to pop out and start blasting at any moment. Of course, during the Battle of Nar Shaddaa, they were fighting to protect their homes and property, else most of them would have demanded payment for their services." She blinked, as though a sudden idea had occurred to her. "You mean, you think the smugglers would hire themselves out for military action?" Lando shrugged. "Why not? Most smugglers are just like privateers. If there's a decent profit in it, most of them would dare just about anything." She tapped her bottom lip with a manicured nail as she thought. Lando suddenly looked at her hand intently. "Hey," he said, leaning forward to take her hand in both of his and examine it gently. "What happened, Bria?" She drew a deep breath. "These old scars? A souvenir of working in the Yelesian spice factories. I usually cover them with cosmetics for special occasions, but I lost everything aboard the Queen, remember?" "Drea promised me you'd get your stuff back," Lando said. "I told her your cabin number." He looked embarrassed. "I feel terrible for mentioning them. Well, I care about you. It's painful to see them and know how much you were hurt on that world." She patted his hand. "I know. You're sweet to be concerned, Lando, but I'm not the one you should be concerned about. People are dying every day on Yelesia. Good people. People who deserve better than a life of unending toil, malnutrition, and cruel deception." He nodded. "Han talked to me about it once. He feels the same way. But there's not much we can do about it, is there?" She gave him a fierce look. "Yes, there is, Lando. And while there's breath in my body, I'm not going to give up on those people. Someday, I'm going to shut that hell world down for good." Bria grinned suddenly, recklessly, and at that moment, she reminded Lando very much of his absent friend. As Han would say, "Trust me." Lando chuckled. "I was just thinking you remind me of him at times." "He was an important role model for me," she said. "He taught me so much. How to be strong and brave and independent. You wouldn't believe what a spineless little crybaby I used to be." Lando shook his head. "I don't believe it." She was looking down at her scars. They crisscrossed her hands and forearms in thin white lines like glow spider webs against the tanned skin. "It used to hurt Han to look at them too," she murmured. Lando studied her for a long moment. "He's the only one, isn't he?" said finally. "You still love him." She drew a long breath, then looked up at him, her expression very serious. "He's the only one," she said steadily. Lando's eyes widened slightly. "You mean, the only one? Ever?" She nodded. "Oh, I've had a couple of offers, but my life is the resistance, and—" She shrugged. "Frankly, after Han, other men seem sort of bland." Lando chuckled ruefully, realizing that, despite his best efforts and his fondest wishes, Bria's heart was with Han, and there it was likely to stay. "Well, at least when he comes back from the corporate sector, I won't have earned myself a punch in the nose for stealing you away," he said. "I had to try and look on the bright side, I suppose." She looked at him and smiled, then lifted her wine glass. "I propose a toast," she said, "to the man I love, Han Solo." Lando lifted his, clinked it against hers. "To Han," he agreed, "the luckiest guy in the galaxy." Interlude 3, Kashyyyk, on the way back from the corporate sector. Han Solo stood in the middle of Melitobuk's living room in her home on Kashyyyk, watching his best friend tenderly cradle his infant son. They landed on Chewie's homeworld just an hour ago on their way back from the corporate sector. The Falcon was safely docked in the secret Washire Limb docking bay, This time, for Han's benefit, the Wookiees provided a series of vine ladders for the Corellian to make the ascent through the washire trees. Knowing now what a couloir was, the Corellian had flatly refused to climb into one. The moment that they'd landed, Han had noticed something odd. All the Wookiees they met kept giving Chewie amused sidelong glances and nudging each other. Chewbacca had seemed oblivious to the byplay, however, so eager was he to see his lovely wife. After all, the Wookiee hadn't seen Mala in nearly a year. And then, when they'd walked into Mala's house, there she stood, holding a small bundle wrapped in a blanket in her arms. Chewbacca stood frozen in the doorway, a look of incredulous joy dawning on his furry visage. Han had slapped his friend on the back with almost Wookiee force. "Hey, congratulations, Chewie, you're a dad!" After a few minutes to admire the baby, who even Han had to admit was awfully cute, Han wandered into Mala's kitchen to give Chewie some time alone with his family. He dug around in the refrigerator unit and found some odds and ends of things to munch on, pleased that Mala had told him to make himself at home. As he sat there, listening to Chewie and Mala discuss names for their son in the next room, Han's thoughts wandered back to the corporate sector and the Tian hegemony and all the adventures he'd had there. He wasn't coming home rich, that was for sure. But he hadn't done too badly, he decided, and he'd certainly met a host of memorable individuals, some good, most not. Of course, there had been the lovely ladies, Jessa, Fiola, and Hasty. Han smiled, remembering. And then there had been the bad guys, the ones who had tried to stiff him out of credits, or worse, tried to snuff him like a candle. Quite a host of them. Pluvo, 2-for-1, Herkin, Zlarb, Mag, Spray, and Calandro. That was one tough fellow, Calandro. Be fun to watch him in a free-for-all against Boba Fett, weapons being equal. Calandro would probably outdraw the bounty hunter, but Fett's armor would give him some protection. Han couldn't decide which of them would win, and speculation was moot after all, since Calandro had been reduced to a pile of charred meat and bone back on Dalat in Zeem's treasure vaults. It had been fun running into Roa and Bador. He'd have to remember to tell Mako that Bador had said his greetings. Han was surprised to realize that he actually missed Bullocks and Blue Max. He'd never realized droids could have so much personality. He hoped that Skinks was treating them both okay. The Corellian fingered the newly healed knife wound on his chin. He'd never had time to get it properly treated, and it had healed with a noticeable scar. He wondered whether he should get it removed. Wasn't it Lando who always insisted that women couldn't resist a rogue? That's why the gambler had grown his mustache, claiming it gave him a rakish, piratical air. Han decided to keep the scar for now. After all, it was a conversation piece. Or it could be. He pictured himself in some of his favorite haunts on Nar Shaddaa, telling the story to some lovely, fascinated lady. Next stop, Nar Shaddaa, Han thought. Wonder if Jabba missed me. Chapter 10. What Goes Around. "Away with you!" Durga Basadi Tai rolled his bulbous eyes and motioned the small Ubi's chime player to vacate his throne room. Enough! The high-pitched, chaotic noises were pleasant, but did nothing to help him work up the fortitude necessary to do what he had to do. Month after frustrating month, hour after inconclusive hour, nothing he had done had brought him any closer to a definitive answer about who had arranged the murder of his beloved parent. Durga had run into a wall as blank as the metal partitions he now activated to drop from the ceiling and seal off the room from potential eavesdroppers. Tapping his comm unit, Durga grimly activated his privacy field, too. He didn't want anyone to know what he was about to do. Zir, Osman, his major domo, no one. After all his work, all his searching, Durga had been unable to establish even a tenuous link between Aruk's death and either Terenza or Djilik. Neither was there any evidence to establish collusion between them. It was time. The sour churning in his gut grew stronger, and he wriggled a bit to ease the pressure. His tail jerked and twitched, the Hutt equivalent of nervous pacing. I can manage to keep my head out of the noose if I'm just careful enough, he told himself. Even so, the price will be very, very dear. But I can stand the uncertainty no longer. The privacy field was established, and the walls around him were secure. Durga ran one final security scan and turned up no possibility of surveillance or a leak. Activating the comm system, the Hut Lord routed the signal through the most secure channel. Perhaps Zizor will not be there, he thought, almost hoping. But it was not to be so simple. The hut was routed from one subordinate to another, each more obsequious than the last. Just as Durga was beginning to suspect that this was some kind of runaround, the haze of the transmission coalesced into the translucent figure of the Falleen Prince. Zizor's dusky green complexion brightened slightly as he recognized his caller. He smiled affably. Was there a hint of smugness in that smile? Durga told himself not to be paranoid. Now that he'd committed himself to this, the Hut Lord wanted to get on with it. He bobbed his head at the Black Sun leader and said, "Prince Zizor, greetings." Zizor smiled, and his eyes, made even more baleful by the light shining through the image, shifted to contemplate the hut. "Ah, Lord Durga, my dear friend. So many months have passed. Over a standard year. Are you well? I was growing worried about you again. To what do I owe the honor of this communication?" Durga steeled himself. "I am fine, your highness, but I still have no definitive proof as to the identity of my father's murderer. I have considered your offer of assistance in discovering my father's killer, and would like to accept it now. I wish for you to use your intelligence networks and operatives to either confirm or lay to rest my suspicions." "I see," Zizor said. "This is most unexpected, Lord Durga. I thought you were under a family obligation to discover the killer's identity yourself." "I have tried," Durga admitted stiffly, hating how Zizor was fencing with him. "Your Highness, you offered Black Sun's help once before. Now I would like to accept your offer. If the price is right," Durga added. Zizor nodded and smiled reassuringly. "Lord Durga, have no fear. I am at your service. I must know who killed Aruk. I will pay your price, within limits." Zizor's smile vanished, and he drew himself up. "Lord Durga, you do me wrong. I want no credits in return, only your friendship." The hut stared at the image, trying to read the real message through the prince's verbal sleight of hand. "Forgive me, your highness, but I suspect you want more than that." Zizor sighed. "My friend, nothing is ever as simple as we would like it, is it?" "Yes, there is something I would request of you, a simple act of friendship. As head of Clan Basadi, you are privy to the planetary defenses of Nalhutta. I would like a complete rundown of the weapons and shields with exact strengths and locations." The Falleen Prince smiled, and this time there was more than just the suggestion of a sneer. Durga flinched, then forced himself to control his sudden fear and dismay. Nalhutta's defenses? What could he possibly want them for? Black Sun can't be planning an attack. Or could they? Perhaps this was just a test. It seemed unlikely that Zizor was planning something, but there was no way to know for sure. Durga envisioned the broad, river-carved expanse outside his palace, silvery Nar Shaddaa, permanent sliver on the distant horizon. Worst-case scenario, Nalhutta was no longer necessary to Basadi. His clan could do without the glorious jewel conquered so long ago. After all, they had the Alessian system. And as for the rest of the clan, the non-Basadi citizens in Nalhutta, well, they were fast becoming his enemies anyhow. There was that little matter of the official censure and that 1,000,000-credit fine. Durga glanced at the likeness of portly old Aruk ensconced in its little niche on his dais, then back at the hollow image. "The information is yours," he said, "but I must know." Zizor inclined his head. "As soon as it is received, we shall do everything in our power to assist you, Lord Durga. Farewell." Durga inclined his head again, as cordially as he could, then cut the connection. His stomach was in knots. He had a bad feeling about this. Zizor turned away from his communications council to face Guri, a genuine smile tugging at the corners of his well-shaped mouth. "That was much easier than I thought it would be. The wedge has been driven deep now, and Durga and Basadi will soon split off from the other huts. I wonder what it is in Durga's slimy heart that makes him betray his entire species just for a taste of revenge." Guri gazed at him, serene as always. "My prince, your patience with these huts is finally gaining results. It is fortuitous that Basadi was censured so strongly by the other Khajiitics." Yes, replied the Falling, steepling his hands and tapping his long fingernails together. Durga has no love for his fellow Huts now, if he ever did. His grief and emotional instability will provide us with a key to Hut's space. That, and the Jajilic penchant for simple solutions to complex problems. You have the proof that Durga requires, Guri, do you not? The HRD's expression did not change. Of course, my prince. Citizen Green was most helpful in acquiring it and sidetracking the pathologists in the Forensic Institute. He's a very competent human. Zizor nodded and shook his ponytail off his shoulder. Wait 200 standard hours, long enough for it to seem as though we've conducted an investigation. Then you will deliver the material to Durga personally, he said. When Durga sees it, he will wish to move immediately against Jajilic. Go with him, Giri. Assist him if necessary in gaining his revenge on Jiliak. But no harm must come to Jabba. Jabba's been useful to me in the past, and I expect him to be useful to me in the future. Terenza, too, has a part to play in our plans, and should not come to harm. Understood? Understood, said Giri. It shall be as you wish, my prince. Moving with lithe, swift strides, she left the room. Zizor watched her go, admiring her. 9,000,000 credits she had cost him, and worth every decacred. With Giri at his side, Zizor was ready to challenge the Hutts. Perhaps someday he would even challenge the Emperor himself. When Han Solo arrived home from the corporate sector, he was welcomed back with open arms by all the sundry, except Lando and Salah Zend. Lando, he discovered, had gone for a romantic getaway with Drea Renthal and wouldn't be back for several days. And as for Salah, Han hadn't really been expecting to take up the relationship where they left off, but he also hadn't expected her to completely snub him. He saw her once or twice at a distance in Shug's space barn, but the moment she caught sight of him or Chewie, Salah Zend would turn and depart the premises. When he'd asked about Salah, his friends all assured him she'd been fine during his absence, had even been seeing several fellows, though none of the relationships were termed serious. She'd apparently worked with Lando for a while, though there was no evidence that Salah and Lando were ever anything but business partners. Jarek had broken up with his girlfriend and had returned to his normal self, happy to have his friends back. Even Zizi seemed pleased to have the rightful owners of the apartment back again. When Han heard that Lando had returned, he went right over to his friend's flat to see him. They exchanged handshakes, back slaps, and a brief hug. Then Lando stepped back to regard his friend. "You look good," he said. "Need a haircut." "I always need a haircut," Han said dryly. "Comes from spending time with Wookiees. To them, scruffy is a compliment." Lando laughed. "Same old Han. Hey, let's go down to the Golden Orb. I'm buying." Minutes later, when they were seated at a booth, tall mugs before them, Lando said, "So, tell me, where you been? How'd you get that scar, buddy?" Han launched into a shorthand description of his ventures in the corporate sector. Even so, they were working on their third round by the time he finished. Lando shook his head. "Wow, sounds like some of the stuff that happened to me in the Centrality. One bad guy after another. Get a fortune, lose a fortune. So, how's my ship?" Han took a swig of Alderaanian ale, then wiped his mouth on his sleeve. "Your ship?" He laughed, enjoying the familiar byplay. "The Falcon has never been better, my friend. She'll make .5 past light speed now." Lando's dark eyes widened. "You're kidding." "Nope," Han said. "There's an old guy in the corporate sector who can make a hyperdrive whirl on its axis and give you 2 decagreds change. Doc's a master, all right." "You'll have to take me for a spin," Lando said, impressed. "So tell me what's been happening with you," Han said. Lando fortified himself with a long drink, then said, "Han, there's something I have to tell you. I ran into Bria a couple of weeks ago." Han sat up straight. "Bria? Bria Theron? How? Why?" "It's a long story," Lando said, and smiled wickedly. "So get busy and start telling it," Han snapped, his expression darkening. "Man, that is one lovely armful, that lady," Lando said, and sighed. In one swift motion, Han lurched forward and grabbed Lando by the collar of his embroidered shirt. "Whoa!" Lando gasped. "Nothing happened. We just danced, that's all." "Danced?" Han let go and sat back down, looking sheepish. "Oh. Come on, Han, take it easy," Lando said. "You haven't even seen this woman in how many years?" "Sorry, pal. Guess I got a little carried away," Han said. "I used to care about her a lot." Lando smiled again, this time cautiously. Well, she still cares about you. A lot. Lando, the story, Han said. Tell. Okay, Lando said, and launched into a description of his recent adventures aboard the Queen of Empire. By the time he'd reached the face-off outside the shuttle bay, Han was leading forward, hanging on his every word. When the gambler finished, Han sat back, shaking his head, sipping his ale. Some story, he said. Lando, that makes the second time you've stood up to Fett. That took guts, pal. Lando shrugged, and for once his demeanor was completely serious. I don't like bounty hunters, he said. Never have. I wouldn't turn my worst enemy over to one. To me, they're on par with slavers. Han nodded, then grinned. Good thing Dria's got a soft spot for you, pal. The thing that turned the tide there was reminding her that she owed you, Lando pointed out. Well, I'll have to let her know that I owe her one now, Han said. I just hope you showed her a good time in the little jaunt you took. Of course, Lando said. If it's one thing I know how to do, it's to show a lady a good time. So, when did Bria tell you she cared about me? The whole time you were with Fett, you were ordered to be quiet, Han said, thinking back over Lando's account. Oh, I saw her again, here in Nar Shaddaa, Lando said. Han stared at Lando balefully. Oh yeah? Yeah, I did, Lando replied. Will you relax, old buddy? I just took her out to dinner. She got turned down by Jiliak Jabba over some commando raid on Yelesia she wanted them to finance, and she needed some cheering up. Lando sighed. She spent the whole time talking about you. Really depressing. Han felt a grin creep over his face. Yeah, he said, trying to sound casual. She did? Lando mock glared at him. Yes, she did. Zendor alone knows why, but she did. I've thought about trying to contact her, Han said, but after seeing her that time in Sarn Shild's place, well, I know now she was on assignment for the Resistance. I guess a good agent does whatever she has to do to get information. I asked her about that, Lando said. She told me that even though Shield wanted everyone to think she was his mistress, she wasn't. And from what I've heard about the guy, he did indeed have some very odd tastes in partners. Huh, Han said, mulling that one over. You say she talked about me, huh? She still cares? She cares, Lando said. If you'd been a merman on the wall, your head would be even more swelled than it is already. He laughed shortly and finished off his own drink. I told you, it was depressing, pal. Han smiled. Well, thanks. I owe you one for saving her, Lando. You should look her up, if you can figure out how to do it, Lando said. I might, Han said, then sobered. Lando, I'm afraid I got some bad news yesterday. What? It's Mako Spence. Seems he got himself into some kind of confrontation out in the Otega system with some Naquat bandits. They found him, barely alive, and brought him back here. He's in the rehab facility in the Corellian section. Shug told me he's crippled. Won't ever walk again. Lando shook his head, his expression bleak. Oh. Hey, that's terrible. I'd rather be dead than crippled, I think. Han nodded grimly. Me too. I was thinking, you want to go see him tomorrow? I ought to. Me and Mako go back a long ways, but I'd rather not go alone, you know? Between the two of us, maybe we could kind of cheer him up some? Lando shrugged. Sounds like a tall order considering the circumstances, he said. But sure, I'll go with you. Least we can do. Mako's one of us. Thanks. The next day, the two friends went to the rehab center. Han had only rarely been inside one, and found himself extremely ill at ease. After querying the clerical droid at the desk, they were directed to a room. Han and Lando hesitated outside. Lando, I ain't sure I'm up for this, Han confessed in a whisper. I'd rather fly a run with imps on my tail. I feel the same way, Lando agreed, but I think I'd feel worse if I went home without seeing him. Han nodded. Me too. Taking a deep breath, he walked into the room. Mako Spence was lying in a special treatment bed. There was a whiff of Bacta in the air, and the scars on his rugged features were mostly healed, though Han could tell his old friend must have been a mess. The Nukwut bandits weren't known for their kind hearts. Spence's shoulder-length hair was spread out on the white pillow. Last Han had seen him, it had been black, mixed with gray. Now it was the color of iron, dull and lank. Mako's pale, ice-colored eyes were closed, but somehow Han knew he was awake. The Corellian hesitated, then plunged ahead. Hey, Mako, he called out breezily. It's me, Han, back from the corporate sector. Lando's here, too. Mako's pale, cold eyes opened, and he stared at his friends with no expression. He did not speak, though Han knew he could. Mako's right arm was damaged, and he lost the use of his legs, but there was nothing wrong with his mind or his voice. "Hey, Mako," Lando said. "It's good to see you alive. Sorry to hear that things got so rugged out there in the Otega system. When Lando ran out of words, Han jumped in. Anything was better than the echoing silence. "Yeah, those Naquats are scum. Well, this is a tough break, all right, but hey, don't you worry about a thing. Me and the others, we took up a collection, you know? Plenty there to get you set up with a repulsor chair. Those things scoot right around. You'll be up and around in no time, they say." Han finally ran out of words, and he turned to Lando, questioning with his eyes. Mako still hadn't moved or spoken. Yeah," Lando said, trying valiantly to keep up his end. "Listen, Mako, is there anything you need? You just ask and we'll get it. Right, Han?" "Sure," Han said. He struggled for something else to say, but words utterly failed him. Mako," he said. "Hey, buddy." Mako's expressionless face never altered, but slowly, finally, he turned his face away from his friends and the unspoken message was clear. "Go away." Han sighed, shrugged, then looked at Lando. Quietly, they walked out of the room, leaving Mako Spence alone with his silence. Han got a much better welcome from Jabba the Hutt. He went to see the Jajilic leader in the Khajiit's headquarters on Nar Shaddaa. Jiliac's Nar Shaddaa major domo, a human woman named Dilo, looked up when he walked in and smiled welcomingly. "Captain Solo, welcome back. Jabba instructed me to bring you to him immediately." Since Han was used to being kept waiting when he visited Jabba, this was indeed encouraging news. When Han walked into the huge, bare audience chamber, he found Jabba alone. The Hutt Lord undulated toward him, his stubby arms spread wide. "Han, my boy, it's wonderful to see you. You were gone too long." For an awful second, Han thought that Jabba actually intended to hug him. The Corellian stepped back hastily, trying not to wrinkle his nose. He'd have to get used to the smell of Hutts all over again. "Hey, Jabba, Your Excellency," he said. "Nice to know I've been missed." "None of that, Your Excellency, now, Han," Jabba boomed, speaking as usual in Huttese, which he knew Han understood well. "We're old friends, and no formalities are needed." The Jajilic Lord was practically oozing camaraderie. Han smothered a smile. Business must be hurting, he thought. Nothing like being needed, I guess. "Sure, Jabba," Han said. "So how's business?" Business has been a bit slow," Jabba said. "Basadi, curse them, is trying to build up a shipping fleet of their own to challenge Jajilic's business. And the Imperials have been, unfortunately, all too active lately. Between the Imperial customs ships and the pirates, the spice business is suffering." "Basadi's being their typical pain in the butt, eh?" Jabba's chuckle boomed out in response to Han's witticism, but even to Han's ears, the laughter sounded a bit hollow. "Han, Basadi must be dealt with. I'm not exactly sure how." Han gazed at the Hutt Lord. "I heard the Corellian resistance wanted Jajilic to back him in a raid on Ylesia." Jabba didn't seem surprised that Han had his own sources for information. The massive head nodded. "We were approached by an acquaintance of yours, Bria Theron." "I haven't seen her in 10 years, Han said. "I understand she's a rebel leader now." "She is," Jabba affirmed, "and I was very interested in her proposition. However, since my aunt refused to back the Corellian resistance, I'm looking for alternatives to bring down Basadi. We must do something. They're stockpiling the best spice, holding it back to drive up prices. Our sources indicate that their warehouses are crammed, and they're building new ones to hold the overflow." Han shook his head. "That ain't good. And Jiliac, how's she doing? And the baby?" Jabba grimaced. "My aunt's as well. Her baby's healthy." "Why the sour expression, then?" Han asked. "Her attention to motherhood is admirable, I suppose, Han," Jabba said, "but it has meant a greatly increased workload for me. My business interests on Tatooine are being neglected, and it's difficult to keep up with all of Jajilic's concerns." The Hutt Lord sighed. "Han, it's getting harder and harder these days to find the time to get everything done." "Yeah, I know what that's like, Jabba," Han said. He shifted restlessly from foot to foot. The Hutt, who was in an unusually perceptive mood, noticed the Corellian's restitiveness. "What is it, Han?" Han shrugged. "I'm okay. Sometimes I wish you had a human-style chair in this audience chamber, though. Having a conversation standing up the whole time is hard on my feet. He hesitated. Mind if I just park my rear on the floor while we chat? Ho ho, Jabba chuckled. I've often thought that feet must be inconvenient things to depend on, Han, my boy. I can do better than the floor. Turning with far more flexibility than Han would have given him credit for, Jabba curled his tail forward and patted it invitingly. Here, sit, lad. Han, recognizing that Jabba was doing him a great honor, silently told his protesting nose to shut up. He walked over and sat down on the hut's tail just as he would have a tree trunk. He smiled, though the reek was awful this close. My feet thank you, Jabba, he said. The hut's laughter at this close quarters was enough to rattle Han's eardrums. Ho ho ho! Han, you amuse me almost as much as one of my dancing girls. Thanks, Han managed, wondering how soon he could decently get up and leave. Jabba was curled around so he could speak to Han nearly face to face. So, said Han, what'd you think of Commander Theron? For a human, she seems quite intelligent and competent, Jabba said. Jilliak declined her proposition, but I found it of interest. As I said, I haven't seen her in years, Han said. How'd she look? Jabba chortled, licking his lips. I would hire her to dance for me any day, my boy. Han grimaced, but was careful not to let Jabba see. Yeah. Well, she might have something to say about that. You don't get to be a commander just on good looks. Jabba sobered. I was impressed with her. I believe her proposition may be feasible. What was she proposing exactly? Han asked. Jabba outlined the basics of the Corellian resistance plan. Han shrugged. They'd need some good pilots to get through that atmosphere, he said. Wonder how Bria's planning to handle that. I do not know, Jabba said. Tell me, Han, approximately how many guards did each Yalesian colony have when you were there? Oh, it ranged from maybe 100 to a couple hundred per colony, depending on how many slaves they had working the factories, Han said. Lot of Gamorreans, Jabba. I know you Hutts like 'em 'cause they're strong and they'll take orders, but let's face it, as a modern fighting force, they're pretty pathetic. Most of the males are too obsessed with using those antique weapons of theirs on each other. Their clan battles spill over into their jobs. The Sows are better, smarter, clearer thinking, but they don't hire out as mercs. So you believe that a modern force of rebels would have no trouble capturing those colonies? Han shook his head. It'd be a piece of cake, Jabba. The Hutt Lord blinked his bulbous eyes. As usual, Han, my boy, you've been invaluable to me. I have a load of spice that's ready to ship. Are you and your ship ready to go back to work? Han, recognizing the implicit dismissal, stood up. He could feel the oily residue from Jabba's skin on the seat of his pants. Great. I suppose I'll have to write this pair off, he thought. I'll never get the stink out of 'em. Sure we are, he said. Chewie and me are ready. The Falcon's faster than ever. Good, good, my boy, Jabba boomed. I'll have someone contact you about the pickup this evening. Han, good to have you back. Han smiled. Jabba, it's good to be back. Kibik the Hutt stared at his cousin's hollow image in consternation. What do you mean the Talandatil have brought their mates here? He asked. Nobody told me. Durga, leader of Basadi clan, glared. Kibik, you wouldn't notice if there was a Talandatil female perched on your tail. They covered their tracks well, and it was nearly a week before I found out they were gone. Do you realize what this means? Kibik thought hard. It means that the Talandatil priests will be happier, more content, he ventured finally. Durga waved his little arms in frustration and groaned aloud. Of course they'll be happier, he shouted. But what does that mean to us, to Basadi? For once in your life, think, Kibik. Kibik ruminated. This means we'll have to ship more food in for them? He asked finally. No, Kibik, you idiot! Durga was in such a rage that gobbets of green goose spattered on the holovid pickup, making holes appear in his three-dimensional image. It means we've lost our most important hold over the Talandatil, my retarded cousin. Now that we no longer have their mates here in Nal Hutta, Terenza and his priests could cut all ties to Basadi and Nal Hutta. That's what it means. Kibik drew himself up. Uncle Aruk never spoke to me like that, he said, greatly offended. He was always polite. He was a better leader than you ever will be, cousin. Durga managed to contain himself with an effort. Forgive my rash words, cousin, he said with a palpable effort. I'm a trifle overworked these days. I am waiting for some important news regarding my parents' demise. Oh. Kibik thought about making more of an issue of it, but as long as Durga had stopped yelling, he was so relieved that he didn't. Well, cousin, I can see how bad that would be. What shall we do? You'll have to have all the female Talandatil brought to Colony 1 and then ship them home to Nalhutta, Durga said. See to it personally, Kivik. I want you to be able to report to me that you have watched them get aboard the ship and leave. I want you to use your best, most trusted pilot for the task. Send a contingent of guards so there'll be no trouble from the females on the voyage. Kivik thought that one over for a moment. But Terenza won't like that, he said, and neither will the others. I know that, Durga said, but the Talandatil work for us, Kivik. We are their masters. That's true, Kivik admitted. He'd been brought up ever since he'd reached the age of Hutt sentience that Hutts were the most superior species in the galaxy. But imagining himself giving Terenza orders wasn't an attractive proposition. Terenza was sly and tricky. He was the one who always gave the guards their orders. All Kivik had to do when he wanted something done was tell Terenza, and the high priest would always do it, promptly and efficiently. But what if he disobeyed this time? Kivik could picture him refusing to send his own mate back to Nalhutta, and then what would he, Kivik, do? But cousin, what if he says no? Kivik asked plaintively. Then you will have to call the guards and have them take him away and lock him up until I can deal with him, Durga said. The guards will obey you, Kivik, won't they? Of course they will, Kivik said indignantly, though privately he wondered if all of them would. Good. That's more like it, Durga said. Remember, you are a Hutt, a natural lord of the universe, correct? Of course, Kivik said, his voice a bit stronger this time. He drew himself up. I am a Hutt just as much as you are. Durga grimaced. That's the spirit, he encouraged. Kivik, now is the time to take control. If you delay, the situation will only grow worse. It's possible that Terenza is actually planning a revolt against Vasadi. Has that occurred to you? It hadn't. Kivik blinked. A revolt? You mean a real one? With troops and shooting? That's exactly what I mean, Durga said. And in a revolt, who was the first to go? The leader, Kivik said, his mind racing. Right. Very good. Now do you see why you must take control before Terenza can make his plans, while you still have the upper hand? Kivik was feeling threatened now, and he didn't like that. He realized that following Durga's advice and taking control back from the high priest was definitely his best course. I'll do it, he said firmly. I'll tell him what to do and make sure he obeys me. If he refuses to obey me, I'll have the guards take care of him. Now that's the spirit, Durga said approvingly. Good. You sound like a true Basadi now. Call me and tell me as soon as the female Talandatil are on their way home. I will, cousin, Kivik said, and cut the transmission. Kivik promised himself he'd take care of this matter right now, before he could lose the pumped-up feeling of Hutt superiority. The Hutt Lord didn't bother with his repulsor sled, but immediately undulated his way through the administration building of Colony 1 to Terenza's office. He didn't bother activating the door signal, just barged right in. Terenza was in his working sling at his datapad. He looked up in surprise as the Hutt came undulating his way into his office. Kivik, he exclaimed. What's going on? Lord Kivik to you, High Priest, Kivik said. We have to talk. I just spoke with my cousin Durga, and he tells me you have brought your female Talandatil here in secret. Durga is most upset. The female Talandatil? Terenza blinked as though he hadn't the faintest notion what Kivik was talking about. Where did he get that idea, Your Excellency? Don't try that with me, Kivik said. They are here, and Durga knows it. He's instructed me to tell you that they must return to Nalhutta on the next ship. Summon the guards and have the mates brought here to Colony 1 for shipment off Ulesia. Do it now. Terenza settled back into his sling, his expression thoughtful. Other than that, the high priest didn't move. Did you hear me, priest? Kivik was feeling almost intoxicated with righteous anger. He drew himself up. Obey, or I shall summon the guards. Slowly, the high priest drew himself out of the sling. Kivik inwardly drew a breath of relief, but Terenza made no move toward the intercom. Hurry up, the Hutt Lord blustered, or I shall summon the guards to take you away, and then I shall deal with the females myself. No. Terenza's voice was flat and quiet. No. What? Kivik was incredulous. No one in his life had ever refused a direct order from a Hutt overlord. No, I won't do it, Terenza said. I'm tired of taking orders from an idiot. Farewell, Kivik. How dare you? I'll have you executed. Farewell? Kivik was completely befuddled. Are you saying you're quitting? Leaving? No. I'm not leaving, Terenza said in that quiet tone. You are. His powerful hindquarters twitched. His thin, whip-like tail lashed the air, and suddenly he lowered his head and came at Kivik with a bellow of rage. The Hut Lord was so taken aback that he didn't even have time to dodge. Terenza's horn slammed into his chest. The horn wasn't terribly sharp, but so powerful was the force of the High Priest's charge that it penetrated for nearly its full meter-long length. The pain was agonizing. Kivik roared in mingled terror and pain and beat at the Tilondatil with his little arms. He tried to swing his tail around to deal a crushing, killing blow, but the room was too confined. Dimly, Kivik felt the Tilondatil's hands shove hard against the solid wall of flesh that was his massive chest. Then, Terenza's horn, covered with Hut blood and ichor, yanked free. Purposefully, Terenza began backing away. Wheezing, choking, Kivik tried to back up too, but his back end jammed into the wall. He tried to turn and escape. Terenza slammed into his chest again, and again, and yet again. Kivik was gushing blood now from his multiple wounds. None were life-threatening in and of themselves. A Hut's vital organs were buried too deep within their bodies to be easily pierced. Part of the reason for the old legend that Huts were immune to blaster fire. They weren't, but a blaster bolt that would fry most beings instantly frequently would not hit anything vital on a Hut, leaving them free to crush their attacker before he, she, or it could get off a second shot. Kivik tried to shout for help, but all that emerged was a gurgle. One of the blows had punctured a breathing sac. He struggled to pull himself toward the intercom to summon help. Terenza rammed him yet again. This time the force of the Tilondatil's blow, along with Kivik's growing weakness, caused the Hut Lord to roll over on his side, helpless. Kivik's vision was clouding over, but he could still see enough to recognize what Terenza was withdrawing from a desk drawer. A blaster. The Hut Lord struggled one more time to rise, to fight back, to summon help, but he was too weak and the pain too great. Darkness was hovering, closing over his vision. Kivik struggled against it, but it closed over him like black water at midnight. With cold precision, Terenza aimed the blaster and used it to widen and disguise the wounds on the dying Kivik. He shot again and again until the massive body was a scorched horror, and the final jerks and convulsions were long over. Finally, he stopped, breathing hard. Idiot, he muttered in his own language, and went off to wash his horn. While he was cleaning himself up, the Tilondatil decided on the best course. A terrorist attack, of course. He'd see that it was the Theron woman and her troops. No one would dare dispute his word. He'd have the guards on duty executed, claiming they'd been bought off and were in on the assassination. Just the other day, he'd closed the deal to purchase a turbo laser. He'd use this as an excuse to set it up in the courtyard. He knew he'd need more guards, more weaponry. Should he contact Jiliak? No. Terenza shook his massive head, drops of water flying from his horn. He had enough of Huts. He was through with them. He, Terenza, was now master of Yelesia, and soon everyone would know it. Just a few more weeks to consolidate his power. He'd stop paying Basadi and use the credits to buy weapons. Satisfied with his plan, Terenza, High Priest of Yelesia, left his office in the massive mound of dead Hut and went looking for some guards to execute. Chapter 11. Death Challenge. Durga the Hutt stared at the screen of his datapad and rejoiced. At last! Black Sun, in the person of Yuri, Zizor's personal assistant, had just provided him with conclusive proof that Jiliak the Hutt, most likely abetted by her nephew Jabba, had planned Aruk's murder, and Terenza had carried it out. Black Sun's evidence was mostly in the form of records of purchases and payments that proved Jiliak's link to the Melkite poisoners. The Djilic leader had purchased enough X1 from them to bankrupt a medium-sized colony, and that X1 had then been shipped straight to Terenza. There were also records of items that Jiliak had purchased and sent to the High Priest, valuable items that were now part of the Tilondatil's collection. So I would not realize he was paid off, Durga thought. Terenza thought he could hide his pay by taking items for his collection. The hut leader noted that most of those items were not only valuable, but in demand. Should Terenza ever wish to sell them, he could readily exchange them for many credits on the antiquities black market. Durga noted with interest that Terenza had recently done exactly that, and with the proceeds from several of these sales had purchased a used turbo laser. He's obviously preparing for defense of Yelesia, Durga realized. Any time now he's likely to declare his independence. Durga's first impulse was to have Terenza dragged back to Nalhutta in restraints, but with an effort he made himself think out all the ramifications of such an action. The sacerdotes, or underpriests, would be furious with Basadi on behalf of their leader. Terenza was popular, especially now that he'd managed to have their mates brought to Yelesia. If Durga had Terenza dragged away, the sacerdotes might refuse to perform the exaltation for the pilgrims, and without the priests to give them their daily dose of euphoria, the pilgrims might refuse to work. They might even revolt. Either way, losing the priests would be disastrous for production in the spice factories. Regretfully, Durga realized that before he could have his revenge upon Terenza, he'd have to make some preparations, find a new hut overlord for Yelesia, and a popular charismatic Talanda Til to act as high priests. The new high priest would announce bonuses for all the loyal Talanda Til, and on second thought, perhaps it would be best to leave the Talanda Til's mates on Yelesia, at least for the time being. All of that would probably take a week to accomplish, and until the Basadi ship carrying the new high priest had landed on Yelesia, Durga couldn't let Terenza know he was being replaced. Basadi couldn't take the chance of precipitating a revolt until they had the troops in place to deal with it. Durga decided to move cautiously, keep Terenza in ignorance until the last moment, or, if Kivik had been forced to have the high priest arrested, they'd have to cover up Terenza's absence. Perhaps a sudden illness on the part of the high priest would be sufficient? Could Terenza's mate, Telena, be coerced into acting as the Basadi mouthpiece in her spouse's stead, in exchange for her own life, and a generous settlement? Durga considered, and decided she probably could. Talanda Til were practical people. It was also possible that Terenza could still be controlled, but it was hard to imagine Kivik having the wherewithal to do it. Durga would probably have to handle everything himself, or he might send Zir to attend to it. Durga wondered how Kivik had fared in his conversation with Terenza yesterday. His cousin hadn't called back as he promised to, but that didn't mean anything. Kivik's attention span was short, and he forgot promises. A flashing light attracted Durga's attention, and he saw that his comm system was signaling an incoming message. The hut leader accepted the call, and watched as the image of Terenza coalesced, almost as if Durga's thinking about him had conjured him up out of thin air. The high priest bowed low to his hut overlord, but Durga didn't miss the flash of something akin to smugness in his protuberant eyes. "Your Excellency, Lord Durga," the high priest intoned, "I bring most distressing news. You must brace yourself, my lord." Durga glared at the image. "Yes?" he said. "There was a terrorist attack here early this morning, just after dawn," Terenza said, wringing his little hands in distress. "It was that Bria Theron and her band of Corellian resistance fighters. Red Hand Squadron, they call themselves. They stormed the administration building, firing wildly. I regret to tell you that your cousin, Lord Kivik, was caught in their fire and killed." "Kivik is dead?" Durga was taken aback. He hadn't really expected his cousin to be able to wrest control of Yelesia away from Terenza, but he never expected Kivik to be killed. Or more accurately, murdered. Durga knew Terenza's story about Bria Theron was a lie. His sources had assured him that Red Hand Squadron was clear on the other side of the Outer Rim, and that they'd hit an Imperial outpost just yesterday. No ship in the universe could have reached Yelesia by dawn. So Terenza was lying. However, the high priest had no way of knowing that Durga knew he was lying. Durga considered how best he could use this information to his advantage. As he did so, he put a hand up to his eyes and bowed his head, feigning a grief he didn't feel. Kivik had been an idiot, and the universe was well rid of him. But Terenza has sealed his own death warrant by this, Durga thought. As soon as I embark for Yelesia with his successor, he's a dead Talanda Til. In a hushed voice, Durga gave Terenza instructions regarding how he wanted the body to be shipped home. "It is plain," Durga concluded, "that we must get you better guards there on Yelesia. These rebels must not be allowed to raid with impunity." Terenza bowed again. "I agree, Your Excellency. Thank you for saying you will send us help." It's the least I can do under the circumstances, Durga said, forcing himself to keep sarcasm from permeating his tones. Can you manage for a few days without a hut overlord? I can, Terenza said. I shall exert every effort to make sure business runs as smoothly as ever. Thank you, Terenza, Durga said, and cut the transmission. He then spent several minutes giving Zir instructions on how to find a replacement for Terenza. Fortunately, Zir was a capable administrator, able to follow orders. Then, and only then, did Durga turn to the figure who had been standing in his office, patiently waiting, while he attended to business. Forgive me, Lady Guri, Durga said, inclining his head to the lovely young human female. I nearly forgot you were there. Most humans are incapable of waiting so patiently. They fidget. Guri bowed slightly in return. I was specially trained, Your Excellency. Prince Caesar does not like fidgeting in his subordinates. Indeed, Durga said. As you can see, I have reviewed the information you brought, and it confirms my suspicions. Also, as you have seen, my revenge upon Terenza must wait for more suitable time, but I intend to confront Gilliac immediately and challenge her to single combat under the old law. The old law? It is seldom invoked these days, but it is an ancient hut custom that, given sufficient provocation, one hut clan leader may challenge another to single combat without legal repercussions. The victor is presumed to be in the right. I understand, Your Excellency. Prince Caesar informed me that this was likely to be your reaction, as befits an honorable hut. He instructed me to accompany you and to do everything in my power to facilitate your search for justice. Durga stared at her, wondering what one slightly built human female could expect to accomplish against either huts or hordes of Jazilic guards. You would go as my bodyguard? But... Giri smiled slightly. I am Prince Zizor's primary bodyguard, Your Excellency. I assure you I can protect you from Gilliac's guards. Durga was tempted to say more, but something about Giri's demeanor stopped him. He knew she was Caesar's primary aide. It made sense that she would also be an accomplished assassin. She must have abilities that weren't readily apparent. Certainly her manner was nothing but confident. Very well, Durga said. Let us go. They boarded Durga's shuttle, and the trip to the Gillic enclave took less than an hour by suborbital flight. They landed on the island that contained Gilliac's winter palace, and was the current home of the Jazilic clan. Durga, with Giri at his side, carrying a large box, slithered toward the entrance. Durga Basadi Tai to see Gilliac Jazilic Turan. I bring a gift and request a private audience. The guard scanned both visitors and verified they were unarmed. After a quick call, they were waved into the palace. The major domo, a Rhodian named Dorzo, accompanied them to the huge, almost bare audience chamber, then stepped inside bowing. Lord Durga of Clan Basadi, he announced. Through the portal, Durga could see Gilliac doing some kind of work at a datapad. At the sight of his enemy, rage flooded the young hut's body. He quivered with bloodlust. Gilliac deliberately kept them waiting for nearly 10 minutes. Durga tried to emulate Giri's stillness. She really was a most unusual human, he decided. Finally, Gilliac nodded at Dorzo, then the Rhodian bowed to the visitors and proclaimed, Her Supreme Excellency Gilliac, leader of the clan Jazilic and protector of the righteous, will see you now. Durga started forward, with Giri pacing gravely beside him. When they reached Gilliac, the huge hut matron did not speak. Since by custom Durga could not speak until spoken to, because he was the visitor, again they waited. Finally, Gilliac's massive bulk shifted. Greetings to Basadi, she said. You have brought a gift, and that is fitting. You may present it to me. Durga nodded at Giri, and the human advanced on the Jazilic leader and laid the box before her, as the Jazilic leader hovered on a repulsor sled. The younger hut waved at the box. A gift for your exaltedness, a token of Basadi's esteem and our hopes for your future, O Gilliac. We shall see, rumbled Gilliac. She tore at the wrappings, and then drew forth a large, very valuable piece of art. It was a death mask from the islands of the remote world of Laguna. The natives carved these death masks and decorated them with semi-precious gems and inlays of silver, gold, platinum, and iridescent shell casings from their warm seas. Gilliac turned the mask around in her tiny hands, and at first Durga thought she did not recognize its significance. The Basadi leader spared a glance to Giri, and as they had agreed upon, the woman turned and headed for the exit. She would wait there for him and make sure he was not disturbed. Durga turned his attention back to Jiliak, ready to enlighten her as to exactly what her gift meant. Then he saw her entire huge body begin to tremble. She glared at Durga. A death mask from Languna? Jiliak bellowed. And you call this a fitting gift? With a powerful swing of her small arm, Jiliak tossed the piece of art into the air, then used her tail to bat it clear across the audience chamber. Striking the wall, it shattered, raining down in pieces. I call it entirely fitting, Jiliak. Durga gave no ground. He recited the formal words. Today I, Durga Basadi Tai, discover that you killed Aruk, my parent. I challenge you under the old law. Prepare to die. Jiliak bellowed in rage and swung herself off her sled. You are the one who will die, upstart, she growled, and sent her flexible tail swooping up and around. Durga dodged, but not quickly enough. The tail slapped his back, bruising him, almost knocking his wind out. With all his strength, Durga launched himself toward Jiliak, butting her as hard as he could with his chest. Jiliak was nearly twice Durga's size. She was a middle-aged Hutt who was reaching the corpulent stage. Durga had one advantage. His youth gave him speed. But if she caught him with her full weight even once, the battle would be over, and he knew it. Bellowing like two prehistoric leviathans, the two Hutts slammed at each other, sometimes hitting, often missing. They hurled themselves against each other's chests, wrestling with their undersized arms as they sent their tails slamming into everything nearby. Dorzo had long ago taken to his heels and gotten well out of range. Kill, 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 kill! Durga's mind shrieked at him. He was consumed with rage. Jiliak slammed him with her tail, nearly sending him rolling over, then launched herself at him with a roar. Durga barely managed to wriggle out of the way before he could be crushed beneath her massive midsection. The younger Hutt dealt her a hard slap across the side of her head, then sent her reeling. She came back at him with a tail slap that missed, making the entire room shake. At first, Jiliak howled curses and threats, but within a few minutes she began panting too heavily and saved her breath for battle. The Dajilic sedentary lifestyle was catching up with her. If I can just outlast her, Durga thought, and realized that was a very big if. Han Solo had been going over shipping manifests for the mines on Kessel with Jabba when he, Chewie, and Jabba all heard a loud thud, followed by a bellow, then another series of thuds and muffled crashing sounds. Human, Wookiee, and Hutt looked at each other, startled. What's that? Han wondered. My aunt must be having one of her temper tantrums, Jabba said. Nearly a decade ago, Han had witnessed one of Jiliak's notorious tantrums, so he had no doubt believing that. He started to go back to work when two bellows reached his ears, one right after another, in two different voices. Jabba reared up in alarm. Come on! Han and Chewie jogged beside the Hutt as Jabba led them toward the sounds. He was amazed at how quickly Hutts could move when motivated. When they reached Jiliak's audience chamber, a beautiful young blonde woman was standing in the doorway. Han looked over her shoulder and saw Jiliak locked in mortal combat with a much smaller Hutt. The newcomer had a disfiguring birthmark that spread over his eye and down his face. The two creatures were bellowing and straining as they butted their massive chests together. As Han, Chewie, and Jabba approached, the woman shook her head and put up a hand to halt their progress. No, she said, do not interfere. Durga has challenged clan leader to clan leader under the old law. To Han's surprise, Jabba did not bat the woman out of his way and go to his aunt's aid. Instead, he inclined his head in the Hutt equivalent of a bow. You must be Guri, he said. Yes, Your Excellency, she replied. Just then a group of guards came stampeding up the corridor, force pikes ready. Jabba whirled to block their way. The Gamorreans blinked at him in dull surprise. My aunt is having one of her temper fits, he said. You are not needed. The leader of the guards looked doubtful, but Jabba did not move, and he could not see for himself what was going on. He hesitated, his porcine snout quivering with the urge to fight. I said you were dismissed, Jabba bellowed, waving his arms at the guards. They turned, grunting and snorting, and went trotting back down the hall. Han glanced into the audience chamber and saw Jiliak bring her tail down with stunning force. The smaller Hutt barely managed to dodge out of the way in time. The Corellian looked at Jabba. You don't want to stop it? Chewbacca echoed Han's question. Jabba blinked at them, his bulbous eyes full of cunning. Durga's the leader of Basadi clan, he said. Whichever of them wins, I win. But, Han stammered, I thought you were fond of your aunt. Jabba looked at him as though he were a retarded Gamorrean child. I am, Han, he said gently, but this is business. Han nodded and glanced at Chewie. He shrugged. Sure. Business. And Han? Yes, Jabba? The Hutt leader waved Han away. This is no place for a human, lad. Wait for me at my palace. I will join you later. No place for a human, Han wanted to say, but what about her? He glanced at the beautiful woman, and their eyes met. Han stared at her for a long second, and realized there was something not right about this woman Jabba called Giri. She was perfect, but after looking into her eyes, Han realized that all his instincts were telling him to give her a wide berth. He would no more have put his arms around her than he would have cuddled a deadly viper. Yeah, he said. Later, Jabba. Come on, Chewie. Turning, Han and the Wookiee hurried away without looking back. Durga was getting desperate. Despite his best efforts to wear Jiliak down, exhaust her, the older Hutt was still fighting with grim purpose. She was much stronger and heavier than he was, and if just one of her blows landed full on, Durga knew he'd be little more than a grease spot on the floor. They rammed each other for the umptieth time, their chests crashing together with such force that Durga cried out. He was bruised over every centimeter of his body. He felt like a piece of dough, pounded and rolled out to make flatbread. The long fight had taken them clear around the huge chamber, as the smashed furnishings and the holes in the walls testified. Durga suddenly realized they were approaching Jiliak's sled. She must have realized it too, for suddenly she disengaged, and wheeling around, she glided toward the repulsor sled at her fastest speed, wheezing and sobbing for breath. Durga was right behind her, overhauling her. It was obvious to him that Jiliak intended to mount the sled, then use it as a battering ram against him. If she got atop it, he was finished. He caught up to Jiliak, heading for the controls, only to gasp and dodge as the Jiliak leader swept her tail in a hard arc under the sled, aiming for his face. Durga reacted without conscious thought. Rolling forward onto his chest, bracing himself on his hands, he flipped his tail up over the top of his head. Aiming carefully, he aimed the tip end of his tail on the way down, sending it slamming into the power on button on the sled, depressing it. The repulsor sled fell like a stone, straight down onto Jiliak's tail, pinning it firmly. Jiliak screeched with pain, struggling to yank her tail free. As he rolled back upright, Durga realized she wasn't going to manage that. Wriggling backward, he positioned himself, then brought his tail down on Jiliak's head with all his strength. The Jiliak leader screamed. Durga slammed into her head again, and again. It took 5 hard blows to drive Jiliak into unconsciousness. Die, he thought, walloping sodden flesh. Die, he bellowed. Die! He wasn't sure when she died, actually. At some point, Durga became aware he was pounding mindlessly on what was now a bloody, crushed ruin of flesh and brain matter. Jiliak's eyes were smashed holes, and her slimy tongue lolled from her mouth. Durga forced himself to halt, to look around. At the entrance to the room, Giri stood beside Jabba. Somehow, Zizor's assassin had prevented the guards, and Jabba, from entering. Whatever the young woman was, she was more than she seemed, Durga decided, his mind dull with exhaustion. Moving as though he were 900 years old, Durga managed to haul himself onto Jiliak's sled and activate it. He was too tired to even wriggle across the room. He barely had the strength and mental wherewithal to guide the sled. He glided across the audience chamber, leaving the dead Jiliak sprawled in his wake. When Durga reached the entrance, he paused to confront Jabba. The Basadi figured that at the best of times he might be evenly matched with Jabba. At the moment, there was no way. Giri stepped forward to bow slightly, respectfully. Congratulations on the successful outcome of your challenge, Your Excellency. Durga turned to regard the woman. Giri, you are Prince Zizor's assassin, correct? I served the prince in whatever capacity I made, she said composedly. Could you kill a Hutt? Durga asked. Most certainly, she replied. Then, kill Jabba, Durga said. Giri shook her head slightly. No, Your Excellency. My orders were to help you effect your revenge against Jiliak. That is accomplished. We will leave now. Durga made an abortive move toward Jabba, only to have Zizor's assistant step between them, her unspoken message very clear. We will leave now, she repeated. Jabba moved aside to let them pass as Giri swung herself up nimbly onto Jiliak's repulsor sled. Hearing the pound of running feet, Durga saw guards running toward them, but Jabba stopped them in their tracks with a raised hand. I dismissed you earlier, he said. Now leave. The guards obeyed with alacrity. Jabba looked at Giri. I did not want to lose them. They are an effective defense against most invaders. Giri nodded and sent the sled gliding away. Durga glared balefully at Jabba, but the last of his strength was gone. He could only slump atop the sled, too exhausted even to savor his victory. Jabba slowly approached his aunt's massive corpse. He could scarcely believe she was dead, and he knew he would miss her. But, as he told Han Solo, this was business. For the good of Djilik as well as his own. The sight of the ruined, shapeless head actually had the power to turn his stomach. Jabba knew he wouldn't be hungry for a while. He considered for a moment, wondering what should be his first actions now that he was the undisputed leader of Djilik. He'd likely be summoned to appear before the Hutt Grand Council, but once they'd heard that this was a clan leader challenge under the old law, there would be little they could say. And if asked, Jabba would tell them Gilliac had indeed caused Aruk to be poisoned. Without warning, Gilliac moved. Startled, Jabba jerked upright, incredulous. She's coming back to life! She'll be angry! No! His heart thudded wildly in shock. What could be happening? There was no doubt his aunt was dead, no doubt at all. The massive corpse moved again, and then Gilliac's baby slithered out of her abdominal pouch. Jabba relaxed. I should have realized, he thought, embarrassed by his momentary, superstitious fear. The little grub-like creature scooted forward, waving its little stubs, gurgling mindlessly. Jabba stared at it malevolently. He knew he would be confirmed leader of Djilik no matter what, but why leave any loose ends? Slowly, purposely, he slithered toward his aunt's helpless offspring. The day after Durga defeated Gilliac, the Basadi leader was so stiff and sore that he could barely move. However, he managed to conceal his pain when Terenza called him, telling him that Kibik's body had been shipped home per Durga's orders. Your Excellency, the High Priest said, I need more guards, and therefore I have taken the liberty of hiring some at my own expense. It is my hope that Basadi will reimburse me, but I must have additional protection. These rebel raids cannot be countenanced. I understand, Durga said. I will attempt to get more guards. Thank you, Your Excellency. When he cut the connection, Durga turned to Giri, who had just been taking her leave of him. He's getting ready to make his move, Durga said. He's preparing to make his break with Basadi. Giri nodded. I believe you're correct, Lord Durga. Since the Yalesian troops may well be loyal to Terenza, Durga said, I need some way to keep the High Priest in line until I can replace him. Thus, I have a request for your master, Prince Zizor. Yes, Lord Durga? I ask you to convey to him my request that he grant me some military aid. If he would send troops to Yalesia, that would ease the transition. Allow me to get rid of Terenza, while keeping the Sacrados and pilgrims content. I know that the prince has extensive resources, and several mercenary units at his command. With an effective modern fighting force on the planet, there is no way that Terenza's guards would dare mount an armed challenge. He faced her squarely, despite the pain of his bruised body. Will you ask him for me, Giri? Explain the situation? I will, Giri said. However, His Highness rarely dispatches troops except to protect his own interests. I know that, Durga said dolefully. He didn't like what he was about to say, but better this than lose everything. In return for his support, tell your prince that I will offer him a percentage of this year's Yalesian profits. Giri nodded. I'll convey your proposition, Lord Durga. You will be hearing from His Highness. She bowed slightly. And now, I take my leave of you, Your Excellency. Durga nodded as well as he could with his aching, stiff neck. Farewell, Giri. Farewell, Lord Durga. Maria Theron was working in her office aboard her Marauder corvette Retribution when Jace Pohl appeared on the holocom. Commander, we have an incoming message for you, your private code, on a very secure channel. HQ, she said. No, Commander, this is a Civ transmission. She raised her eyebrows in surprise. Really? Not many outsiders had her private code. A few of the intelligence operatives, Baron Missorium and others of his ilk, but they would hardly contact her this directly. Well, patch it through to me here, please. Moments later, a small image formed atop her comm unit. Bria stared in surprise. A Hutt? The only Hutt who had her private code was Jabba, so this must be he. Though Hutts looked alike to her, especially in a fuzzy hollow message. She spoke to the image. Jabba? Is that you, Your Excellency? It is I, Commander Theron, the Hutt replied. Yes, well, to what do I owe the pleasure of this call, Your Excellency? The Hutt leader inclined his head slightly. Commander Theron, I ask that you come to Nal Hutta immediately. I am now the leader of Clan Djillik since my aunt's unfortunate demise. We must talk. Bria caught her breath. It had only been a month since her interview with Djillik, and now Jilliak was dead? She decided she didn't want to know. Bowing her head respectfully, she said, I will come immediately, Your Excellency. I take it you wish to reopen our negotiation regarding the Yelesian enterprise? Yes, said Jabba. I have begun placing operatives on Yelesia to take care of the Talanda Till. I am ready to proceed with the Yelesian raid. It is time to put an end to Basadi's economic tyranny. I'll be there in 2 days, Bria promised. Chapter 12. Ice. 5 days after Jilliak's death, Han Solo and Chewbacca visited Han's favorite tavern in the Corellian section of Nar Shaddaa. The blue light didn't serve food, only liquor, and it was just a little hole in the wall, but Han liked the place. There were hollow posters on the wall that depicted famous landmarks in Corellia, and the management served Han's favorite brand of Alderaanian ale. The bartender, Mick Flynn, was an aging Corellian who'd been a smuggler until he'd accrued enough credits to buy the bar. Han enjoyed hearing his yarns about the old days, though he had to take everything the old geezer said with a big grain of salt. After all, who ever heard of sentients with strange powers who could leap 10 meters into the air and turn somersaults, or project blue lightning from their fingertips? Han and Chewie stopped by there most evenings. This particular one, they were standing at the bar, side by side, sipping their drinks, listening to another of Mick's tall tales. The Corellian was dimly aware that someone came in during the story and stood beside him, but he did not turn to glance at the newcomer. Mick's tale was a long one, wilder than ever, about a sentient tree that had once been a powerful sorcerer and a race of beings who transferred their essence into battle droids in order to become the perfect fighting force. Finally, Mick ran down and Han shook his head. Mick, that was a real doozy. You ought to write all those stories down and sell them to the Trilogy producers. They're always looking for crazy stuff like that for their shows. Chewie voiced an emphatic agreement. Mick grinned at Han, then began polishing a glass industriously and addressing the newcomer. And what will you have, pretty lady? Han reflexively glanced to his right to see the person Mick was addressing, and froze, startled. Bria! At first he told himself he was seeing things, that it was just a chance resemblance. Then he heard her speak in that low, slightly husky voice he remembered. Just some Vichy water, please, Mick. It's her. Bria. It's actually her. Slowly she turned her head, and their gazes locked. Han's heart was hammering, though he's pretty sure his face was under control, although sabacc games had taught him something. She hesitated, then said, Hi, Han. He wet his lips. Hi, Bria. He stared at her, then a sudden movement from Chewie made him remember his partner. And this is Chewbacca, my partner. Greetings, Chewbacca, she said carefully, speaking in almost passable Wookiee. Obviously, she'd been coached by Ral Rasheen. I am honored to meet you. The Wookiee voiced an uncertain greeting, obviously wondering what was going on. Han said, long time no see. She nodded gravely at the ridiculous understatement. I came to see you, she said. Could we sit down and talk for a minute? Han's emotions were mixed, to say the least. Part of him wanted to take her in his arms and kiss her until she was breathless. Another part wanted to shake her while screaming curses and accusations at her. Still, another part wanted to just turn around and walk away, prove to her that she meant nothing to him. Nothing. But he found himself nodding. Sure. As he moved to pick up his mug, Chewie laid a hand on his arm and growled softly at him. Han gazed up at his partner, grateful for Chewbacca's sensitivity. He would rather talk to Bria by himself. Okay, pal. I'll see you at home, later on. Chewie gave Bria a nod, then left the blue light. Picking up his mug of ale, Han led the way to a booth in the rear of the dimly lit, nearly empty bar. Watching Bria approach and then slide in opposite him, he got a good look at her for the first time. She was wearing tan fatigues, military in style, though they bore no insignia or indication of rank. Her hair was pulled up and slicked back in a severe style. Han couldn't decide whether it was cropped short or just worn in a tight bun. She wore no jewelry. A well-worn Blastech DL-18, Han's own weapon of choice was a heavier Blastech DL-44, and a tie-down holster rode her right thigh, low down, the way he liked to wear his own. Her gun belt was studded with extra power packs and bore a vibroblade in a sheath. From the slight bulge in the type of her boot, Han was willing to bet she had an auxiliary weapon cached there. As she sat there regarding him, Hans struggled to find words, but all he could do was look at her, hardly able to believe she was actually there, that this wasn't some dream. Or nightmare. She was staring at him too, her eyes searching his features. Bria started to speak, stammered, and then took a deep breath. "I'm sorry," she said, "for startling you. I should have said something, but my mind went blank. There didn't seem to be anything I could say." "You came here looking for me?" Han asked. "Yes. When I saw your friend last month, he said this was one of your favorite hangouts. I took a chance you'd be here tonight." "You're here in Nar Shaddaa on business?" "Yes. Staying in those rooms above the Smuggler's Rest." She smiled wryly. "It's even sleazier than that place we stayed that night on Coruscant." Han's dazed brain was slowly beginning to function again, and his anger was building. He remembered that sleazy little hotel on Coruscant that had been their last night together. He remembered falling asleep, and he remembered waking up alone, abandoned. Suddenly his hand shot out, and he grabbed her wrist tightly, feeling the shock of touching her flesh throughout his body. Her slender bones felt so delicate in his hand, as though he could just snap them, and he was almost angry enough to try. "Why?" he said. "Why, Bria? You think you can just walk back up to me a decade later? You got a lot of nerve." She stared at him, her eyes narrowing. "Han, let me go." "No," he gritted. "I'm not letting you go running off and leaving me with no answers this time." Han wasn't exactly sure what she did, some unarmed combat trick, but there was a sudden twist, a jab at a nerve, and abruptly her hand was free, and his own was throbbing. He looked down at it, feeling his eyes widen, and then back up at her. "You've changed," he said. "You've really changed." He wasn't sure whether it was a compliment or an accusation. "I had to change, or die," she said flatly. "And don't worry, I'm not going to jump up and run away. I need to talk to you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do, if you'll listen." He nodded grudgingly. "Okay, I'm listening." "First of all, let me tell you that I'm sorry for the way I left you. I'm sorry about a lot of things in my life, but that's the one I regret most," she said. "But I had to do it. Otherwise you'd never have made it through the academy." "Fat lot of good it did me," Han said bitterly. "I got cashiered less than a year after getting my commission. Cashiered and blacklisted." "For rescuing a Wookiee slave," she said, and smiled at him. A smile that made his heart lurch. "I was so proud when I found that out, Han." Han wanted to smile back, but the anger was still in control, and he found himself saying, "I don't want you to be proud of me. I owe you nothing, sister. I did it all on my own." He could tell that jibe hurt her. Color stained her cheeks and her eyes flashed. Then, for a moment, it almost seemed as though she were fighting back tears. Then her face was under control again, cold and chiseled. "I know that," she said quietly, "but I was still proud." "I hear you got a real thing for Wookiees yourself," Han said, and the edge in his voice was sharp enough to draw blood. "Or so Katara and R'hllor told me. You were there? On Kashyyyk?" She smiled. "I helped to organize the resistance group there." "Yeah, I heard you're some kind of officer in the Corellian resistance," Han said. "I'm a commander," she confirmed quietly. Han slanted her a look. "Well, now that's impressive, ain't it? For a scared kid who'd never fired a blaster, you've come a long way, Bria." "I just did what I had to along the way," she said. "Promotions come fast in the resistance. You should think about joining up, Han." It was said lightly, but some nuance in her tone told Han she wasn't kidding. "No thanks, sister," he said. "I've seen the imp forces up close and personal. No way your rebellion's got a chance against them." She shrugged. "We have to try. Otherwise the Emperor's going to swallow us all whole. He's evil, Han. I think he engineered that whole business with the Battle of Nar Shaddaa just to get rid of Sarn Shield." "Oh yeah," Han said. "Good old Sarn Shield. Darling Shield, wasn't it? You made such a cute couple." She winced at the sarcasm. "As I explained to Lando, that wasn't what it looked like." "It looked pretty bad, Bria," Han said. "Not one of my better days, you know, to see you there, cooing at him." Her lips tightened. "I was on assignment. I know how it looked, but Shield wasn't interested in me that way. I was lucky." but I've done things through the Resistance I didn't much like, and I'll do them again if I have to, whatever it takes." Han was mulling over what she'd said. "You really think the whole invasion of Hutt space was something the Emperor engineered? But Shield did it. How was that possible?" "I was with him, Han, and something very strange was going on, believe me," Bria said. "Shield changed, Han. It was scary. Between 1 month and the next, he became a different man. Suddenly he was plotting to take over Hutt space and started talking about overthrowing the Emperor." Han shook his head. "That's crazy." "I know. I can't account for it except—" She hesitated. "If I tell you, you'll think I'm losing it." "What? Tell me." She took a deep breath. "They say the Emperor has abilities. That he can influence people to do things. Some kind of mental influence. Like mind reading?" "I don't know," she said. "Maybe. I know it sounds impossible, but that's the only explanation I can come up with that makes sense. Shield was popular and ambitious and corrupt, and he posed a threat to the consolidation of power, so the Emperor just encouraged Shield's ambition until he destroyed himself with that assault on Nal Hutta." Han frowned. "What about Greenlanx? How did he figure into the plan? And who killed him? I kept expecting them to pin it on me, but they just hushed it up. I never heard anything about it on the news." Han repressed a shudder at the memory of standing in that locked room next to Greenlanx's office and listening to that loud, uncanny breathing, that heavy, ominous tread. Bria leaned forward, and unconsciously Han did too. Her voice dropped to a whisper, a bare thread of sound. "They say it was Vader." Han was whispering too. "Vader? You mean Darth Vader?" She nodded. "Darth Vader. He's the Emperor's—" She hesitated, searching for a term. "Enforcer." Han sat back. He'd heard of the guy, but he'd never encountered him. "Huh," he said. "Well, I'm just glad they didn't try and finger yours truly." Bria nodded. Rebel intelligence later discovered that Admiral Greenlanx was under Imperial orders to make the attack fail. The Hutt bribe was incidental. My guess is that it was all set up from the beginning, part of an Imperial plan to discredit and eliminate Shield, and to hurt Jajilik and the smugglers. You'll notice that Basadi, who supplies the Empire with slaves, wasn't affected. Han thought it over. It still sounds crazy, but you do hear things about the Emperor. Spooky things. I always just dismiss them as people being hysterical. He laughed shortly and took a swig of his ale. "Pretty scary. If it's true." She shrugged. "Neither of us will probably ever know, but this is ancient history now. Not what I came to talk to you about. Han, Bria's low-voiced conversation broke off as a couple of smugglers slid into the booth opposite theirs. Han looked around. "Place is filling up," he said. "Want to get out of here?" She nodded. Han followed her out into the street, and they walked briskly, without talking, until they were on a quieter side street. The glide walk was broken, and there were a few sentients around. Han looked at her. "You were saying?" She looked over at him. "Han, I need your help." He recalled what Jabba had told him. "With the assault on Yelesia?" She nodded and smiled. "Quick as ever. Yes. Jabba's bankrolling us. We're going to take the whole planet, Han." Now it was Han's turn to shrug. "Not my problem, sister. I've changed too. I ain't in the charity business. I only play for profit these days. I don't stick my neck out for anyone." She nodded. "So I hear. I'm not asking for charity. It's profit I'm talking about. More credits than you'd make on 100 smuggling runs." "What do you want from me, then?" Han realized that his anger at her was building, though he wasn't quite sure why. It was almost as though he'd been happier if she had asked him to help her for old time's sake or something, but that didn't make any sense. "The Rebel Alliance is still very new, Han," she said. "Our people have guts and loyalty, but most of them aren't seasoned fighters. My own Red Hand squadron has experience, but we can't handle this job all by ourselves." Han stared at her in surprise and more than a little unease. "Red Hand Squadron? You command Red Hand Squadron?" She nodded. "It's a good group. We've seen some action." "I've heard of it," Han said. "I've heard you give no quarter to slavers." She shrugged and didn't answer. "Anyway, as I was saying, the Resistance needs help to get us down through the Yelesian atmosphere. Experienced pilots to guide our ships in. Maybe some help with the fighting, but let's face it, you've seen the Yelesian defenses. A bunch of Gamorreans and other losers who sleep on duty. It's not the ground assault I'm worried about. It's their blasted atmosphere. The Corellian Resistance has already lost one ship there." Han nodded. He was mad clear through, but he was hiding it well. He wanted to hear the whole thing before he let her have it. That atmosphere's tricky, all right, but the average smuggler pilot has dealt with worse. So, you need pilots to guide your ships in, maybe provide some armed backup, in return for what? Spice, Han. You know that Basadi's been stockpiling it. Choice Andrus, Ryle, Carnsuum, and of course, Glitterstim. They've been trying to drive the prices way up, and there are warehouses stuffed full of it. We'll split the take with the smugglers. Han nodded at her. Go on. She looked at him. And for you and me, there'll be Terenza's treasure room. Picture how much he's added over 10 years. Hundreds of thousands of credits worth of antiquities. He's bound to have maybe 1,000,000 credits worth of stuff. Maybe 2. Think about it. How many troops do you have? I'm not sure yet. I have to report back to our command ship for this sector. We're asking for aid from any resistant group that wants to help, particularly the Bothans and the Solistans. There are a lot of Solistans and Bothans on Ulesia. We figure they might want to be part of the rescue. And you're going to free the slaves. We'll take them along with our share of the spice, and before we leave, we'll reduce those factories to slag, along with everything else. We're going to shut that hellhole planet down for good. Han considered. What about the priests? The exaltation could be a powerful weapon. I've seen it knock people on their butts who weren't expecting it. She nodded. Jabba's taking care of them. They'll be assassinated before we even land. Han looked at her and felt cold rage wash through him. How dare she come back and ask me to get involved with her little revenge scheme? You'd better get your timing down, Pat. Yes, she agreed. This will be the biggest military operation the New Alliance has ever tried. We hope to get recruits from it, as well as the spice. Financing a revolution's an expensive proposition. Ambitious, Han said dryly. Why not just attack Coruscant if you want to commit suicide? It's doable, she insisted. Ulesia isn't that heavily guarded. Han, you were there, remember? Well, I'm sure we'll encounter some resistance, but my people can deal with that. Your friends can stay out of the shooting until we secure the place. The combat experience will be good for our troops. If we can pull this off, it will be an example to inspire other planets to join the Alliance. Our only hope of defeating the Empire is if we unite. Han looked at her. And this is why you came to me. To get me to contact the smugglers for you. Encourage them to join up with the resistance for this little mission. Lando told me that you and Mako Spence are people they'll listen to. I knew you. I don't know Spence. Han finally let his impassive mask drop and glared at her. So what you're saying is that you dumped me 10 years ago, ignored me that whole time, and then you come back thinking I'll help you put my friends' lives in danger. I don't trust you, Bria. I've heard about Renhan's squadron all right. You ain't the woman I used to know, and that's plain. I have changed, she said, her eyes holding his. I admit it. So have you. Lando told me you still cared about me, Han said coldly. I think you were lying to him, planning even then to use me. You don't give a hoot about me, about anything we used to have. You only care about your revolution, and you don't care who you'll walk over to reach your goal. He snorted. And all that bilge about Sarnshield. Sure. Right. You expect me to believe a man like that would keep you around if you weren't Han finished with a word in Rhodian used for the lowest class of streetwalker. Bria's mouth dropped open and her hand found the grip of her blaster. Han tensed, ready to go for his own, but her eyes suddenly flooded with tears. And he knew then she wouldn't draw. How dare you? I dare a lot these days, sister, Han said, and I say what I think. I dare to think you're a real lowlife coming back here this way. You can forget sucking me in again with your pretty face. I've changed all right. I've gotten smart. Smart enough to see right through you. Fine, she said, blinking back the tears. You just turn your back on both me and a fortune. I don't call that smart, Han. I call it stupid. And the idea that a drug runner is putting on moral airs is really laughable, you know? I'm a smuggler, Han shouted. We have our own code. Yeah, running drugs for Hutts, she was yelling too. You and Jabba, birds of a feather. The idea that she would class him with the Hutts was the last straw. Han spun around and started to walk away. Fine, she cried. I'll go see Mako Spence. That's what I'll do. He can't be as dumb as you. Her unwitting pun made Han laugh nastily. Fine, he snarled, not turning around. Have fun getting him to talk. Goodbye, Bria. He strode away from her, his boot heels clicking against the permacrete, his head high. It felt good to leave her standing there, looking after him. It felt real good. Durga faced Prince Zizor's image on his comm unit. Giri has explained your difficulty, the prince said. I will dispatch 2 companies of mercenaries under the capable command of Willem Karma to Yelesia. Commander Kamaran's Nova Force will help you keep Terenza in line until he can be dealt with, which should be speedily, my friend. Thank you, your highness, Durga said. As Giri may have told you, I will share the profits from Yelesia with you this year, to recompense you for your help. 15%. The falling prince's mouth curved down, and he shook his head sadly. Durga, Durga, I thought you had some respect for me. 30% for the next 2 years. Durga batted his bulbous eyes in disbelief. Worse than I ever imagined. He drew himself up. Your highness, if I granted you that, I'd be disposed as leader of Basadi. But if you do not have my troops in place, and soon you will lose Yelesia together, the prince pointed out truthfully. 20%. 1 year, Durga said, feeling actual pain as he spoke the words. They will not have to be there long, remember. 30%. 2 years, the head of Black Sun said. I do not negotiate. Durga drew a deep breath, feeling the ghosts of bruises and injuries from his battle with Gilliac awaken. Very well, he said sullenly. Zizor smiled pleasantly. Fine. The mercenaries will embark as soon as possible for Yelesia. It is a pleasure doing business with you, my friend. It took every bit of willpower Durga could summon to say, Very well, your highness. Thank you. He cut the connection and slumped in despair, imagining what Aruk would say to all this. I'm trapped, he thought. Trapped. All I can do is try to make the best of it. Han did not sleep well that night. Thoughts of Bria and her proposition raced through his mind like an asteroid in a collision course. I can't trust her. Can I? I don't want to see her. Do I? He dozed in dreams of mounds of glitter stem, which mutated without warning into piles of credits. He leaped into those piles, rolled around in them, shouting joyfully, and suddenly Bria was there with him, and he was holding her, rolling over with her, kissing her in the midst of piles and piles of credits. More wealth than he'd ever imagined. He jerked awake with a gasp, and then lay there, his arms behind his head, staring into the darkness. Maybe I ought to do it, he thought. This might be my big chance to make that big stake. I could get out, make a bundle, and retire. Find myself a nice little place in the corporate sector and just let the empire go to blazes all by itself. He lay there, tossing and turning, punching his pillows in frustration, until he could stand it no longer. Swinging out of bed, he headed into the fresh air, then dragged on clean clothes. He also combed his hair, reflecting ruefully that the haircut had gone beyond the realm of should get one to want to be mistaken for Chewy's cousin. Then, carrying his boots, he tiptoed out through the dark, silent apartment, not wanting to wake Chewy or Jarek, who was sleeping on the couch. He was almost at the door when he stubbed his toe on something unyielding and heard a plaintive electronic bleat. ZZ! Han dropped his boots, swore aloud, then snarled at the antiquated droid, who was babbling apologies in its twittering, querulous voice. Shut up! Han snarled and slammed out the door. He was back a second later to collect his boots, and then gone again. The smuggler's rest was on the border of the Corellian sector. Han arrived there before the place was even open, and had to buzz for the night clerk. It suddenly occurred to him he didn't know what name Bria had registered under, but he'd barely begun to describe her when the bored clerk brightened. Oh, her, he said, licking his lips. She expecting you, buddy? Let's just say she'll be glad to see me, Han said, sliding a credit piece across the counter. Okay, sure. Room 7A. Han went up in the ancient turbo lift and then walked down the dark, noisome hallway. He tapped on the door. Moments later, he heard her voice, sounding wide awake. Who's there? It's me, Bria. Han, he said. There was a long pause, then the locks clicked and the door swung open into the darkness. Come in with your hands up, Bria's voice said. Han walked in as directed, and only when the door was closed behind him did the lights come on. He turned to find Bria wearing a nightshirt that was too short for her blaster in her hand. What do you want? Her voice was anything but friendly. Han found it hard not to look at her long, shapely legs. Just wanted to talk to you. I'm reconsidering your proposition. You are, eh? She still didn't look friendly, but at least she lowered the gun. Okay, give me a minute. Grabbing her clothes, she disappeared into the fresh air and came out again a minute later, fully clothed, down to her boots. Han nodded down at her right leg. What's in the boot? Hold out blaster, she said with a small, feral smile. A nice little lady's model. I see, Han said. He sat down on the edge of the rumpled bed, feeling her warmth still amid the covers. Bria sprawled in the room's single chair. You go looking for Mako after we parted? I made some inquiries, she said, and her mouth twisted. Found out why you were laughing when you walked away. Yeah, Han said. Tough break for Mako. I don't know what he'll do now. He cleared his throat. Anyhow, I didn't come here to talk about Mako. I've been thinking about your offer. Maybe I was too hasty. Let's face it. I was sore about the way you dumped me. I had to get that out of my system, maybe. He hesitated, and she stared at him. Her hair was hanging in wisps around her face, and Han was glad to realize it wasn't all chopped off. She must have had it up in a tight bun earlier. She waved at him. Go on. So, yeah, maybe I shot my mouth off a little earlier, Han admitted. Wouldn't be the first time. She widened her eyes. No, you can't mean it. Han resolutely ignored the sarcasm. Anyhow, it won't happen again, so I want in. I'll give my friends your proposition and help train your pilots how to deal with the Ylesian atmosphere. I'll bet some of the privateers would also want in. I'll talk to them in return for what you promised me. 50% of Terenza's treasure room, or 75,000 credits worth of spice, whichever's more. She considered. And you'll be civil? Yeah, Han said. I'm always civil to business partners, and that's all this is. Just business. Bria nodded. It's a deal. She leaned forward and offered her hand. Just business. Han took it, reflecting she had a grip many men would envy. Okay. Chapter 13. And Fire. Durga activated his comm system and keyed in the codes his parent had given him years ago. He wondered if they'd still be the correct ones. This was a very important call. The connection took several minutes to establish, and it was not a good one. His party must be a long way from the outer rim. Finally, the picture coalesced. The hollow image of the most famous bounty hunter in the galaxy appeared, wavering, all the edges fuzzy. But Durga could hear Fett's mechanically filtered tones clearly. Boba Fett, it is I, Durga, Lord Basadi, the hut said. Greetings. Lord Durga. The flat voice conveyed nothing. Not interest, surprise, or eagerness. Nothing. I'm a long way from the outer rim. What is it? I wish you to take on a priority bounty, Durga said. The situation is very delicate, potentially volatile. That's why I need you. I know that you perform exactly as you specify you will. There can be no mistakes in this case. I need the best. Boba Fett inclined his head. You're willing to pay the extra for a priority bounty? I must be adequately recompensed for turning my attention away from other assignments and concentrating solely on yours. Yes, I am, Durga said. The bounty's on the High Priest of Ylesia, Terenza. I'm willing to pay the sum of 200,000 credits. Not enough. 300,000, Boba Fett said, and I'll head back for the Outer Rim immediately. Durga hesitated, then nodded. Very well. The timing here is crucial. I wish to have you bring me Terenza's horn as proof of his death, but you must wait to make the kill until I have left Nal Hutta and am within 5 hours of landing on Ylesia. You must kill Terenza in such a way that none of the other Talanda Till will know of his death for some hours. Otherwise, if the other priests discover that their leader has been killed, they may try to stage a revolt. Understood? Affirmative. Contact you and confirm the timing before making the kill. Make sure no other Talanda Till realize he is dead. Correct. Durga then recited his ship ID codes, and Fett assured him that he had had them. I would like to remind you of the terms regarding a priority bounty, Fett said. I will concentrate on reaching the target you have specified, and will take no other bounties until I have delivered the High Priest's horn to you, and the priority bounty for Terenza is 300,000. Correct, Durga confirmed. Fett out. The fuzzy hollow image of the armor-clad bounty hunter rippled, then vanished. Durga then activated his comm for local frequencies, so he could check in with Zir. His hut lieutenant had assured him that he had narrowed the search for Terenza's successor down to 3 Talanda Till. Durga would go to interview them personally and select the new High Priest of Ylesia. Durga ruminated how pleasant it would be to have the bloody horn of the High Priest in his 2 dainty hands. Perhaps he'd have it mounted and hang it on his wall. Over the next 2 days, Bria Theron and Han Solo traveled around Nar Shaddaa together, recruiting smugglers and privateers to serve as pilot guides, and, in the case of the privateers, potential backup for her Yulesian operation. They stressed the easy pickings to be had in Yulesia, the wealth of spice stockpiled by Basadi. Both were careful to stick by their just business agreement, but Bria sensed a growing tension in Han and knew that it reflected her own feelings. He told her about what he'd been doing for the past 10 years, and she told him a little about her life with the Resistance. She explained to him that after leaving him on Coruscant, she'd wandered from world to world, constantly fighting her craving for the exaltation. 2 times I actually bought a ticket and stood in line to board a ship back to Yulesia, she said, and both times, when it came down to it, I just couldn't. I stepped out of line and went off and collapsed. Finally, she'd found a group on Corellia that had helped her deal with her addiction, helped her realize why she felt so empty, so driven. It took me months of hard digging into myself, she said, months to figure out why I wanted to hurt myself. I finally got it through my head that just because my mother hated and despised me for not being what she wanted me to be, I didn't have to hate myself. I didn't have to destroy myself in some twisted attempt to please her. Han, remembering Bria's mother, gave her a sympathetic glance. I used to feel cheated that I'll never know who my parents were. That is, until I met your mom, Bria, he said. There are worse things than being an orphan. She gave a shaky laugh. You are right, Han. Many smugglers and privateers were very intrigued by Bria's proposition, and they signed up droves of them. It didn't hurt that Jabba was backing the Enterprise and urging those who piloted for him to go. Many of the pilots who'd worked for him in some capacity were agreeing to be pilot guides. All the while, the Rebel Alliance was assembling ships out in space so the captains and ground commanders could be drilled on the battle plan. After Bria and Han had recruited enough smuggler captains so they'd have at least one smuggler per group of Rebel assault ships, they took the Millennium Falcon to rendezvous with the Rebel deep space coordinates, a spot well off the regular shipping lanes, but within one easy hyperspace jump of Yulesia. Bria was fascinated by the Falcon and suitably impressed by her speed and armament. Han enjoyed showing her around his ship, pointing out all his special modifications. In preparation for this ground assault, he'd finally gotten around to getting Shug and Chewie to help him install that belly gun he'd wanted for so long. Since this was ground assault, there was a good chance it would come in handy. When the Falcon was on approach vector to dock with the Retribution, Bria smiled at Han. You showed me yours, now let me show you mine, she said. Han laughed, and it was the most relaxed moment they'd had since they'd met. Beautiful ship, he said, admiring the Marauder corvette's clean, streamlined silhouette against the starfield. They were greeted when they disembarked by the captain of the Retribution, Tidris Bajaln. Han regarded him in astonishment. Tidris, he exclaimed, staring at the tall, balding man in the rebel uniform. How in the galaxy did you get here? Bria looked from one to the other. You know each other? We sure do, Han said, pumping Tidris's hand and exchanging back slaps. Tidris and I graduated in the same class in the academy. It's a long story, Bajaln said. After what you said to me that time aboard the Destiny, I couldn't help thinking more and more about how the service was getting as corrupt as the Empire. And then... His bony features twisted. Han, I'm from Typhus Fall, remember? Han had forgotten. He stared at his old friend, realization slowly dawning. Oh, Tidris, I'm sorry. Your family? The Corellian had met Tidris's family during graduation. Killed during the massacre, Tidris confirmed. After that, I couldn't stay. I knew I had to fight them, any way I could. Han nodded. Bria took Han on a tour of her ship. He was seeing yet another side of her, and as an ex-military man himself, was impressed by the discipline and alertness of her troops. The sentients of Red Hand Squadron obviously revered their commander. Han discovered that many of them were ex-slaves, people willing to give their lives to the mission of freeing those in bondage. Bria took Han to meet with other rebel commanders, and they attended several planning sessions for the raid. The Bothans were providing security, and the Sulistans had sent 10 ships and nearly 200 troops. In the years since Han and Bria had left Yulesia, Sullust had lost many citizens who had gone to Yulesia to become pilgrims. In addition to many ships from the Corellian Resistance, there were troops from Alderaan. Though much of the Alderaanian support was in the form of medical personnel, transport pilots, and other non-combatants. In Chandrila, it was hard to convince the Alliance that this could be done, Bria confided in Han. But it's become brutally apparent that our troops need combat experience. I was able to convince HQ that this raid would help the troops gain the confidence to start going up against the Imperials. All of the rebel ships from the Outer Rim had been detailed to the raid. Han surveyed the gathering fleet and conceded that they maybe did have a chance. He wound up giving a number of briefings to the rebel pilots who'd be flying the rebel assault landing shuttles into the Elysian atmosphere. During his first such briefing, Han ran into yet another old friend. "Jealous!" he exclaimed as a small, droopy-jowled Celestin trooped into the Retribution's briefing area. "What the heck are you doing here?" Jealous Nebel pointed to his ragtag rebel uniform. "What does it look like?" he squeaked. "The Elysian dream is now a dream of freedom, and she served the rebellion well for several years now." Han introduced Bria to the Celestin, and she was pleased to at last meet the brave pilot who had saved them from Helot's shackle. The three reminisced about the past and their daring escape from the slave planet. Both Jealous Nebel and Han were impressed to hear that Bria's group had taken Helot's shackle, now renamed Retribution. The reconditioned Retribution would be flying with the Resistance on this raid, carrying assault shuttles and backup troops under the command of another rebel commander. As Bria watched Han interact with the rebel commanders and other mission personnel, she realized she had never been happier. Han seemed to enjoy the chance to return to the old military lifestyle, eating meals in the galley, joking and talking with her troops. They were respectful of his knowledge and his military background as an Imperial officer, especially after Tidris Bajan recounted some of Slick's wilder escapades during their academy days. She found herself hoping that Han would realize that the Resistance was where he belonged, with the Resistance and with her. Every moment they were together was like coming home, she thought, though she was careful to keep her just business distance. All the while, she wondered what Han was thinking about her. At the end of their second day with the gathering rebel fleet in their deep space rendezvous, Bria received a message that she was needed to meet with some potential allies from the Resistance on Ord Mantell. Han offered to take her there in the Falcon, proud of the chance to show off his ship's speed, though the first time he tried to jump into hyperspace, the cranky Falcon refused to cooperate. When two elbow whacks failed to work, Han had to spend several sweaty and embarrassed minutes with a hydrospanner to get his ship to cooperate. Once they were in hyperspace, Bria sat in the co-pilot seat, watching Han handle his ship, admiring his sureness. "She's a wonderful ship, Han," she said. "I watched you win her, you know." Han turned to her, surprised. "What? You were there?" Bria explained about her trip to Bespin during the big sabacc tournament. "I was rooting for you," she said. "When you won, I wanted to—" She recalled herself, blushed, and fell silent. "Wanted to what?" Han asked, his eyes very intent. "Oh, I just wished I could break cover and congratulate you," she said. "By the way, whatever did you do to that Barabel to make her so mad?" Han looked at her, then his mouth twitched and he burst out laughing. "You met Shalimar?" "Not formally," Bria said dryly, "but I wound up standing beside her during some of the play after she'd been eliminated. That was one cranky reptilioid, let me tell you." Han chuckled, then explained how he and Shalimar had had a run-in back on Deveron 5 years ago. "She told me she was going to bite my head off," Han said. "And she'd have done it, too, if it hadn't been for Chewie." "Deveron? Oh, yes, I remember," Bria said, and then at Han's look, fell silent again. She bit her lip before the intensity of his gaze. "So it was you that day at the Elysian revival," Han said. "I thought I was seeing things. I swore off drinking for months after that day." Bria nodded. "Yes, that was me, Han, but I couldn't let you blow my cover. I was in that crowd for a mission." "What was that mission?" She met his eyes steadily. "To assassinate Veritil, the Talandatil. You followed it up, though. Far as I know, Veritil's still alive, though probably not for long." Han regarded her for a long moment. "You really have done just about anything for the Resistance, haven't you?" Bria was distressed by his stare. "Don't look at me like that, Han," she cried. "They're evil. They deserve to be killed." He nodded slowly. "Yeah, I guess they do," he said. "But it's kind of unnerving, you know." She gave him a shaky smile. "Sometimes I unnerve myself." When they reached Ord Mantell, Bria met with the Resistance leaders there to explain the mission and its importance. She was elated that, after their meeting, the Resistance promised to dispatch 3 ships and 100 troops, plus appropriate support and medical personnel immediately. As Han and Bria were preparing to board the Falcon for the trip back to the Rebel D-Space rendezvous, one of the junior officers came up to her with a message flimsy. She scanned it, then looked up at Han. She gave him a tight smile. HQ just got a message from Tagoria. There's a small contingent of Tagorians who have volunteered to come along. They want us to pick them up on our way back. Han smiled slowly. Murg and Rov, he guessed. It doesn't say, but it's a good bet they're part of the group, Bria said. Can we? Sure, he said, not meeting her eyes. Tagoria's a pretty world. I wouldn't mind seeing it again. Bria looked away too. It was on a Tagorian beach that she and Han had first become close. It was a beautiful world, fraught with memories for both of them. They didn't talk much during the trip. Bria found herself so nervous that her stomach was in knots. She wondered how Han felt. Han eased the Falcon down onto the landing field bordering Karos, the largest city in Tagoria. After completing his post-flight checks and updating his log, he and Bria headed for the landing ramp. A group of Tagorians were already heading out to the field, and Han thought he recognized one huge black male with white chest hair and whiskers, and there was a smaller orange and white female with him. Bria smiled excitedly. Murg and Rov! The humans jogged down the ramp and reached the ground just in time to be seized and hugged so violently that their feet left the ground. Murg! Han shouted, so glad to see his old friend that he wound up thumping the huge felinoid on the chest with his fists while his feet dangled. How are you, buddy? Han. Murg was nearly choked with emotion. Tagorians were an emotional people, especially the males. Han Solo. Murg very happy see Han Solo again. Too long it has been. He obviously hasn't been practicing his basic, Han thought, amused. Murg's basic had always been rather fractured, but after all this time it was worse than ever. Hey Murg, Mrov, it's good to see you both. After their greetings were over, Mrov explained that there was a contingent of Tagorians who had run-ins with Yelesia over the years, who wanted to be part of the assault. 6 of our people were either enslaved or close to those enslaved there, Han, Mrov said. We wish to have a part in making sure that no other Tagorians will ever be trapped by that terrible place again. Han nodded. Well, we can get started any time you wish, he said. Murg shook his head. Not possible until tomorrow, Han. Sarah's Moskoth was attacked mid-flight by Big Lifon, broke its wing. Sarah has borrowed Moskoth, sent us message, will be here tomorrow. Tonight Han and Bria are honored guests, yes? Han looked at Bria and shrugged. Sure, he said. She didn't meet his eyes. Fine. They spent the afternoon catching up with their friends on 10 years of history. Murg and Rob seemed a very happy couple, even though, in true Tagorian fashion, they spent only a month out of each year together. They had 2 cubs, both female, and Han and Bria met them. One was barely more than a kit, and she was extraordinarily cute. Bria and Han spent a couple of hours playing with them in the beautiful gardens. That evening, the humans were wined and dined with the best of Tagorian food and drink. Tagorian storytellers regaled them with tales of their own escapades from 10 years ago, when they had escaped from Yelesia. Han barely recognized himself. The accounts had obviously been enhanced over the years, until he emerged as such a heroic figure it was almost laughable. Han was careful with the strong Tagorian liquor, and noticed that Bria drank only water. I can't drink, she said when asked. I'm scared I'll get to like it too much. I have to be careful. Once addicted, you can get addicted again, to other things. Han admired her restraint and said so. After the festivities were over, Murg and Rov conducted their guests to the finest of their guest apartments, then bade them good night. Han and Bria stood on opposite sides of the living room and regarded each other in silence for a long, uncomfortable moment. Han glanced at the door leading to the one bedroom. Guess Murg and Rov still think we're an item, he said. Guess so, she agreed, unable to meet his eyes. Well, I guess it's the pallet out here for me, Han said. Hey, Bria remonstrated. I'm a soldier. I've slept in mud holes before with no blanket. No need to treat me like a lady, Han. She smiled and took out a Decacred piece. Tell you what, I'll flip you for the bed. Han grinned at her, his most charming smile. Okay, babe, fine by me. Bria looked at him and their eyes locked. Oh dear. She sounded as though she'd just run 4 or 5 clicks. Han was feeling a bit breathless himself. Oh dear, what? He said, taking a step toward her. Bria smiled shakily. The galaxy's no longer safe for humanoid females, she said. You've learned what you can do with that lopsided smile, haven't you? As a matter of fact, Han did have some idea, and so did a number of women he could name. He took another 2 slow steps in her direction and chuckled, genuinely amused. Hey, he said, there are times when it works better than my blaster. Bria was so tense he wondered if she were going to bolt, but she didn't move as he took another step toward her. Looking down, Han saw that her hand was shaking. Aren't you going to flip that thing? He asked softly. She nodded and took a deep breath, and her hand steadied a bit. Sure. Call it. You sure it's not a trick coin? Han asked, taking another step. Hey, she protested, it's a real deck of cred. With mock indignation, Bria showed him the disc, twirling it to demonstrate that it was indeed a regular coin. On the obverse was the head of the Emperor. On the reverse was stamped the symbol of the Empire. Han took another step, and now he could have reached out and touched her shoulder. Okay, I pick heads, he said quietly. Bria swallowed and flipped the coin, but she missed catching it because she was shaking again. Han, however, did not miss. He caught the coin, held it without looking. Heads, we share the bed, he said softly. Tails, we share the floor. But we agreed. She was stammering, trembling all over now. Just business. Han tossed the coin over his shoulder, and in one lunge he pulled Bria into his arms. He kissed her with all the pent-up passion of the past days, and all those lost years. Kissed her mouth, her forehead, her hair, her ears, and then returned to her mouth. Finally, when he raised his head, he breathed, I say, the heck with business, right? Right, she murmured, and then it was her turn to kiss him. She wound her arms around his neck, holding him as tightly as he held her. Behind them, forgotten, the Decacred piece lay on the woven matting covering the floor, shining faintly in the dimness. The next morning, Han woke smiling. He got up and went to stand out on the little balcony overlooking the beautiful Tagorian garden. He breathed deeply, hearing the twittering of the tiny flying lizards, and remembered one alighting on Bria's finger all those years ago, that first time on the beach. He wished they had time to go back to that beach. Hey, he thought, when this Yalessian thing's over, we'll have all the time in the world, and all the credits we could want. We'll come back here. Then maybe we'll head for the corporate sector, do some business. With the Falcon, we can go anywhere, do anything. He wondered whether Bria would actually leave the Resistance for him. After what they'd shared last night, he didn't see how she couldn't. They were good together. So good there was no way they'd be apart from now on. Han heard a step behind him, but didn't turn, only stood staring out at the garden, inhaling the spicy scent of the Tagorian tree flowers. Arms slid around his waist, and he felt her hair against his back as she leaned against him. Hey, she said quietly. Good morning. It's good, all right, he said quietly. The best in a long time. 10 years, I think. Did I tell you last night that I love you? She murmured, kissing the back of his neck. You need a haircut. Several times, he replied, but you can say it again if you want. I love you. Sounds good, he said. I think you need more practice, though. Try it again. She laughed. You're getting a swelled head, Han. He chuckled and turned to hold her. You know, the Falcon's going to be so full of huge Tagorians all the way back to the rendezvous coordinates that you just might have to sit on my lap. I could manage that, she said. Sirah proved to be an extremely short for a Tagorian, only about 2 meters tall, but he was in excellent condition, his muscles sliding beneath his sleek black fur like oiled cords. On their way back to the deep space rendezvous, Han swung by Nar Shaddaa to pick up Jarek and Chewbacca. He'd been wondering how Chewie and Murg would get along. When he introduced the Wookiee and the giant Tagorian, Han was treated to the unusual sight of Chewie actually looking up at another being. Murg regarded the Wookiee assessingly, then said, Greetings to Han Solo's friend. He tells me you are his brother in fur. Chewie roared softly, and Han translated. Chewbacca sends greetings in return to Murg, he said. He is honored to meet a brother in fur from the past, the hunter Murg. Solemnly the two huge creatures regarded each other, then both turned to Han. He looked up at them, and could tell they liked each other. You guys, he said, have a lot in common. Indeed, said Chewie. They had Han. Any friend of Han Solo's is a friend of Murg's, the Tagorian announced. Han heard the door signal to his apartment buzz, and opened it to find Lando standing there. For once, the gambler wasn't dressed in the height of fashion, but in military-style rough fatigues, and he wore heavy boots. He was armed with a blaster and a blaster rifle. Hey, Han said, what's up? You going to a war? I just heard about your little jaunt to Yalessia, Lando said. I want in. Can I ride along on the Falcon? Han regarded his friend in surprise. Pal, this ain't your kind of thing, he said. We ain't expecting much in the way of resistance from those Gamorrean guards in Yelesia, but there's bound to be some shooting. Lando nodded. I'm a good shot, he said. Han, I've almost got enough credits saved to buy a new ship, a real beauty of a sleek little yacht I've had my eye on. I figure for a share of that spice in the warehouses, this is worth a little risk to my precious hide. Another 10,000 credits and that little beauty is mine. Han shrugged. Okay by me, he said. You're welcome to join the party. Thus, it was a very crowded, but thankfully short, flight back to the rebel rendezvous coordinates. The rebel fleet was mostly gathered by now, along with most of the smuggler vessels. Bria and the other rebel commanders conducted final briefings so that each smuggler and each rebel assault group knew exactly what part they would play in the attack. Each group of rebel assault shuttles had at least 3 or 4 smuggler ships to guide them down through the atmosphere. There were 9 colonies now on Yelesia, and there were 9 attack forces, each commanded by a rebel commander like Bria. She'd chosen the toughest objective for herself, Colony 1. It boasted the largest warehouses, the most pilgrims, and the best defenses, but Bria was sure that Red Hand Squadron could handle it, especially with Han flying beside her. By now, Han was familiar with Jace Pole, Dino Hinks, and her other officers. He wondered if any of them realized that he and their commander were now a couple. The assassinations would be starting any time on Yelesia, and the main attack was set for tomorrow morning, ship standard time, which had nothing to do with day or night on Yelesia, when the pilgrims would be desperate for the exaltation and amenable to taking orders from anyone who promised it to them. As Han and Bria ate supper that night in Retribution's galley, Han's attention was suddenly drawn to the external monitoring unit that showed the masses of gathering ships. A familiar shape, one he'd known from childhood, was moving into view. He stopped chewing, then swallowed hastily and pointed. Bria! That big old Liberator-class transport. Where'd you get it? She looked at him and grinned. Looks a bit familiar, doesn't it? Han nodded. I'd swear that's Trader's Luck, the ship I grew up on. She nodded. It is. I was saving it for a surprise. The Corellian Resistance bought it a couple of years ago at scrap prices, and we've converted it into a troop carrier. We named it the Liberator. Han had heard that the vintage ship had been abandoned following Garrus Shrike's death. He looked at the old vessel, feeling his throat tighten. He was glad to know that the Liberator now had a new life. You're going to use her to get the pilgrim ship to safety, right? Many of them, she agreed. Your old home will take them to a new life, Han. He nodded and finished his meal, his eyes seldom leaving the huge, antique vessel. Memories flooded him, memories of Dulana, mostly. Since the Falcon boasted only a few sleeping bunks, Han decided to stay the night in Bria's cabin. They held each other close, each of them acutely aware that tomorrow they'd be going into battle. And in battles, people died. After tomorrow, Han whispered to her in the darkness, we'll always be together. Promise me. I promise, she said. Together. He sighed and relaxed. Okay, he said. And, Bria? Yes? You watch your back tomorrow, sweetheart. He could tell she was smiling from the way her voice sounded. I will. You too, okay? Sure. Hours later, Bria was awakened from a troubled doze by the soft chime of her cabin intercom. She came instantly alert and, pulling on a robe, went into her adjoining office. The communication officer on duty told her she had an incoming message. Send it through to me here, she said, pushing her hair back from her face. Moments later, Bria was facing her commanding officer, Pianat Torbol. She stiffened to attention. Sir? Bria, just wanted to wish you luck tomorrow, he said, and to tell you... He hesitated. Yes, tell me what, she prompted. I can't be specific, but our intelligence reports that the Empire has something big underway. Really big. Something that could crush the entire Rebel Alliance in 1 or 2 engagements. Bria stared at him in shock. Some kind of secret fleet, she asked. I can't tell you, he reminded her, but bigger than that. Bria couldn't imagine what he was talking about, but she'd grown used to the need-to-know system long ago. Okay, so what does that have to do with this raid tomorrow? It's going to take everything we have, every resource we can muster, every credit we can scrape together to deal with this, Torbol said. Your mission was important before this. Now it's critical. Take everything you can get, Bria. Weapons, spice, everything. Sir, that's my objective, she said, her heart beginning to thud. I know that. I just thought you should know. We're dispatching several intelligence teams to Raltier to try and find out more. They'll need credits for bribes, surveillance equipment, you know the drill. Of course, Bria said. Sir, I won't fail you. I know you won't, Torval said. I shouldn't have contacted you, perhaps. You're under enough pressure. But I thought you should know. I appreciate your telling me, sir. Thank you. Torval gave her a quick salute and broke the connection. Bria sat there in her office, wondering if she should go back to bed or just start the day early. She heard Han's voice, a little rough with sleep, from the other room. Bria? Everything okay? Everything's fine, Han, she called. I'll be there shortly. Rising, she paced slowly back and forth, remembering what he'd said to her earlier. They'd be together. Always. Yes, we will, she thought. We'll be together. We'll guard each other's backs, and together we'll fight and we'll prevail against the Empire. And if we have to sacrifice to achieve that, we will. She knew that Han would understand about the treasure and the credits. He pretended to be such a mercenary, but at heart he wasn't. She knew that. Her mind once more at rest, her resolve firm, Bria went back to bed. Sunset at Ylesian Colony 5. The ruddy rays of the low sun, breaking through 100 gaps in the massed clouds, were projected as pastel spikes across the sky. By the choppy waters of the Sea of Hope, the robe-clad pilgrims assembled on the beach cast long shadows across the sand. Potarza, head sacredo of the colony, raised his ugly Tlandatil head and surveyed the crowd, his horn sweeping slowly back and forth as he did so. His bulbous eyes shone like blood as they bulged from his grayish, wrinkled flesh. After a moment, he brought up his diminutive arms, and the ceremony began. The one is all, he intoned in the rumbling, nasal, heavy language of the Tlandatil. 500 voices echoed the phrase back. The one is all. At that very moment, at Colony 4 on the other side of the planet, it was just after midnight. Dark clouds drifted across the moonless night sky, extinguishing stars, making the night even blacker. On the wall of the priest's quarters, there was a soft, chitinous scratching. Ylesian vermin frantically darted away in all directions. Noi Wagla, small and bug-like herself, scuttled up the smooth permacrete and, barely pausing, to chew a hole in the grating through the window. She crouched, poised on the sill. Below her in the darkness, she could hear the sleeping noises of the priest she had come to kill. Jabba would pay well for this, enough that she might some day be able to return to her own species. The great creatures in their sleeping harnesses filled the small room, made it stink of musk. The Hollop crawled up the nearest rough-textured harness and paused below the enormous head. The Tlandatil shifted slightly, and she backed away, alarmed. But after a moment, the priest's snoring resumed. Wagla advanced even closer. This is going to be easy. Wagla seized a large vial strapped to her back in her formidable mandibles, pulled out the stopper with her palps. Jabba had tested the substance himself. A drop of the poison called Shrapton, placed on the sacredo's lower lip, would kill even the largest Tlandatil in seconds, silently and without struggle. Retracting several of her legs, Wagla climbed toward the priest's mouth. The all is one, intoned Potarza. The all is one. Ix Foy, whippet assassin and bounty hunter, waited in the corridor leading to the underground mud baths of Colony 7. It had been a tedious few weeks, living as pilgrim, trying to blend in, when all his instincts called for getting it over with, hunting the ugly Muprida down and escaping. But the bloated one had specified tonight as the time, and Foy wanted to collect his full fee. The sound of Tlandatil voices echoed up from the dimness below, and Foy heard their characteristic shuffling gait. The assassin checked the 2 small holdout blasters he had smuggled into the compound, fully charged, of course. He tensed, thinking that the credits he was about to become entitled to were not so much the prize of a hunt so much as a gift. Security here in Colony 7 was lax beyond belief. Foy could see them coming now, and he pressed himself into a hollow in the uneven wall. As he'd expected, it was his targets, the 3 male sacredos. He could smell them, and his sensitive nostrils recognized the reek of the males. They were close now, coming closer, closer. Foy leaped out with a ferocious roar, Blasters raised. Aim for their eyes, he thought as he fired his first salvo. In service to the all, everyone is exalted. Everyone is exalted. Tuga Selpivo, down on his luck Corellian space tramp and jack of all trades, paused for a moment at the edge of the Ylesian jungle and looked back. Colony 8 was a gray smudge in the very first light of dawn. Sunrise was still an hour away. Selpivo grinned and wiped the sweat off his face with a back-and-forth motion, catching a whiff of the vinegary bomb powder residue on his hand. He couldn't wait to see the explosion. It was so quiet. Even the scraping and peeping in the Ylesian jungle was gone. There was no wind at all. Selpivo forced himself not to blink as he waited. When the brilliant orange flame flowered from the Talandatil's sleeping chamber, there was a moment before the sound reached him, and he thought, "It doesn't seem real." Then the crack and boom rolled over him, almost knocking him down, followed by the cries and wails of the remaining inhabitants. "Job well done," he said to himself, chuckling. "I'll be back on Poita before the fire's put out." We sacrifice to achieve the all. We serve the one. Serve the one. The Rhodian named Sneakwix sniffed the air thoughtfully, his aqua snout wriggling. Mid-afternoon sun slanted down into the wide courtyard and dusting to hang in the hot, thick air. With infinite care, he secured the last strand of monofilament fiber across the opening of the passageway to the factory compound. Colony 9 was not yet finished, but the main building and dormitories were close enough to completion to start up operation. Nearly 300 pilgrims were resident, most of them employed on the construction gang. Sneakwix had come in with the last bunch, his experience as a permacrete artisan coming in handy. "Here they come." The Rhodian stepped back from the invisible wire, then ducked under it, making sure he came nowhere near the deadly stuff. Once in the corridor, he made his way up the first-level balcony, which overlooked the courtyard. The 6 Talandatil, 3 males and 3 females, were returning from their post-siesta walkabout, ambling toward the dinner hall and their supper. A cadre of Gamorrean guards surrounded them, their axe heads glinting in the sun. Sneakwix pulled the sound projector remote control from his little pouch, hefting the device and feeling the smoothness of its contours. "I don't even have to get near them," he thought delightedly. "I love this assignment. I don't have to risk my delicate little neck." His ears twitched expectantly as he turned the dial to its maximum position and engaged the trigger. Suddenly, from the other side of the courtyard, a hideous, shrill wailing began, a sound so high it made Sneakwix shiver. It was an ancient recording of the savage Thota, the principal predator of the Talandatil on their long-lost homeworld of Varal. The Talandatil froze for a second, their protuberant eyes swinging in every direction as they tried to locate the source of the cry. The head Sacredo, Tars by name, reared up onto his hind limbs and spun about, calling to the others. But it was no use. The huge creature stampeded mindlessly in all directions, trampling Gamorreans as they headed for the openings in the courtyard wall the Sneakwix had booby-trapped. Finally, even Tars panicked and dashed for the nearest exit. The Rhodian, who had a taste for bloodshed, smacked his prehensile lips as the priests came apart, monofilaments slicing them more cleanly than any blade. Tars got halfway through the opening before his upper torso peeled back, revealing the dark maroon interior, internal organs laid out side by side, blood pooling and spilling as he fell to complete the gash. In a trice, they were all dead, big pools of wine-red blood slowly spreading around the quartered corpses, and only a few dazed Gamorreans were left to try to figure out what had happened. "Maybe this'll mean a promotion," Sneakwix told himself. "Jabba seems to like me already. All I have to do is stick with him." "Prepare for the blessing of exaltation." Potarza took a step forward and sensed the priests on either side of him doing the same. The pilgrims broke ranks, pressing forward, falling over one another, uttering little whimpers of anticipation. Potarza began to inflate his neck pouch, scanning the expectant faces, when something caught his eye. There was a humanoid pilgrim pushing toward them, nothing unusual about that. However, instead of a pilgrim's cap, there was a dark hood thrown over his head. Potarza stared in fascination. The hood was empty. The thing was quite close now. He was sure of it. Suddenly the hood fell back, and the headless thing pulled a weapon out of its robe. Nameless dread gnawed at the Till. He took a few steps back, bumped into one of his brothers. The robe fell to the ground, and the sacred doe looked straight into the muzzle of a blaster, seemingly floating in the air. His thinking seemed fuzzy and oh so slow, but one thought came with crystal clarity. Oh, Anara, just an Anara. Then brightness fell from the air. At Colony 1, the oldest and largest of the Ylesian facilities, only a few moments later it was nearing midday. Terenza sat in the shallow, squishy mud like a beached Walladon, hardly moving, eyes closed. The developments of the last day were discouraging beyond belief. Durga, curse him, had called his bluff. Terenza opened his eyes and took in the depressing sight. Beyond Veritel and Telena and the other Till soaking in the mud, sleek Nova Force ships littered the landing field, and small teams of heavily armed sentients wearing the uniform of the mercenary unit were everywhere. How could Durga have known what he planned? Maybe the young Hutt was smarter than he thought. Now that he reflected on it, Terenza decided it had probably been a bad idea to kill Kivik so brazenly. But the worst of it was that Terenza still couldn't know for sure how much Durga knew. Perhaps the Nova Force troops were Durga's response to the High Priest's disingenuous request to beef up the Ylesian defenses. Maybe he didn't suspect foul play in Kivik's death. Terenza liked that idea. If true, the Till would just have to wait and hope that this situation was temporary, and that, after a while, Basadi would grow weary of paying Nova Force to stay here. Wait, I can wait a little longer. In any event, that's all I can do. The Nova Force Commandant, a squat, heavy-gravity world human named Willem Kamaran, was approaching the edge of the flat, treading gingerly, not wanting to soil his shining black boots. Finally, he gave Terenza a disgusted look, and motioned for the Till to come to meet him. The High Priest decided that he'd at least pretend to cooperate until he found out more. Hoisting himself to his feet, Terenza started in the man's direction. Without warning, a lash of energy sizzled into the mud in front of him, spattering him with ejecta. The High Priest halted in confusion. What? Terenza turned to see 3 beings in camel uniforms come racing out of the jungle, blaster rifles blazing. The Gamorreans who'd been guarding them were already dead. Pachoo! 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 The sound of blaster fire was all around him. Terenza tried to run, tried to change directions, but slipped in the mud, falling to his knees. Is this Nova Force? Has Durga ordered them to execute us now? Terenza thought, hysteria nearly getting the better of him. At the edge of his vision, he saw that Kamaran was also shooting now, but not at him, at the intruders. Other Nova Force soldiers were coming up behind him, blasting away. By Varl, they're trying to protect us. There was no place to run. Terenza froze in panic. Veritil, he could see, lay motionless, a smoking hole where an eye used to be. Talana had run deeper into the mud, but was unable to submerge herself, and was flailing back and forth in complete terror. Terenza realized suddenly it was only a matter of time. Taking a deep breath to still the fear erupting in his heart, he let himself fall, then lay still, playing dead. The blaster fire abruptly stopped, and Terenza opened his eyes. It worked. The intruders lay dead. The High Priest dared to raise himself and survey the scene. Talana! She was half covered by mud and water, and her head was under. She can't breathe. Before he had reached the body, Terenza knew the truth. He cradled the massive head as best he could in his weak arms, trying to find a spark of life in his mate, but she was gone. Kamaran had taken a hit in the arm, and his tan uniform was covered with dark brown smears. And there was Gunnar Tos, Terenza's major domo, making his way through the milling soldiers, pausing for a moment at the mud's fringe, then plunging right in. "My lord Terenza," he cried, his weak old human's voice barely more than a croak. "It's terrible. All over the planet, assassins are killing our priests. We've had reports from colonies 2, 3, 5, and 9. Off-world communication has been cut. Oh, sir, Lord Veritil, and Telena. Sir, what can we do?" He wrung his hands distractedly. "Sir, this is the end. There can be no more exultations. What shall we do?" Terenza snorted heavily, trying to think. Was this Durga's work? No, it couldn't be. The Basadi enterprise depended on the Talandatil. Who was responsible for this, and what should he do now? Chapter 14. The Battle for Yelesia. Jealous Nebel entered the Yelesian atmosphere with great care, watching for storm cells and staying in constant touch with the rebel assault shuttles that were following him. He was a lead ship and well aware of his responsibility. "Shuttle 3, he said into his comm unit in his squeaky basic. "Watch yourself. You're drifting too far to port. Storm cell 311 is headed in your direction. The ionization from those lightning storms will mess up your instrumentation. Increase speed and close up." "This is Shuttle 3. We copy, Dream of Freedom." They were flying through thick clouds now, and the Dream was buffeted by high winds. Darkness surrounded them. They were flying toward the sun, but they would not reach daylight before they landed. The Celestin checked his instruments. "Tighten formation," he ordered. "All ships, tighten formation." He saw the running lights of his starboard wingman for a moment, then the clouds blotted them out. They were being slammed by gusts, and the clouds were so thick that Nebel didn't even bother to glance at his view screen. Instruments only flying. Rain and hail and electrical storms raged nearby, lighting the inky clouds in acidic flashes. Nebel followed the progress of his formation on his tactical sensors. It had been 10 years since Nebel had flown through Yelesian atmosphere, but he was surprised how it all came back to him. He was leading half the rebel ships assigned to Colony 1 in, and Han Solo was taking the other half in the Millennium Falcon. Han had taken his Celestin friend for a brief tour of his ship yesterday, and the two pilots had caught up on old times while Nebel enjoyed watching Han show off his pride and joy. Nebel spotted another storm cell, pointed it out to his formation, and then sent his ship swooping down, automatically checking his landing vector. His assigned landing spot was directly in the middle of the Colony 1 compound. He was carrying a squad of troops, and their assignment was to secure the Andrus factory. As he flew, Nebel could hear the assault commander aboard the transport Liberator reporting on the fleet's progress. The rebel forces had taken the Yelesian space station. Met heavier resistance than expected, but they were now reporting in that it was secured. Nebel stayed in close touch as he led his formation down. He was tracking the storm cells so the more inexperienced pilots wouldn't have to. In theory, at least, if they followed Nebel's lead, they'd be able to concentrate on their piloting as opposed to their navigation. They were almost down below the heaviest cloud layer now. Colony 1 was still in darkness, though dawn would arrive in about an hour. Nebel noticed that his rightmost shuttle was falling behind and quickly established contact. "Assault Shuttle 6, you're falling behind. What's happening?" "Having trouble with the stabilizer." The young pilot's voice was strained. "I've got my co-pilot working on it." "Formation, reduce speed. We don't want to lose Shuttle 6, Nebel ordered. Obediently, they reduced speed. The next voice Nebel heard over the comm was Han Solo's. "Hey, Nebel, what gives? You're slowing." The Celestin explained the problem. "Well, I don't want to go in ahead of you, so I'll drop back too," Han said. The Falcon and her ship slowed, falling back, leaving Nebel as planned, still in the lead. Both groups were still in good formation when they dropped below the cloud cover and saw the nighttime lights of Colony 1. Nebel was in the lead, and he'd repositioned Shuttle 6 so it was now beside him, so he could nursemaid the rebel pilot down. Nebel's other ships were flying half a ship's length behind the Dream and 6 as they swooped toward their assigned landing coordinates. Nebel had almost no warning. 1 second he was heading for his landing coordinates, everything fine, and the next his sensor suddenly blatted out a warning. Glancing down, jealous Nebel saw that he'd been targeted by a heavy turbo laser. "What?" he thought blankly. "Where?" The explosion was so massive, so all-consuming, that poor Nebel never even had time to realize he'd been hit. Han Solo watched with horror as Dream of Freedom and Assault Shuttle 6 were simply eradicated by 2 blasts from a ground-mounted turbo laser. The turbo laser blasted again, and 2 other shuttles performed frantic evasive maneuvers that caused them to run straight into a treacherous wind shear. Their stubby wings impacted, and then flaming, they hurtled down toward the jungle. Fireballs painted the darkness with crimson, marking the crash sites. Han was frozen with shock for a half second. A turbo laser? Where'd that come from? Then he checked his position and those of the ships in formation with him and began his own evasive. At the same time, he activated his comm, shouting, "Formations 1 and 2, veer off! Bria, order your ships to their alternate landing sites. Veer off! They got a heavy turbo laser down there. Nebel bought it." Without waiting for a response, Han swooped the Falcon up on her side and changed his approach vector, and not a moment too soon. A wash of fatal green energy streaked toward his ship, narrowly missing her belly. Han saw a damage control warning light up on his board and realized the shot had knocked out the extension and retraction controls on his new retractable blaster. The close brush had also managed to fry the terrain-following sensors. He swore, even as Chewie howled. Han heard shouts from Jarek, who was in the ventral gun turret and must have gotten a spectacular and terrifying view of the blast. Too close for comfort. He peeled away, accelerating to get well out of the range of the turbo laser. None of the other ships was hit, thankfully. The alternate landing sites were on the beach, more than 2 kilometers from the center of Colony 1. Han brought the Falcon in for a landing, setting her down on the hard-packed sand not far from the breakers. He sat there for a second, just breathing hard, enveloped by the Ylesian darkness. He kept his lights on, so none of the other pilots would be tempted to land on top of him. To his right, as he sat in the cockpit, were the dunes, and beyond them, the mud flats in Colony 1. To his left was the Zomo Guanga, which in Huttese meant Western Ocean. Behind and before him stretched the beach, and already other ships were settling into place. Leaving Chewie to finish up their post-landing checks, Han keyed his comm. "Shuttle 1, this is the Falcon. Bria, this is Han. Come in, Shuttle 1. A crackle of static, then her voice. Han let out a sigh of relief. He'd lost track of formation a bit back there, and while he thought Shuttle 1 wasn't one of the ships hit, he hadn't been positive until now. "Han, I read you. Shuttle 1 landing now. Alternate site. I'm going to deploy my troops to the ground attack. We'll go in over the dunes. My squad will head through the jungle for the compound." "I'm coming with you," Han said. "Don't go without me." "Copy, Falcon." She hesitated. "Han, we need to secure the admin building. Can you take care of dispatching the Togorian squad?" Han knew she was thinking about the treasure room. The plan all along had been for Murg, who knew the layout in the jungle, to lead a squad of Togorians in there. But now they'd have to go a lot farther. "Right," he said. "I'll do that." Han went back to the lounge where the Togorians were unstrapping, checking the charges in their weapons and commenting to each other about rough rides. They wanted to know why all the stomach-churning aerial acrobatics. Han spent a minute explaining, then went on to tell Murg, Mrov, Sarah, and the other Togorians that they'd landed much farther from their target than anticipated. "This will be tougher than we originally planned," Han said. "You're going to have to make about a 2-kilometer hike through the jungle." Murg stood up, careful not to whack his head in the cramped surroundings of the Falcon's lounge. "Do not worry, Han," he said. "Murg will lead the way through the jungle to the administration building. Murg hunted all around Colony 1, and Murg remembers terrain well." Han pulled on his infrared goggles and his light helmet, picked up his weapons, then he and Chewbacca followed the Togorian squad down the ramp. Han watched their bright yellow images make their way up the beach. He pushed up his goggles and was instantly engulfed in complete darkness. The Togorians had vanished like shadows into the surrounding blackness. The Corellian took a deep breath of the late-night air, and the smell of the Ylesian ocean brought back a rush of memories. "Chewie," he said, "stay sharp. This world can be a real pit. Good thing it ain't raining for once." He tapped his goggles. "You need a pair of these, pal?" Chewie shook his head, affirming that Wookiee night vision was far superior to human vision. He could see fine and didn't need goggles. When Han turned to go up the landing ramp, Lando and Jarek came trooping down it. Like Han, they were carrying heavy blaster rifles and wearing helmets with infrared goggles. They stood together at the bottom, watching the rebel soldiers assembling from the shuttles. Most of the landing vehicles were down now. "So, where do you guys think you're going?" Han asked. "To find some action," Jarek said. "I ain't missing this." The youth clutched his blaster rifle, bouncing on his toes, obviously excited at the chance to take part in his first ground assault. Han had always figured he'd let Jarek stay in the ship. Safer that way. "Wait a minute," he said. "The Togorians are gone to capture the admin building. Me and Chewie are heading out with Bria. If you guys go looking for action, then who's going to guard the Falcon?" "Lock it and activate the security systems," Jarek said. "Nobody's going to get inside unless you let 'em, Han." Lando gestured at the beach. The last rebel and smuggler ships were coming in for a landing. "Won't Bria post a rear guard to watch the ships?" Han glared at the gambler. Lando suddenly realized he was being a bit dense and shut up. Smugglers were pouring out of their vessels now, and several of the captains were plainly not happy. Han braced himself as Kaj Nedmok and Arlie Braun stormed up to him, along with several other smugglers and privateers he didn't know. "Solo, what do you think you're doing leading us straight into a turbo laser?" Braun demanded. "I nearly lost my engines." Han shrugged and spread his hands. "Hey, it's not my fault. I didn't know. I almost got fried myself." Just then, Bria approached with Jace Pole, her second in command. "It's not Han's fault," she said to the unhappy crowd. "I'm going to have a word with the Bothans, though. They were supposed to have done the recon necessary for this mission. Unless that turbo laser was just installed, they should have pinpointed it before now." More grumbling from the assembled captains. Bria held up her hand for quiet. "Don't worry, you'll get what's coming to you," she said, her voice and eyes hard and full of authority. "Just stay here on the beach until we have the compound secured, or anyone who enjoys a fight is welcome to tag along." Most of the smuggler and privateer captains shook their heads and walked away, but one or two decided to go in with the rebels, probably to make sure they got to earmark the best spice in the warehouse for themselves. Han looked at Bria. "Chewie and me are going with you," he said. Jace Pole spoke up. "Commander, request permission to take my squad in and knock out that turbo laser. We're going to need to land more shuttles later on, and we can't, with that thing blasting ships out of the sky." Bria nodded. "Permission granted, Lieutenant. Take a demo team with you. Take out the laser, and if it can't be salvaged, destroy it." "Right, Commander." "Jarek Solo here. I'd like to go." Jarek spoke up to Pole. "That laser nearly singed my rear. I'd like a chance to be in on it taking it down." Pole nodded at the young man. "Glad to have you." Han caught Lando's eye and jerked his head at Jarek. Lando sighed, then stepped forward. "Count me in too, Lieutenant. I'm Lando Calrissian." "Glad to have you, Calrissian." Han waved at his friends as they started off down the beach with Pole's squadron. He watched as Bria gave final orders to the troops who would remain behind as rear guard for the ships on the beach. Then he and Chewie started up the beach with Bria and her troops. Her comlink chirped, and she turned it up so she could hear. Han listened to the voice of the assault commander, Blovon, up on the Liberator. "Rainbow 1 to all stations. We have multiple reports of heavy resistance. Be on the alert." Bria glanced at Han, then at her chrono. All forces have landed. We're running behind. She muted the comlink so it was just a distant mutter of commanders reporting in, then broke into a jog. Han and the squads ran after her. The infrared goggles took some getting used to. Han nearly tripped over a beach drift, and once he got tangled in a bunch of thorny sandgrass and got thoroughly scratched. Chewie obligingly lifted him up bodily, freeing him. His skin stinging, Han warned the others behind him. Been a long time, he reflected, scrambling behind Bria up the dune, clutching the heavy A280 rifle. Sand sifted and fell around him, and the footing was treacherous. The last time he'd done something like this was not a pleasant memory. Bria was the first to reach the top. She flattened herself, waving caution with a hand signal to her followers. Han wasn't expecting any fire. After all, they were not even in sight of the compound, but caution in battle is always a good thing. He dropped to his belly and wriggled up beside her, with Chewie right behind him. Sand sifted down his open collar, making him itch. He couldn't spare the time to scratch, though. Together, Han, the Wookiee, and Bria eased up the last half-meter and peered over the top of the dune, and nearly got the tops of their heads blown off. Repeating blaster fire hammered them, turning some of the sand to glass instantly, spraying them with minuscule hot particles that stung like insects. Chewie howled as he, Han, and Bria threw themselves flat, covering until the fire ceased. The rebel commander took a sensor reading and looked at Han, her face a yellowish blur with white lips against the varied greens of the infrared. He could see her frown beneath the masking goggles. "Han, I'm detecting at least 20 energy signatures out there waiting for us. Whoever these guys are, they're not a bunch of Gamorreans." Han stared at her. "That and the turbo laser?" "Yeah." She thumbed her comlink to transmit. "Rainbow 1, this is Red 1. We took turbo laser fire as we landed and changed to an alternate landing site. We're on the ground with moderate casualties. 4 ships lost, 3 shuttles, 1 friend." Friend, Han knew, was the agreed-upon code for a smuggler or privateer ship, encountering heavy resistance, but continuing our assault. The voice of Assault Command came back. "Rainbow 1 copies, Red 1. Do you need White 1? Blevin was asking whether Bria needed reserves from the Liberator. She keyed her link. "Negative, Rainbow 1. The reserves can't land while that turbo laser's still up. We're working on it. Red 1 out." "Rainbow 1, Blevin acknowledged her, and then was quiet. Bria switched frequencies to her inter-squad channel. Jace, this is Bria. Have you sneaked a look over those dunes yet? I did. Pole's voice was grim. Who are those guys? I don't know, Bria said, but they're obviously professionals. You circle around through the jungle and come down the med flats from the north. I'll go through the jungle and come up from the south. We'll catch 'em in a crossfire. Copy, Pole said. You would make me crawl through the mud. Bria laughed grimly and broke the connection. It took Han and Bria's team nearly 10 minutes to make their way far enough down the beach so they could be sure to be shielded by the jungle. They went up and over the dunes and down again into the jungle. Han followed Chewie's lead as they slogged through rotting vegetation. His nose wrinkled at the smell, and Chewbacca whined protestingly. Wookiees had a much more acute sense of smell than humans. Sweating and slipping through the muck underfoot, Han wished he'd worn boots with more traction. Finally, they reached the edge of the cleared area. Bria's sensors confirmed that their targets were just ahead. They crouched in the jungle and her comlink chirped softly. She turned the volume up. Receiving multiple reports of heavy resistance. Green Run reports confirmation that some professionals for a merc outfit calling itself Nova Force have been captured. Rainbow One out. Nova Force? Mercenaries? Han looked at Bria. Oh great, how'd they get here? She shrugged. Han scowled. And I told the smugglers and privateers this was going to be a piece of cake. Han listened tensely as she checked in with Jace Pole. Everything was in place. Han's pulse was racing. He swallowed and his saliva tasted metallic. You ready, pal? He whispered to Chewie, who was checking the charge in his bowcaster. Han checked the charge in his blaster rifle, even though he knew it was full. Finally, Bria nodded, and together the squad wriggled out of the jungle, crawling along cropped vegetation, their hands and knees digging into the muck. It had rained recently, of course. This was Yelesia. Han's fingers encountered permacrete, a landing field or road. It hadn't been there 10 years ago. Bria counted down seconds with Pole, then, fire! Han rose to his knees, sighted with his goggles, and saw a dim shape wearing an unfamiliar helmet, yellow marking body heat. He fired. The waning night exploded into blaster fire, choked off screams and battle cries. Still firing, Han and Chewbacca moved forward with Bria's troops. The soldier to his left went down. He glanced at her, saw a black hole where her face had been, whiffed charred meat, and kept going. Moments later, as the enemy fire stuttered out and died, Bria yelled for ceasefire. Han and Chewie approached, seeing the scattered bodies before them. Bria nudged one with her toe as Jace Pole, as smeared with mud as a Talanda Till after a wallow, approached. Look at that emblem on the sleeve, she said, an exploding star, and look at their armor and equipment. Professionals, all right. She counted bodies. 20. There were probably more manning the turbo laser. She and Han looked across the compound. In the pre-dawn darkness, they could make out the tower with the turbo laser atop it. Good thing they can't swing that thing down to hit targets on the ground, Han said, or we'd be cooked. Jarek and Lando came up, and the four friends stood off to the side as Bria ordered a few members of her squads to assist the wounded back to the ships and to salvage the Nova Force weapons. Remember, people, she said, we are taking it all. If it can be reused, salvage it. They nodded. Han looked at Lando and Jarek, crusted with mud, and shook his head. Lando, if Drea Renthal could see you now. Chewie began laughing. Shut up, Han. You too, Chewbacca, the gambler said, flicking fastidiously at his ruined clothes. Luckily for him, he donned rough clothing in preparation for the night's work. I don't want to hear it. I haven't been this dirty since... well, it's a long story. Han chuckled and looked at Jarek. So how'd you do, kid? Jarek nodded. Pretty good, I think, Han. I got at least 2 of 'em. Han clapped him on the shoulder. Great. We'll make a warrior out of you yet. Jarek's teeth flashed white in his mud-blackened face. As soon as the wounded were taken away by medics, Bria keyed her comlink, then ordered her waiting troops to advance on the double. Let's take that compound. Advance in squads. Demo teams, be ready. She turned up the volume on the comlink, and they heard, Rainbow 1, this is Green 2. I'm assuming command here. Green 1 is down. Rainbow 1 copies, Green 2. What's your status? Almost done here. Just mopping up. Expect to have the target secure in 5 minutes. Bria made a face. We're running behind. She clicked on. Rainbow 1, this is Red 1. Frontline resistance has been dealt with. Bringing up reinforcements and advancing into the compound. Red 1, status on that turbo laser? Rainbow 1, I have 2 squads preparing to deal with that now. Red 1, out. Rainbow 1, out. Han and Chewie watched Pole's group as they headed off through the jungle to come at the turbolaser crew from the east. Then they were busy, advancing with Bria's troops into the compound. They met scattered resistance from Yulesian guards, which, for the most part, they dealt with easily, as they'd expected to. The night was no longer silent, even when the guns were quiet. The moans and pleas of the wounded, yells for assistance, plus assorted shouted alien words. As they advanced, Bria's squads kept reporting in. Red Hand Leader, Squad 3 reporting. Andros Factory secured. Demo teams are moving in. Red Hand Leader, Squad 6 reporting. Welcome Center secured. Demo team's been summoned. Red Hand Leader, Squad 7, we're moving in on the dormitory. It's under guard by the mercs, but there are only about 6 of them. Not expecting any trouble. Red Hand Leader, Squad 2 reporting. We're moving into position to take that turbo laser. Estimate attack will commence in 5 minutes. Han and Chewie stayed close by Bria's side as the three guarded each other's backs. Bursts of blaster fire echoed through the compound, mixed with screams, Gamorrean grunts and squeals, and alien wails. Han figured there were probably a platoon's worth of mercenaries, 30 to 40 troopers all told. The Nova Force soldiers were truly professional. They fought bravely and well until it was obvious that defeat was inevitable. Then they surrendered. They were fighting for credits, not a cause, and it made sense to live and fight another day. Once a crazed pilgrim, toting a scavenged blaster pistol, came leaping out of the shadows and nearly winged Bria. Han shot the female Bothan down, killing her. He was rushed and had no time to aim for a disabling shot. Bria stared down at the pilgrim in horror, and for a moment Han thought he saw tears in her eyes. "Honey," he said, "there was nothing else I could do." "I know," she gave him a wan smile. "It's hard, though, having them attack you when you're trying to help them." Han patted her shoulder consolingly. She took out her comlink in response to a chirp from Assault Command and heard the ID Rainbow 1. A minute crawled by. Bria motioned her squad to fall in behind her. Then the AC channel spoke again, an outwardly calm tone that carried an undercurrent of strain. "Rainbow 1, this is Blue 1. I need some help here." Blevins' voice was flat. "Blue 1, say your status." 30% casualties, and they got us pinned down with repeating blasters. At least 2 of them. One in the warehouse, the other in a dormitory. I need White 1. "Blue 1, this is White 1. I can drop 2 platoons in 3 minutes. Where do you want 'em?" "Why don't you take the warehouse? Put 1 platoon north, just on the south side of Hill 3-1. Land the other in the jungle to the east, and hit them from the side. I'll take the dormitory." "Sounds good to me, Blue 1. White 1 out." Blue 1 out. Bria looked over at the turbolaser. The first flush of dawn was brightening the sky. Jace should be moving in any moment. As if her words had been a signal, the area around the turbolaser erupted with blaster fire. Shouts, screams, and the sounds of at least 2 grenades launching. Explosions filled the air. Bria waited a few tense seconds and activated her link. "Squad 2, report. Are you in? Have you got it?" No reply. Han and Chewie looked at each other tensely as they sheltered behind the Glitterstim factory. One of Bria's troops came trotting around from the rear of the building. "We're all secured, Commander. I've called for a demo team." She nodded distractedly. "Good work, Scott. Squad 2, this is Red Hand Leader. Report, please. What's happening?" Silence for 10 endless heartbeats, then suddenly heard the channel click. "Red Hand Leader, Squad 2. It was Jace Pole's voice. The troops around Han and Chewie grinned and gave a low cheer. "We've got it, but we have people down. Send the medics. Out." Bria hastily called in backup for Squad 2, then summoned in the medics shuttle, telling them it was safe to fly into the compound. She called into her comlink. "Squad 8, how are you Togorians doing?" A voice came over the comlink, speaking accented but understandable basic. "Mrav here. The building is almost secured, Bria. We are going to have to search the jungle for snipers, though. Some of the guards managed to get away. There are some ships landed up here, mostly small shuttles, but one big one. We have the ships under guard. It's possible some of the guards may try to escape." Bria addressed the comlink. "Great going, Morav. I bet you people made short work of those Gamorreans." Morav growled an amused laugh. Bria switched channels just in time to hear, "Red 1, this is Rainbow 1. Say your status." Bria had just opened her mouth to reply when blaster fire erupted from the center of the compound, aimed at them. Bria, Han, Chewie, and the other squad members dropped, covering against the wall. Han spat out a mouthful of mud and wished he could rinse his mouth out with the water from the flask on his hip, but he didn't want a chance moving. "Cover me, people!" Bria yelled over her shoulder. Then she began worming her way forward. Han and Chewie were right behind her. Blaster fire began wanging past over their heads. She turned, glanced back, saw him. "Stay back," she hissed. "I can handle this." "I know you can," Han yelled. "I just want to watch." For the first time ever, he heard her swear. She took careful aim with her blaster rifle, then when a target came up from behind a vehicle, squeezed off a round. The guard went down and lay motionless. "Good shooting," Han applauded. Together, they ran back into cover with the troops. Bria spotted the comlink she'd dropped, picked it up. "Red 1, this is Rainbow 1. Say your status." Blevins' voice was still calm. Bria was calm, but a little winded. "This is Red 1. The turbo laser's been knocked out, and we hold most of the factories. We're attacking the warehouse and dormitory right now. Should be done in 10 minutes. "Understood, Red 1. Will you need White 1? "I don't think so, Rainbow 1. We're beating them." Rainbow 1 copies. They waited, listening tensely, then, "Rainbow 1, this is Gold 1, objective secure." "Rainbow 1, copy that." A minute later they heard, "Rainbow 1, this is Orange 1, target is secured." "Rainbow 1, copy that." The other commanders from all the colonies except Colony 3 reported in, one by one. By that time, Bria had checked in with all her people. "Rainbow 1, she said, this is Red 1. Report target is secure here." "Rainbow 1, copy that." "We still haven't heard from Colony 3, Bria said worriedly. "They're the ones who needed backup. Hope everything's okay." As if in answer to her concern, a different voice spoke up. "Rainbow 1, this is White 1, reporting from Colony 3. Target is secured." Blevin said, "Acknowledged, White 1. Where's Blue 1? The new voice was bleak. "She's dead." Bria looked up. "Well, that's it. Eulessia's ours, gentles, except for mopping up. Let's call in those ships." Han turned to Chewbacca and pulled the Wookiee aside. "Chewie, I need you to do something right now," he said. "Huh?" "We got this area secured, but it sounds like Marav and Murg could use some help up in the admin building, where the treasure room is. I want you to check on them, make sure they've got it secured, give them a hand if they need it. Your night vision is about as good as a Togorian's, and if they're chasing some of those guards through the jungle, you could be a big help, and you know it." Chewbacca, as usual, took a dim view of being separated from his partner. "Come on," Han said. "I'm worried that some of those guards might break in and start stealing Terenz's collection. That's our stuff, remember?" Chewie grumbled, but his resistance was weakening. "Listen up, Furball," Han snapped. "I don't have time to argue. I trust Merc and Mrav, but I don't know those other Togorians. And all it would take is one busy guard who managed to break in. So you help Merg and Mrav secure the place, make sure the treasure room's still locked up, and come straight back. Shouldn't take you half an hour. You remember the location of the treasure room on that plan I sketched for you?" "Good. Get your furry butt in gear." Chewbacca was not happy, but the Wookiee departed without further argument. By now, ships were dropping from the pink-tinged sky like metal rain, landing in the center of the compound. Han was just taking a swig of water from his flask when a dark figure ran toward him. Han pushed up his goggles, squinted in the wan pre-dawn light, and realized it was Lando. Even before he saw the gambler's face, Han knew something was wrong. He hurried toward his friend. "Han, it's Jarek. Kid took a hit. He isn't going to make it. He's calling for you." "Blast!" Together they ran. Lando led him over to the temporary aid station the medics had set up, then pointed to a stretcher. Han walked over, looked down, and recognized Jarek's unruly hair, and that was practically all. The young man's face was a scorched, reddened horror. At first Han thought he was dead, then he saw that Jarek was still breathing. He looked up hopefully at the nearest medic. The Alderaanian shook her head grimly, mouthed, "Sorry." "Hey, Jarek, can you hear me?" Han took the grimy hand in his, grasped it firmly. "Kid, it's Han." Jarek no longer had much in the way of eyelids, and Han knew he must be blind. But he turned his head slightly, and his mouth moved. "Han, don't try to talk. You're going to be fine. They'll pop you in a bacta-tank to be chasing girls and shooting imps in no time." A faint thread of expelled air, and Han recognized it as the ghost of a laugh. "Liar. Han, got to tell you." Han swallowed. "Yeah, I'm listening." "Name." "My name, it ain't Solo. Lied to you." Han cleared his throat. "Yeah, I know, kid. That's okay. I give it to you. Far as I'm concerned, you earned it long ago." "You knew?" "Sure. I've known from the beginning, Jarek." The lax fingers tightened once, and then released. Han leaned over, checked for a pulse, and gently released his grip and stood up. His eyes were stinging, and it took him a second to regain control. The medic bustled by, and Han grabbed her sleeve. He's gone. Where's his ID? She handed him a comm chip. Han took it, then keyed in Jarek Solo under the name of deceased field. The medic called for help, and 2 labor droids trundled forward. Han watched as they efficiently wrapped the dead youth in the sheet, then carried him over to the row of bodies laid out neatly on the ground. Before he could turn away, they were putting another wounded rebel onto the stretcher. Water, the woman croaked. Han took out his flask. You're going to be okay, he said as he helped her to drink. Don't worry. The woman drank thirstily. Thanks. She slumped back onto the stretcher. That's okay, Han said. What's your name? Lindala Genwald, she muttered and winced. My arm hurts. We'll get you some help, Han promised, and went in search of a medic. Satisfied that Genwald was getting the attention she needed, he left the aid station and joined Lando, who looked at him sadly. Han, I'm sorry. I tried to look after him, but they launched a grenade and I had to hit dirt, and the next thing I knew... The gambler broke off, shaking his head. Han nodded. I know what it's like. There wasn't anything you could have done, Lando. Don't beat yourself up. Han took a deep breath. He was a good kid. Yeah. Lando broke off as both humans heard a familiar roar. Han hastily waved at Lando and went running away from the aid station toward Chewbacca. The Wookiee, seeing that Han was still unharmed, grabbed Han's shoulder and ruffled his hair in a Wookiee greeting. Han took a deep breath. Chewie, pal, he said. Brace yourself. Jarek bought it. The Wookiee stared at him for a moment, then threw back his head and voiced a roar of mingled rage and grief. Han silently echoed his friend's distress. Chewbacca pulled Han out of the way, began gesturing and growling emphatically. Mrov? Han said. Wounded? She gonna make it? Chewie wasn't sure, but he thought so. I gotta go find Murg, Han said. Tell you what, Chewie, you go get the Falcon, fly her over to that apron by the admin building, then we'll be ready to load her up. Chewie nodded and loped away. In moments, his tall form was lost to view amid the hurrying troops, dodging between the parked shuttles and tramp freighters. Han looked back for Lando, but his friend was gone. He went back to the aid station, asked where the Togorians were being cared for. The medic he questioned didn't know. It took 3 tries for Han to find out. Finally, he was directed to another auxiliary aid station where most of the non-humanoids were being treated. Han saw Murg's huge black shape crouching beside a pallet and hurried over. Hey, Murg! The Togorian turned at the sound of his voice, then leaped up and grabbed Han in a fierce hug. Murg is glad to see Han Solo. They are taking us up now, and Murg did not wish to go without saying farewell. Han looked down at Mrov. A bandage covered half her head. What happened? Murg and Mrov were on guard at the landing field, and 3 Gamorreans rushed us. She took 2 hits from a force pike before Murg tore her attacker's throat out. Oh, hey, pal. I'm so sorry, Han said. She gonna be okay, isn't she? She has lost the eye, Murg said, and Medic says perhaps her hand must come off. He does not know, but she will live, and she will take pride in knowing that the slaves are free, the priests are dead. Han nodded, and couldn't think of anything to say. The medics approached with an anti-grav pallet and loaded the wounded Togorian female onto it. Han walked with Murg to the medical shuttle, watched as Mrov was loaded in, and gave Murg a last silent hug goodbye. After watching the shuttle lift off, Han turned back toward the big spice warehouse, figuring that was where he'd find Bria. Seeing Jace Pole hurrying by, Han asked the lieutenant where she was. Pole jerked a thumb back at the pilgrim's dormitory. Han jogged over that way, then paused, midway between the warehouse and the dormitory. Rebel troops were herding pilgrims out of the dorm, and the dazed, frightened slaves were plainly on the verge of panic. Bria stood before them, a microphone in her hand, and addressed them. Listen to me, she called. The priests are all dead. You are free now, and we've come to help you. They've killed the priests, one old man shouted and began to sob. Wails and moans filled the air. Just get on these shuttles quickly, Bria said. We have medics and medications to help you feel better. We can cure you. The crowd grew increasingly restive. Another moment and there'll be a riot, Han thought uneasily. It was obvious that Bria wasn't getting through to them at all. We want exultation, one shouted, and the next moment they were all chanting and waving their fists in the air. We want exultation. Bria waved at the shuttles. Just get on the shuttles. We'll help you. We want exultation! The crowd surged forward, and Bria, with a disgusted air, signaled her troops. They opened fire with stun beams, and pilgrims began collapsing in droves. Having been stunned a few times himself, Han's body ached in sympathy for the pilgrims, and he was a bit shocked by Bria's ruthlessness in ordering her troops to simply shoot the slaves. But there wasn't much point in saying anything about it, he decided. As he stood there hesitating, watching the labor droids begin loading limp pilgrims into the shuttles, Bria turned away and saw him. Han waved and she ran toward him. He grabbed her, hugged her fiercely, so relieved they both made it through alive. "Jarek?" she asked. Han shook his head. "No," he said. "He didn't make it." "Oh, Han, I'm so sorry." Wrapping his arms around Bria, Han held her close, kissed her, and felt her kiss him back. They stood wrapped together in the midst of chaos. Finally, she pulled away and said, "It's time to head for the admin building. We've got to see to the treasure room." Han nodded. "Chewie's got the Falcon up there by now, ready to load her up," he said, looking around. The sun was up by now, and the scene before him was organized chaos, with rebel troops everywhere. Bria tugged at him, but Han didn't move. "Where's Lando?" he asked. "He was here a few minutes ago. Did he go pick up his share of the spice?" "Come on," she urged. Han looked over at the warehouse, figuring that Lando would probably be right there, waiting to get his share. He spotted him and took a step toward the warehouse, only to have Bria pull him back. "No, come on, we have to go." Han's eyes narrowed. "There's something funny going on in there," he said. He could see Lando and Arlie Braun and Shed Nebek and about 6 other smuggler captains standing there, near the open doorway of the warehouse. Just standing there, not moving. Han looked at Lando, and Lando looked back, but the gambler didn't move. "Come on!" Han started toward the warehouse, then stopped in surprise and dismay. Now he could see what was resting beside the door, covering the smugglers. A heavy repeating blaster on its tripod, with a rebel soldier standing behind it, and posted at intervals 3 additional rebel guards, all with their weapons trained on the smugglers. "What in blazes is going on?" Han demanded, swinging around to confront Bria. "What are you doing?" She bit her lip. "I hoped you wouldn't find out," she said. "It would have been easier, Han. I got my orders last night. There's something really big going on, and we need every credit we can scrape up. Everyone's going to have to make sacrifices. The smuggler captains are being held hostage for a little while. Their crews are being allowed to pick up the unprocessed spice. But we have to take the prime stuff. We need it, Han. I'm sorry, but I don't have any choice." Han's mouth dropped open, and he glanced back over his shoulder to see other smugglers glaring at him. "Oh, blast," he thought. "They think I was in on this from the beginning." What was he to do now? Give up his own share in the treasure room to side with the smugglers? Most of them wouldn't lift a finger to help him out if their positions were reversed. Han knew that. Besides, he didn't know any of them that well. Except Lando. Han shook his head and looked at Bria. "Honey, why didn't you tell me what you were planning?" "Because you never would have gone along with it," she said. "But Lando's my friend," Han shrugged. "The rest of them, I barely know. But Lando—" "Come on," she said. "Your share of the treasure room's yours to do with as you please. If you feel bad, give Lando a share later." Han thought that over and then sighed. "I'll make it up to you, Lando," he thought. The Corellian shrugged mentally as he walked away with Bria, leaving the smugglers behind. "I don't like this, but what else can I do?" He reflected that it was a good thing that Chewie wasn't here. The Wookiee had an overactive conscience. When Han and Bria reached the admin building, they found Chewie waiting for them and the Falcon on the apron. Chewie demanded to know where Lando was, and Han hesitated. "He's going back with Arlie," he said after a second. Fortunately, Chewie was too taken up with the treasure room to notice Han's discomfiture. Han had picked up a small thermal detonator from the rebel arsenal, and it was the work of a moment to blow the door. He stepped inside and stood there in shock. Most of the shelves were already stripped bare. "What?" "Terenza must have been getting ready to clear out," Bria exclaimed, pointing. "Look, it's already boxed up for us." The big rear cargo door of the treasure room stood ajar, as though some of the treasure had already been loaded. But Han didn't see a ship out there. He figured that Terenza had summoned a ship, only to fall prey to the assassins yesterday. "All right," he shouted, and swung Bria around. "Thank you, Terenza." He gave her a short but passionate kiss, then turned back to regard the boxes of booty. "Okay, we'll need a repulsor lift dolly," he said. "There's one aboard the Falcon. Chewie, you—" "Don't move, Solo," came a voice from the past. Han froze as Terenza crawled out from where he'd been concealed behind the white jade fountain. The high priest had a blaster rifle in his hand, and his eyes held a mad glitter that told Han there was no way to talk his way out of this one. Hands raised, the priest directed. Han, Chewie, and Bria all put their hands up. Han glanced at the others, trying frantically to think of a way to get out of this. But Terenza had the drop on them but good. I shall enjoy this, Bria, Theron, and Han Solo, Terenza said. I've summoned a pilot, and he's coming to collect me from Colony 4. I shall be free of this wretched world, and I shall have my treasure. I shall miss my mate, but on the whole, not a bad bargain. Perhaps Jajilik can use my services. Hey, Han said. Jabba's a friend of mine. You kill me, he won't take it kindly. Terenza laughed wheezily. Let's do not have friends, he said. Farewell, Solo. Pointing the blaster at Han, Terenza's small, stubby finger began to tighten on the trigger. Han shut his eyes. He heard the sound of the blaster's whine, and he felt nothing. No pain, no searing heat. After a prolonged moment, Han heard the sound of a body fall with a loud thud. He shot Bria instead of me, he thought, and opened his eyes. But the body on the floor belonged to Terenza. There was a huge, gaping hole where the priest's bulbous left eye had been. Han stared wildly, wondering if he'd gone mad and was imagining all this. What's going on? Beside him, Bria gasped. Han watched as Boba Fett stepped out of a dim corner of the room, his blaster rifle held in his arms. Oh, great, he thought. Now Fett will just kill us all. The bounty hunter kept them all covered as he walked to Terenza's huge form and then knelt on one knee. Keeping them covered with the blaster rifle with one hand, Fett used a vibro saw with the other. The little instrument whirred, slicing easily through flesh and bone as Fett carefully cut off Terenza's horn. Han's head was whirling with shock. Finally, the bounty hunter rose to his feet again and then began backing slowly away, the grisly trophy tucked under his arm. Han couldn't help it. You're leaving? He blurted. Did Boba Fett's mechanical voice hold a slight undercurrent of amusement? Han couldn't decide if he was imagining it. That's right, the bounty hunter said. The priest is a priority bounty. I'm not here for you. And having reached the opening in the wall, Boba Fett backed through it and vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. Han's mouth dropped open, and he felt lightheaded with relief. Bria, he yelled, and grabbed her again. The three shouted and celebrated for a long moment in the deserted treasure room. Han headed off to the Falcon to get the repulsor dolly. When he returned, they spent several minutes organizing the boxes for efficient loading. Suddenly, a rebel assault shuttle settled down on the permacrete beside the Falcon. Han stared at it in surprise as Jace Pole and a squad of rebels disembarked. Bria, he said, hey, what's going on? This is our treasure. We're taking it and we're going away in the Falcon, right? Together, right? He looked at her and she stared back at him. She bit her lip and didn't answer. Han felt a cold knot settle into his stomach. Bria, honey, remember you promised we'd be together, right? Always? He swallowed. Bria! Chewie roared with anger and frustration, and suddenly Bria's blaster was there, in her hand, covering them both. Han, she said quietly, we need to talk. Chapter 15. The Last Kessel Run. Han stared at Bria's drawn blaster, poleaxed. Honey, what are you doing? I need it all, Han, she said. Not for me, but for the Resistance. She waved to the rebels and they came in, took Han's repulsor lift dolly, and began stacking boxes on it. Han stared in disbelief as the first load of treasure went out the door. Bria, he said hoarsely, you can't do this. This ain't happening. You're just trying to kid me, right? I'm sorry, Han, she said. I have to take it all. Everything my teams could salvage off this wretched world. All the processed spice, all the weapons, all the treasure. I know it's not fair, but I can't help that. Did the other rebel commanders do this, Bria? Han asked. Not as far as I know, she said, but I was the one that got the communication last night, Han. Intelligence has discovered that the Empire has some kind of big project underway. Really big. So big that the fate of entire worlds could depend upon it. We have to find out what they're up to, and that will take credits. Lots of them. For bribes, surveillance, troops, you name it. I just hope what we got in here on Ulesia will be enough. Han wet his lips. I thought you loved me. You said you did. Another load went out the door. Hans stared at it, wanting to moan aloud. Chewie did moan aloud. Bria sighed and shook her head. Yes, I love you, she said softly. I want us to always be together. Come with me, Han. You can't go back to Nar Shaddaa now. Come with me and we'll fight the Empire together. You, me, and Chewie. We'll make a great team. We all have to make sacrifices, and we'll have made ours in giving up the treasure. You don't think I'm keeping any of this for myself, do you? Han shook his head, and his voice was very bitter. No, I don't think that, Bria. Not for a moment. He took a deep, ragged breath. Bria, I loved you. Her face twisted in anguish at his use of the past tense. Han, I love you. I do. But I can't let how I feel about you jeopardize the Rebel Alliance. This raid was a test, and we passed it. The other resistance groups are going to see that we can get things done. Han, we took a whole planet. This raid is going to go down in rebellion history. I just know it. Yeah, as the raid where Bria Theron stuck it to people who trusted her, including the guy she said she loved. Tears welled in her eyes, broke and ran. She stepped out of the way as her soldiers maneuvered yet another load of treasure out the door. Han, please, please come with me. You're a born leader. You don't need to live like a criminal. In the Rebel Alliance you could be an officer, and they do pay us. Not much, but a little, enough to live on. Please, Han. He stared at her coldly. She was crying so hard now that Jace Pohl stepped over and took the blaster out of her hand. We're loading last bunch of boxes now, Commander. She nodded, then tried to pull herself back together, wiping her eyes on her sleeve. Please, Han, if you're too mad now, I understand. Just send me a message. Jabba knows how to reach me. Please, Han. I'll send you a message, Han said. Remember everything I said to you that night at the Blue Light? Well, it was all true, and I was a fool for ever trusting you. He dug in an inside pocket and took out a small pouch. Inside was a piece of flimsy. Recognize this, huh? She looked at it, came closer, and then backed away, nodding, her face very pale and set. Yes. Well, I'm such a fool that I carried it around with me all these years, Hans snarled. But as of today, I'm no woman's fool, sister. No woman's ever getting to me again. Ever. With slow, deliberate movements, he ripped the flimsy into tiny pieces, then let them slip through his fingers and scatter to the floor. You'd better get in your ship and get out of here while the getting is good, Bria. If I ever see you again in this life, I'll shoot you on sight. She stared at him in shock, until Jace Pohl took her arm and said, Commander, we've finished loading. I understand, she said in a small, shaking voice. Han, I am sorry. I will always love you. Always. There's never been anyone but you, and there never will be. I'm sorry. Pohl encircled her shoulders with his arm and said to Han, I left you one box in your dolly, Solo. I'd advise you not to waste time here. The charges are set to go off in 30 minutes. Slowly, Pohl backed out the door, keeping his blaster trained on Han and Chewie. The rebels beside the shuttle kept the Corellian and the Wookiee covered. Han stood there in silence as the rebel shuttle took off. When it was gone, he drew a deep, ragged breath, and it hurt. Another, and it hurt too. His eyes stung, but he bit his lip until the pain allowed him to gain control. Chewie, he said, this has been a great day, you know that? Chewie made a sympathetic, mournful sound. Well, we have to get moving, Han said. Tell you what, keep an eye on the time and trot through the compound. Maybe drop some vials of glitter stim or something. I'll scour Terenza's living quarters. I think he had some valuables in there. Meet me back here in 17 minutes, pal. The Wookiee took off. Han scoured the treasure room in Terenza's apartment, finding a few odds and ends and a sobbing Ganar Tos. Han looked at the old humanoid coldly. You are lucky you never married her, he said. Get out of here, Tos. This building's going to blow in 15 minutes. The ancient Zizian scuttled on the floor like a bug. Han snorted in disgust and ransacked the apartment. When he carried a sack of minor collectibles out to the Falcon, Han looked around for Chewie. Hurry up, furball, he thought. He went inside the ship to warm her up and then heard Chewie's roar, demanding that Han come out and see what he'd found. Han's heart leaped. A box of glitter stim vials. He raced out of the ship, only to stop short in confusion. Chewbacca stood there with a group of big-eyed, ragged children, hollow-cheeked and scared. He held the littlest Tyke in his arms. The other 8 looked to be between the ages of 4 and 12. Han stared. What? Where in blazes did they come from? Chewbacca explained that he'd been scavenging amid the deserted buildings when he'd heard sobbing down in a cellar at the back of the dorms. These children had apparently been born to some of the pilgrims, and forgotten by their exultation-addicted parents in the aftermath of the raid. All the children were human, and Han guessed they were Corellian. He groaned aloud. "Chewie, you were supposed to find something valuable!" Chewie indignantly pointed out that children were valuable. "Only if we sell the little darlings as slaves," Han snarled. Chewie's upper lip drew back, and he snarled too. Han raised his hands. Okay, I was just kidding. You know I'd never deal in slaves, but what are we going to do with them?" Chewbacca pointed out that since the buildings were going to blow up in less than 5 minutes, now was not a good time to argue about the best course of action. Han scowled. "Okay, kids, get on board. Come on. I can rustle up some emergency rations, I suppose." 2 minutes later, the Falcon took off, and Han circled once around the colony. Below him, the buildings blossomed one by one into giant fireballs. After a few hours, there'd be nothing left but charred, slagged remains to be reconquered by the jungle. Durga, Lord of Basadi, stared down at the Yelesian nightside through the viewport of his yacht in disbelief. Infernos blossomed, clearly visible from space. The former sites of the colonies were marked by massive forest fires, whipped by the ever-present winds. There were survivors. Durga knew that. The Nova Force troopers who'd surrendered. Old Gunnar Tos. They'd contacted Durga aboard his yacht from a few portable comm units they'd salvaged. The moment the Hutt yacht achieved orbit, there they were, yammering to be rescued. But of the factories and warehouses, nothing was left except burning rubble. Gone. Durga couldn't believe it. Between one day and the next, in a matter of hours. Gone. All gone. Durga drew a deep breath and thought about the call he'd received only minutes ago from Prince Zizor. A pleasant, reassuring call, reminding Durga that he still owed Black Sun credits. But that in the wake of his disaster, Caesar would be happy to work out payment arrangements. The Black Sun leader had hinted that he'd be pleased to help Basadi rebuild the Yelesian enterprise. No, thought Durga, not again. For one thing, the rebels had carried away thousands of pilgrims, and Caesar's intelligence indicated that they seemed to have found a cure for the exaltation addiction. With that many pilgrims telling the truth about Yelesia, it'd be hard to gain new recruits. And the Talandatil high priest whom Zir had recruited had taken one horrified look at the planet and flatly refused to have anything to do with the whole scheme. No, Durga thought, I'll try something else next time. And there would be a next time, of course. He'd find another way to make Basadi richer than ever, and if he, Durga, had to serve Prince Zizor, well, then he would rise to the top of Black Sun. His immediate goal was to become a Vigo, and after that, perhaps he'd challenge Zizor himself. Or even the Emperor. Durga knew he was clever, and he figured he was just as capable of ruling imperial space as anyone. Durga glanced down at his one souvenir from this disastrous day. A long, blood-smeared horn. At least a Rook has been avenged, he thought. May he rest in peace. The Hutt Lord keyed his intercom, and his pilot responded immediately. "Arrange for pickup of those mercenary troops," Durga instructed, "and set course for Nalhutta. I'm done here. Take us home." "Yes, Your Excellency," the pilot responded. Durga settled back and sighed. Picking up Terenza's horn, he stroked it thoughtfully and began planning for the future. Han Solo and Chewbacca were still arguing about what to do with the Corellian orphans when they came out of hyperspace 6 hours later, and their comm system began to beep, signaling an incoming message. Chewie insisted that they must take the children back to Corellia so they could be cared for by family. Han protested the waste of fuel and time. Dump them in a spaceport on any civilized world and someone will take care of them, he argued. Chewbacca commented that, as a father himself, he felt their only course was to take the children back to Corellia. Han glared at the Wookiee as he activated the comm to receive the incoming message. Jabba the Hutt's image materialized atop the control panel. "Han, my boy!" "Hello, Jabba," Han said. "What's happening?" Jabba frowned slightly at the Corellian's lackluster greeting, then the Hutt Lord forgot his displeasure. "Han, congratulations to you. The raid was a complete success. I am very pleased." "Great," said Han grimly. "Is that why you made an interstellar call?" "Oh, no, Han," Jabba chuckled. "I have a load of spice I want you to pick up from Maruth Duel on Kessel. Bring it to me immediately on Tatooine, understand? The deal's arranged, the spice is paid for." "Okay, Jabba," Han said. "My usual cut?" Certainly, Jabba boomed, "and perhaps a nice bonus for quick delivery." "I'm on my way, Jabba." Fine, Han, my boy. Jabba peered at the Corellian thoughtfully. And Han? Get some rest afterward. You look a bit haggard, if you don't mind my saying so. Right, Jabba, Han said. Will do. He broke the connection and scowled. Great, a load of whiny kids, and I gotta take 'em with me on a run. Maybe I ought to consider getting out of the smuggling business, Chewie. Chewbacca's only comment was that while they were on Kessel, they needed to pick up some Trollodon milk and flatbread for sandwiches. Han groaned aloud. 12 hours later, with the load of spice safely secured in the below-deck smuggling compartments, Han eased the Falcon up from Kessel. Leaving Chewie to pass out food to the children, Han headed toward the Maw, checking his course. Suddenly a light flashed on his control board, and he realized an Imperial customs ship was bearing down on him. "Chewie, get up here!" he shouted, and began pouring on speed. Moments later, the Wookiee was in the cockpit. "Strap those blasted kids in," Han shouted, "then get up here. We got 2 imps on our tail, and it's going to be a rough ride." Arrgh. Han set the Falcon hurtling along, faster even than the day he'd raced Sala. As Chewie slipped into the co-pilot seat, Han heard a muffled squeak behind him, and glanced back to see a wide-eyed urchin staring at the Maw. "What are you doing up here?" Han snapped. "Great, just what I need, a sniveling kid." "Watching," the little boy said. "Aren't you scared?" Han grunted, flipping the Falcon up on her side to avoid a wash of ionized gas from one of the black hole clusters. The imp vessel shot at him, but it was a clean miss. "Great, getting shot at with these kids here." "No, sir," the kid chirped. "This is neat. Can you go faster?" "Glad you like it," muttered Han. "Kid, I'm sure gonna try." He poured on the speed, skimming past the first of the black hole clusters. Their velocity made everything blur, almost as though they were going into hyperspace. Han had never gone so fast in the Falcon. "Woo!" he shouted as they nearly missed being pulled in by a black hole's gravity well. "Woo!" echoed the kid behind him. Han began laughing like a maniac as they hurtled along. "Like that, eh, kid? Watch me outrun these Imperial slugs." "Go!" yelled the child. "Faster, Captain Solo!" "What's your name, kid?" Han asked as they came around the last curve of the Maw's terrible gravity wells, shearing so close that the engine strained in protest. "Chris Pitsiska, sir." "And you like to go fast, eh?" "Yeah!" "Okay." Han threaded his way into the pit, zipping along and avoiding the hurtling asteroids by the seat of his pants. He realized he was gaining on the imp. The customs ship was barely visible now. If I can just get a little farther ahead. Sweat gathered on Han's forehead and ran down to sting his eyes, but he never eased up on his speed. The Imperial ship was far behind him now. Han ducked and dodged asteroids and realized he was nearing the edge of the pit. "Great," he grunted. "All we gotta do is get out of here and then make the jump to light speed." Chewie suddenly started whining and gesturing frantically at the board. Han looked at his instruments and groaned aloud. "Oh, blast! 3 imps out there on the perimeter of the pit. What else could they be doing but waiting for us? And one of them's a big sucker." Han's mind raced. "Chewie, we ain't gonna be able to outrun these imps," Han said, "and we're outgunned. But we've lost that guy on our tail, at least for the moment. I think if we can get far enough ahead, we should go ahead and dump the load just inside the pit, the way you did that time with Colonel Quirt on that other run. After they search the Falcon to their heart's content, we come back and retrieve the cargo. What do you say?" Chewie was in full agreement. "Okay, take over. We gotta do this real fast," Han said. "Here's the coordinates." Leaving the Wookiee to head for the coordinates he'd selected, Han raced back to the passageway with the secret compartments, with Chris in hot pursuit. "You kids, give me a hand here," he said, getting out coils of wire. Several of the children assembled and stood there staring at him. "What are your names?" Han said. "Kathia, sir," said a young girl, perhaps 12 or 13, with long blonde braid of hair. "I'll help." "I'm Tim," said a small boy. "I'm Aaron," said a dark-haired child. "I'll help." "Good," Han grunted, heaving up the deck plates. "Help me get these barrels carried into the starboard airlock, and we'll wire 'em together." Within 2 minutes, the spice was ready to be jettisoned. Han shooed the kids out of the airlock, then closed it firmly behind him. He ignored the standard depressurization procedures, and using the manual override, forced the outer doors to slide wide apart, pulling the spice barrels out into the void. "Chewie," he yelled, "jettison! Log these coordinates!" With luck, Han should be able to track the spice's progress and find it again after a little searching. The barrels themselves were made of an alloy that would show up on his sensors if he got close enough. It was the best he could do under the circumstances. Han ran back up to the cockpit and raced back along his course so he'd emerge from the pit approximately where they'd be expecting him to. As he headed out of the pit, the Imp customs ship came hurtling up from behind him. Han looked at Chewie. That was close. Han's comm unit began signaling and he activated it. "Unidentified ship, prepare to be boarded," an angry voice said, just as Han felt the Falcon seized by a tractor beam. "This is the Imperial Light Cruiser, Assessor. Offer no resistance and you will not be harmed." Han sat there with the kids clustering around him in the cockpit, watching as the Falcon was drawn toward the big Imperial ship. "Kids, let me do the talking," he said. Moments after docking, the Imperials were at the Falcon's airlock, demanding to be admitted. Han sighed and got up to let them in, with a trail of children tagging along behind him. The Imperial captain himself was part of a heavily armed boarding party. "Captain Tibert Kapupkat," the balding man with the supercilious air said, looking at Han as though he were a particularly unappetizing sight. "Captain Solo, you stand in suspicion of smuggling spice from Kessel. I am authorized to search your ship." Han waved at the interior. "Search away," he said. "I got nothing to hide." Kapupkat sniffed and managed to stare down his nose at Han, even though the Imperial officer was several centimeters shorter than the Corellian. The captain beckoned a scanning crew into the ship. "Search every millimeter," he ordered. "I want that spice." Han shrugged and stepped aside. The Imperials searched, and searched, and searched some more. Han and Chewie winced as they heard crashes from the lounge and the aft cargo compartment. "Hey," Han protested, "I'm just an honest trader. I'm an Imperial citizen. You can't trash my ship like this." "Honest trader," Kapupkat sneered. "If you weren't running spice, then what were you doing?" Han thought fast. I was taking these kids back to Corellia," he said. "You see, there was this big rescue operation on a slave world, and, these kids got left behind, so I brought 'em with me." The captain glared at Han. "Corellia's that way," he said, icily, pointing aft. Han shrugged. "I had to stop off and buy food, didn't I, kids?" "Yes," lisped little Tim. "We was hungry. Captain Solo saved us." "Captain Solo risked his life for us," said Kathia, twirling her long braid. "He's a hero." "He saved us," Aaron said. "We was gonna get blowed up." Little Chris came over and took Han's hand, stood looking up at the Imperial captain. "Captain Solo's the best pilot in the whole galaxy. He sure can outrun those Imperial Han managed to put his hand over the boy's mouth just in time. "Heh," he chuckled, grinning weakly. "Kids. They say the craziest things. You a family man, Captain?" Kapupkat was not amused. Finally, the scanning crew returned, not looking pleased. "Sir, we found nothing. We made a thorough search, Captain." Tibert Kapupkat's face reddened. He stood there, searching for words, and met Han's gaze. "Very well," he said. "Our brave hero Captain Solo claims he was taking these children to Corellia. Such a noble act deserves an Imperial escort. Set your course for Corellia, Captain. We'll escort you there." Han opened his mouth, then closed it again. With an effort, he nodded. "Sure, let's go." It took him the best part of a day to reach his homeworld. Han raged at the delay in collecting his spice. He knew that if anything happened to it, that Jabba would not be lenient. Business was business, and Hutts did not know the meaning of mercy. When he reached Corellia, he found that the imps had broadcast his arrival ahead of them, and there was a media blitz waiting for them. Han and Chewie were congratulated, hailed as heroes, and only the fact that Han had already won the Corellian Bloodstripe kept the grateful government of his homeworld from awarding him one. Han was in a panic to get back to the pit and his drop load of spice. Finally, he was able to say goodbye to the children, who actually were pretty good kids, he was forced to concede, and head back out, a free citizen. The Corellian made best possible speed back to the pit, and to the coordinates where he dropped the load of raw glitterstim. He spent the next 4 hours combing the outer edge of the asteroid field, becoming more and more frantic. "It's gotta be here," he exclaimed to Chewie. But it wasn't. Han searched for another 2 hours, using the auxiliary sensor units in the lounge to augment the ones in the cockpit. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a roar from Chewbacca in the cockpit. "I'm comin'," he yelled, racing forward. Chewie pointed to the sensors, showing 2 blips converging on them rapidly. Han checked the ship IDs and then swore bitterly, smacking his forehead with his hand. "Great! More imps! That's all I need! Why me?" He dropped into the pilot's seat and reversed course, heading back into the pit. Chewbacca growled in inquiry, wanting to know why they were running when they had no spice on board anyway. Don't you get it? Han snarled as he increased speed until the asteroid zipped past them in a blur. They must have found the spice we dumped, and they know we were searching for it. You know Kepalcott didn't believe us. He's behind this. These slugs will arrest us on suspicion of smuggling and pound the Falcon. We'll never get her back. He made a hard turn to port to avoid an asteroid the size of an imp destroyer. Besides, he added, I don't want him trashing the ship again searching her. We just got done cleaning up the mess Kepalcott and his boys made. Together, Han and Chewie sent the Falcon streaking back through the pit toward the Maw. His pursuers were 2 Imperial tariff ships, and they followed him with reckless determination. Han's hands moved over his controls like a man possessed, as they skimmed and flipped their way through the treacherous asteroid field. Chewie was howling aloud with terror at the chances his partner was taking. Shut up, fuzzface, Han yelled. I gotta concentrate. Chewie's howls dropped to moans, possibly prayers. Han was too busy to listen. They were nearing the edge of the pit, heading straight for the Maw. Chewie, I'm gonna have to shave the belly armor right off the Falcon and hope these imps won't want to mess with these black holes, Han said tightly. Those slugs are not giving up. Chewbacca in despair. I can't help it. They're not getting the Falcon. The 2 Imperial ships stuck to the smuggler vessel as though they were hooked by tractor beams. Han and Chewie worked frantically over the Falcon's control board, adjusting their course, speed, direction, shielding. In desperation, Han sent the Falcon closer to the black hole clusters than any sane person would ever go. Only the ship's breakneck speed might save them. The Millennium Falcon skimmed so close to the black holes in the Maw that only her terrible velocity kept her from being captured and sucked in. The watching eyes of the accretion disk seemed to widen and narrow as the Falcon soared and swooped in and around the treacherous gravity wells. The Imperial ships hurtled after him at top velocity. Han did an impossible spin, flip, and swoop as he came around toward the last of the Maw. Studying his instruments, Han saw that one of the pursuing Imperial ships, the smaller of the 2, hadn't been able to duplicate his maneuver. The ship vanished into the embrace of the black hole's accretion disk with a tiny, ignoble flare. Yes, he said fiercely. You're not getting me. Not today. Not ever. Now the last Imperial ship was falling behind, and the Falcon was nearly out of the Maw. Yes, Chewie, we did it! Han set the Falcon hurtling past Kessel, and then, suddenly, they were free of the gravity wells. Han hastily bent over the nav computer, then a moment later shouted, Course laid in! Punch it, Chewie! Moments later, they were safe in hyperspace. Han slumped back in his seat. That was too close, he muttered hoarsely. Chewie agreed. As he sagged in his seat, Han noticed something. Hey, Chewie, look! He pointed at the instruments. We set a record! Chewie commented bitterly that their speed record had come at the expense of his nerves. Han's eyes narrowed. Hey, this is weird, he said. It says we actually shortened the distance we traveled, not just the time. Less than 12 parsecs. Chewie growled skeptically and rapped on the distance gauge with hairy knuckles, commenting that Han's wild piloting must have caused a short and the gauge was off. Han argued, but when Chewbacca, short-tempered, snarled at him, he gave up. Okay. I'm too tired to argue, he said, throwing up his hands. But I did do it in under 12 parsecs, he thought stubbornly. But now he had more pressing problems to consider than speed or distance records. What in the universe was he going to tell Jabba? Chapter 16. Toprawa and Mos Eisley. Han faced the craggy, scarred, hollow image of Bidlo Qurv, Jabba the Hutt's Corellian majordomo. Behind Qurv, he could see the sand-colored walls of the Hutt Lord's desert planet on Tatooine. Hey, Qurv, Han said. Let me speak to the boss, please. The ugly Corellian thug had jet-black hair with a vivid white stripe running through it, and vivid green eyes. Qurv smiled, a small and nasty smile. Hey, it's Solo, he said. Jabba's been calling you. Where you been, Solo? Here and there, Han said shortly. He didn't like being played with. Ran into a bit of trouble with the imps. Well, that's too bad, Qurv said. Let me see if I can get Jabba to talk to you. Last time I knew, he was pretty ticked because you're overdue with that cargo. He's got some plans for that spice. Han stared stonily into the comm. Just patch me through, Qurv, and stuff the jokes. Ho, who said I was joking, Solo? The Corellian majordomo's scarred visage disappeared in a wash of static, and for a moment Han thought he'd cut the transmission. He reached out to break the connection himself when the static was suddenly gone, replaced by Jabba's massive hollow image. Jabba, Han blurted in mingled relief and trepidation. Hey, listen, I got a little problem. Jabba did not look happy. He was smoking some brown substance that roiled around in the combination hookah and snackarium he'd inherited from the dead Jiliak, and his huge pupils were dilated from the drug. Great, Han thought. I had to call when he was spiced. Hey Jabba, he said. It's me, Han. Jabba blinked several times and finally managed to focus. Han, boomed the leader of Jiliak. Where have you been? I was expecting you here last week. Well, Jabba, that's what I called to tell you about, Han said. Listen, it's not my fault. Jabba blinked muzzily. Han, my boy, what are you saying? Where's my load of glitterstim? The Corellian swallowed. Yeah, about that load, Jabba. Well, you see, it was almost like they'd set a trap for me. The imps were waiting, and the customs officials have my spice? Jabba roared so loudly and suddenly that Han couldn't help flinching back. How could you, Solo? No, 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 Jabba, Han cried. They didn't get it. Honest, they got nothing on you, nothing. But in order to keep the custom guys from finding it, I had to dump it. I marked it, but they wouldn't let me go right away. And when I went back for it, it was gone, Jabba. My spice is gone, Jabba said, staring blearily at Han, his voice ominously quiet. Yeah. But hey, Jabba, don't worry. I'll make it up to you, I promise. Me and Chewie will work it off. We'll pay you the value. Don't worry. You know we're good for it. And honest, Jabba, I got a feeling I was set up, you know? How many people besides you and Maruth Duel knew I was going on a run? Jabba ignored Han's question. His bulbous eyes blinked rapidly as he took several puffs on the hookah. Then, reaching out, he grabbed a wriggler from the liquid-filled globe and stuffed the squirming thing into his mouth. Han, my boy, you know I love you like a son, he said slowly, portentously. But business is business, and you've broken my primary rule. I can't make exceptions just because I am fond of you. That load cost me 12,400 credits. Deliver the spice or the credits to me within 10 days or face the consequences. Han wet his lips. 10 days? But Jabba... The connection was abruptly broken. Han sagged back in his pilot seat, wrung out. What am I going to do? 6 days later, having tried and failed to scrape up the credits from some of the sentients who owed him money, Han went back to Nar Shaddaa. He hated to do it, but he was going to have to borrow the credits from friends. He discovered that someone involved in that nightmare run, some imp officer or trooper, had evidently talked about what had happened. His fellow smugglers regarded him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Awe because he'd set a new record for the run. Trepidation because the news was out. Jabba was displeased, most displeased, with his former favorite pilot. Shug was off planet, and Han cursed when he discovered that the Master Tech was gone. He knew Shug was good for that much, though it would strain his resources. Han made the rounds, managed to pick up a couple of thousand credits by calling in some old favors. But news of what had happened to some of the captains on Ylesia had spread, and several people simply looked the other way when Han approached. Han finally went to Lando's place. He didn't want to, but he was out of options. He knocked on the door and heard the gambler's sleepy voice from inside. Who is it? Lando, it's me, he called. Han. The Corellian heard steps, and suddenly Lando jerked the door open. Before Han could utter a single word, the gambler's fist lashed out in a vicious sucker punch, catching Han in the jaw and sending him flying back across the hallway. The Corellian slammed into the wall and slid down, landing on his rear. Han grabbed his jaw, spots dancing before his eyes, struggling to speak. Lando loomed over him. You've got to be the most colossal nerve in the entire galaxy coming here after what you pulled on Ylesia, he yelled. You're lucky I don't just shoot you, you lousy, low-life double-crosser. Lando, Han managed to croak. I swear I didn't know what she was planning. I swear. Right, Lando sneered. Sure you didn't. Would I have come here like this if I wasn't innocent? Han mumbled. His jaw wasn't working very well. He could feel it swelling. Lando, she did it to me too. I didn't get nothing from that trip. Nothing. I don't believe you, Lando said coldly. But if I did, I'd say good. You two deserve each other. Lando, Han said, I lost a little spice I was carrying for Jabba. I'm desperate, buddy. I need to borrow... What? Lando grabbed Han's jacket in both hands and yanked the pilot to his feet. He slammed the Corellian against the wall. The gambler's dark face was barely a hand's breadth from Han's. You came here to ask me for a loan? Han managed to nod. I'm good for it. Honest. Get this through your head, Solo, Lando snarled. We've been friends in the past, so I'm not going to do what you so richly deserve and blow your head off. But don't ever come near me again. Slamming Han against the wall one more time, Lando let the Corellian go. Han slid down the wall again as Lando stormed back into his flat. The door banged shut and Han heard the lock click. Slowly, painfully, Han got to his feet. His jaw was throbbing and he tasted blood. Well, that's that, he thought, staring at the closed door. Now what? We're not going to get out of here, are we? Commander Bria Theron ignored the barely audible question as she ducked down behind the pile of rubble and ejected the spent power pack from her blaster. Or tried to. The pack was jammed. Looking at her weapon, she saw that the constant firing from the past few minutes of battle had fused the power connectors together, making it impossible to remove the empty pack. She swore under her breath and crawled over to the body next to her. Jace Pole's features were frozen into an expression of tight, concentrated anger. He died fighting, the way he would have wanted to go. Grabbing his weapon, she eased it from beneath his body, but before she had it all the way out, she saw the barrel was fused. It was as useless as her own. Glancing over at the pitiful remains of Red Hand's squadron, Bria said, Anyone who can, give me cover. I've got to scrounge me up something to shoot with. Joanne nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Ready, Commander. I don't see anything moving out there at the moment. Okay, Bria said. Tossing the useless weapon aside, the rebel commander peered carefully over the rubble, then stealthily slid around to the side, out from behind her cover. She didn't bother getting to her feet, not sure that her wounded leg would support her. Instead, she scuttled forward on hands and knees, keeping low, through the ragged hole in the outside wall of the half-destroyed Imperial Comm Center where they were making their last stand. A few meters away, an Imperial trooper lay, a hole still smoldering in his breastplate. Quickly, Bria crawled over and stripped the dead man of his weapon and spare power packs, noting wryly that the trooper must have used all his grenades before he'd been shot. Too bad. I could have made use of a couple of grenades. Bria thought about taking the man's body armor, but it hadn't done him any good, had it? Here, outside the remains of the Imperial Comm Center on the restricted world at Taprawa, she could hear better, and breathe better, too. The stench of battle was replaced by a cool night breeze. Bria crouched behind a fallen block of permacrete, daring to pull off her helmet for a second, then wipe her grimy face. She sighed with pleasure as the gentle breeze cooled her sweaty hair. The last time she'd felt a cool, pleasant breeze like that had been on Tagoria. Where are you, Han? She wondered, as she often did. What are you doing right now? She wondered if Han would ever know what had become of her. Would he care if he did? Did he hate her now? She hoped not, but she would never know. Bria thought about that day on Eulessia and wished things could have been different. Yet, if she'd had to do it over again, would she have done things any differently? She smiled sadly. Probably not. The credits she'd raised had come in handy and had led directly to this assignment. Torbil and the other rebel leaders had sent intelligence units to infiltrate Altair, and they'd discovered that the Empire was shifting vital plans for its new secret weapon to its record center on Taprawa. Torbil had been straight with her when he discussed the mission, using terms like recovery iffy and expendable. Bria had known what she was getting into, but she'd volunteered Red Hand Squadron anyway. She knew they needed the best for this job, and she was confident her people could deliver. And they had. This was the biggest anti-imperial offensive of the Resistance so far, a coordinated offensive assigned to transmit the plans for the latest Imperial secret weapon. Bria didn't know all the details, but her assignment had been to seize this Imperial comm center on Taprawa and hold it, while the Comtex transmitted the stolen plans to a rebel courier ship, a Corellian corvette that would accidentally pass through this highly restricted star system. When Torbil told Bria that the Rebel Alliance needed volunteers to accompany the intelligence team to Taprawa to hold off the imps while the Comtex did their job, Bria hadn't hesitated before volunteering. Red Hand will go, sir, she said. We can handle it. She looked out across the plaza, seeing the carnage of war reflected dimly in the streetlights. Bodies, overturned ground cars, wrecked speeders. The place was a mess. Bria thought about Eulessia, reflecting that place had been an even bigger mess, and she was proud she had some responsibility for that. Glancing up at the sky, she thought about retribution. They'd lost contact with her, and Bria feared the worst. Time to get back to work, she thought, and crawled back into the wrecked comm center. Hearing the deep thrum of heavy repulsor lift units behind her, Bria sheltered behind the wall and peered out. Looking up, she saw the faint glint of light from the armor of a massive rectangular object floating above the permacrete of the room plaza. The Imperial heavy armor, one of the floating fortress class units, settled down into a covered position behind the remains of the communications and sensor tower, obviously getting ready for yet another assault on Red Hand Squadron, or what was left of it. Bria scrambled backward, crawling quickly, to pass the word to her remaining troops. "Listen up, people," she said to the survivors, so few, who were sheltering behind the barricade. She began passing out the power packs, dividing them up equally. "They're coming again. We've got to look sharp, hold them off as long as possible." They didn't talk, just nodded, and prepared to go to work. Bria was proud of them. Professionals. Dedicated professionals. It won't be long now, she thought, finding a good spot for herself behind the barricade. "People," she said aloud, "has everyone got their lullaby?" Murmured assents. Bria checked her own. She'd stuck the tiny pill to the collar of her fatigues, so all she had to do was turn her head and stick her tongue out to get it. You never knew if your arms would be working after all. "Come on," she thought to the Imperials. "It's rude to keep us waiting." What the imps didn't know was that they were already too late. Red Hand had managed to hold the Imperial reaction force at the outer perimeter while the rebel comtechs transmitted the plans to the courier vessel. It had been close. The imps had chopped the comm sensor tower in half just seconds after the transmission had ended. But Bria had seen the acknowledgement from Tantive 4 with her own eyes. Transmission complete. Bria had also seen, before the sensors were cut off, the image of an Imperial Star Destroyer closing in on the rebel blockade runner. Had that courier gotten away? She'd never know. Bria wondered exactly what they'd been transmitting, but knew she'd never know that either. As it was, she and her people knew too much. That's why they couldn't risk being taken alive. Not that the Imperials seemed inclined to take prisoners anyway today, she thought. As she bent down to check the bandage around her thigh, the trooper next to her voiced the same quiet question she refused to answer earlier. "We're not going to get out of here, are we?" Bria looked at him, pale under his battered helmet, his eyes wide and staring. Scott was a good trooper, loyal to her, loyal to their cause, but he was so young. Still, he deserved a straight answer. "No, we're not, Scott," Bria replied. "You know that. The imps have destroyed our ships. No retrieval. And even if we didn't have orders to hold this comm center for as long as possible, there's nowhere for us to go on this world. Even if we could get past the troopers, we've got no transport." She gave him a wry grin and gestured at her wounded leg. "I'd look really silly trying to hop out of here, wouldn't I?" He nodded, and his face twisted with anguish. She looked at him closely. "Scott, we can't be captured. You understand that, right?" He nodded again, then took out his lullaby and stuck it to his collar, the way Bria had. "Yeah, Commander, I understand." His voice was shaking, but his hands on his weapon were steady. He leaned closer to her, not wanting the others to hear. "Commander, I don't want to die." His admission seemed to drain him, and he trembled. "Help me with this bandage, would you, Scott?" she said, motioning him to straighten the medpack tighter on her leg. The kid's hand steadied a bit as he pulled on the strips, binding it to her wound. "Tighter," she told him, and he leaned back, putting his weight into it. A jolt of pain got through to Bria, past the painkillers that let her move about despite her injury. "There, that's got it." Young Burid sagged down next to her. Bria put her arm around him, as she would a brother she loved, and leaned close to him. "I don't want to die either, Scott, but I'm sure as blazes don't want the Empire to win. I don't want good people massacred or taken as slaves or taxed until they can't feed their families or live a decent life. Or just murdered by some Imperial moth who woke up cranky that morning." Scott smiled slightly at her turn of phrase. "So it's okay we're not going to get out of here, right, Scott? It's okay that we're going to go down doing our jobs, because they," she jerked her chin at their dead comrades, "did theirs. We can't let them down, right?" "Right, Commander," Scott said. Bria hugged him tight with a small, sad smile, and he returned it. He'd stopped shaking. Just then, Joanne, keeping lookouts, called, "They're moving out there." Bria rolled aside, pushing Scott toward his position. She looked quickly between two pieces of rubble and, without taking her eyes off the opening, issued orders. "Joanne, you stay down at first and get your launcher ready. After the rest of us open up, try to duck out and nail that floating fortress. Got that?" "Yes, Commander." "People, remember to change positions after shooting, or they'll zero in on you with the repeating blasters. Everyone ready?" Murmured affirmatives answered her. Picking up her borrowed blaster carbine, Bria checked the charge. Sighting down the barrel, she thought, Goodbye, Han. Something moved in the breached wall. Bria took a deep breath. Open fire! Tatooine is such a dump, Han thought, as he and Chewie made their way along the night-dark back streets. Jealous Nebel was so right. The two smugglers had arrived just hours ago. Han had decided that the only way to approach Jabba for more time to pay off the dump load of spice was to talk to him in person. But things weren't looking too promising. So far, he'd been unable to reach Jabba on the comm to request an audience. And back in Docking Bay 94, where the Falcon was berthed, he'd encountered that dumb Rhodian, Greedo, nosing around. The fool had tried to shake Han down for a payoff, implying that Jabba had taken a bounty on the Corellian. As if echoing Han's thoughts, Chewbacca observed quietly that word was out on the streets that their Rhodian kid, Greedo, was hanging around in the company of a has-been bounty hunter, one Warhog Gawa. Han snorted. Chewie, you know as well as I do that Jabba's just sending us a little message, hiring that dumb thug Greedo. If Jabba really wanted me dead, he'd hire someone competent to do the job. Greedo's so stupid he couldn't find his behind with both hands and laser torch. Chewbacca also had a low opinion of the Rhodian. Han had a few spare credits, and he decided to check out the local games a chance. Maybe he could win enough credits to make a substantial down payment that would satisfy Jabba for the moment. Then he could concentrate on scraping up the rest of the credits. They walked into the Crate Dragon Lounge and stood looking around. Over in the corner, sure enough, there was a sabacc game in progress. As Han and Chewie approached, the Corellian looked more closely at one of the players, a slender man with red hair and regular features. "Hey!" Han exclaimed. "Small universe! How are you, Dash?" Dash Rendar looked up, gave the Corellian a weary smile. "Hey, Solo! Hey, Chewbacca! Long time no see! What's this I hear about some caper on Ylesia?" Han groaned aloud. Dash Rendar gestured to empty seats, and Han and Chewie took them. "Deal me in, gentles," Han said, digging out a handful of credits. "Chewie, you want to play?" The Wookiee shook his head and wandered off to the bar in search of liquid refreshment. Han glanced at Rendar. "Hey, Dash, where'd you hear about the Ylesian raid?" After the way people had treated him on Nar Shaddaa, it felt good to run into someone he knew who was still speaking to him. "Oh, I ran into Zine Afit and Katia Mabul last week, and they told me," Rendar said, dealing card chips. "They said their group of rebels treated them square, but the ones you had thrown in with stiffed everyone. That true?" Han nodded. "Yep, true. They stiffed me, too, but nobody will believe me." He scowled. "But I ain't lying when I say it. Jabba's on the verge of taking out a real bounty on me because I can't pay him what I owe." Rendar shrugged. "Tough luck," he said. "Personally, I make it a policy never to get mixed up with those rebel groups." "Well, that's always been my policy, too," Han said, but this seemed like such a sweet deal. "Yeah, Katya and Zine were real happy, throwing credits around like they were bantha fodder," Rendar said. They'd only been playing for a few minutes, and Han was losing when he felt a tug on his sleeve. He looked down to see a little Shadra fawn standing there. "Huh?" She squeaked at him, and Han frowned. He wasn't too good with her language. "Kabe says there's someone outside wants to see you," Rendar translated. Jabba finally got my messages and wants to see me," Han thought. "He sent someone to bring me to him. Now I can talk to him, smooth things over." Han tossed in his card chips and stood up, motioning to Chewie to finish off his drink. "Okay, deal me out on this hand. I might be back later." With one hand on the grip of his blaster, Han and the Wookiee followed the street urchin out the back door into the alley. They stood there for a second, looking around, but saw no one. Suddenly, Chewie whirled. "Roar!" "It's a trap," Han realized at the same moment. The Corellian's hand dropped to his weapon, but before he could draw, he heard an all-too-familiar voice. "Freeze, Solo. Drop the blaster and tell the Wook that if he moves, you're both dead meat. I'd like another Wook scalp for my collection." "Chewie," Han spoke sharply to the snarling Wookiee, "don't move." Slowly, Han drew his blaster, let it drop from his fingers into the dusty alley. "Both of you turn around. Slowly." The Corellian and the Wookiee obeyed. Boba Fett stood there in the dim recesses of the back street. Han knew that he was a dead man. Jabba must have decided to hire a real bounty hunter to make sure the job got done right. Han tensed, but Fett didn't fire. Instead, his artificially filtered voice reached the Corellian. "Relax, Solo. I'm not here for a bounty." Han didn't relax, only watched in wonderment as Fett tossed Kabe a credit. The urchin scampered forward and caught it, then vanished into the dimness, chittering happily. "You're not here for a bounty?" Han said. "Huh?" echoed Chewie, as amazed as his partner. Jabba told Greedo there was a bounty on you, Fett said, but he's just using that idiot to keep you on your toes. A reminder that he's serious about you paying up. If Jabba really wanted you dead, you know who he'd hire. Yeah, Han said. You got a point. He hesitated. So why are you here? I landed an hour ago, Fett said, and made someone a promise, and I always keep my word. Han frowned. What are you talking about, Fett? She's dead, Boba Fett said. I promised her a while back that if she died, I'd tell her father, so he wouldn't spend his life wondering what had happened to her. But she never got around to telling me his name, so I decided to tell you so you can send Theron a message. Dead? Han whispered through stiff lips. Bria? Yes. Han felt as though he'd been gut-punched. Chewie made a soft sound of sympathy and put a hairy hand on his friend's shoulder. Han stood there for a long moment, trying to deal with all the conflicting emotions. Grief was uppermost in his mind. Grief and regret. Dead, he repeated dully. How'd you find out? I have access to Imperial data nets. Bria Theron died 36 hours ago. The Imperials have confirmed ID on her body. Her squadron was playing rear guard during some intelligence operation. Han swallowed. Don't tell me she died for nothing. Did they obtain their objective? I don't know, the mechanical voice said. Someone has to tell her father, Solo. I gave her my word, and I always keep my word. Han nodded dully. I'll do it, he said. Ren Theron knows me. This is gonna hit him hard. He swallowed and it hurt his chest. Chewie whined softly. Good, Fett said, and the bounty hunter took a step back into the shadows. A moment later, Han and Chewie were alone. Slowly, the Corellian reached down and retrieved his blaster. Memories of Bria assailed him. Did you think of me, honey? He wondered. I hope it was quick and painless. Han's steps came slowly as he and Chewbacca turned and walked to the mouth of the alley, and then turned onto the street. He had to find someone who'd let him use a comm unit. He had a very important message to send. Epilogue. The next day, Han made his way through the baking streets of Mos Eisley Spaceport, wishing he'd worn a short-sleeved shirt instead of his grimy white one with his battered old black pilot's vest. Within 10 minutes of being out in the street, he had 3 different sentients come up to him, each with a warning that Greedo was out looking for him. Han nodded, thanked each of the informants, flipped each of them a Decacred. Never hurt to have good contacts. The midday glare was painful to human eyes, and Han squinted as he walked. There are a lot of imp stormtroopers out, he thought, watching several squads trot by. Wonder why. The sight of the blaster rifles they carried made him think of Fett and last night. After leaving the bounty hunter, Han had found a bar owner who would allow the Corellian to use his comm unit in return for a couple of credits. The Corellian had carefully recorded a message to Ren Theron. It had been hard to know what to say. In the end, he'd settled for, Sir, this is Han Solo. I know you remember me. I have some bad news for you, sir. Bria's dead. She died bravely, though. You can be proud of her. She didn't want you to always wonder, so she asked someone to give you the message. Sir, I'm sorry. I know she loved you. Han Solo out. Han took a deep breath and said his own silent farewell to Bria Theron. Rest in peace, Bria, he thought. Goodbye, babe. He reminded himself that Bria was part of the past. There was no use dwelling on painful memories. I have to concentrate on the present. Today, he needed to see Jabba, that was for sure, and he had to find some work. Any work. He knew that Chewie was probably over at Chelm's Cantina. Chelman was some kind of distant relation of Chewie's, along with half a Kashyyyk. Han headed over to Chelman's. Even at this midday hour, Chelman was bound to be jumpin'. Han could hear the jizz band tootling away as he approached the entrance. Inside it was dim and comparatively cool. Han took a deep breath, scenting intoxicants from a dozen worlds. He walked down the steps, nodding at Wurher, the sour, ugly bartender. Wurher jerked his head to his right, and Han reflexively looked over that way. Chewbacca was heading purposefully toward him. The Wookiee was plainly excited and pleased about something. He stopped Han by the entrance and conferred with his partner in low-voiced grunts and moans. Han tilted his head sideways and peered past the Wookiee at 2 humans who were standing at the bar. A charter, he said. Well, hey, that's better than nothing. Good work, Chewie. Is that them? That old guy in the Jawa robe and that kid in the moisture farmer's outfit? Chewie nodded, commenting that even though the old man looked harmless, he had dealt effectively with Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba just moments before, and used a most unusual weapon to do it. Han frowned, impressed. Pulled a lightsaber, you say? Huh. I didn't know anyone still had them. Okay, I'll work out the details with the old guy and the kid. You take him over to that empty booth and I'll join you in a second. Han paused for a moment to check out Chalmers as Chewbacca ushered their prospective customers over to the corner table. Good. No sign of Greedo. Then he started across the crowded cantina where Chewie, the old man, and the boy sat waiting. The beginning. About the author. Anne C. Crispin is the best-selling author of more than 16 books, including 4 Star Trek novels and her original Starbridge science fiction series. Her first appearance in the Star Wars universe came when her friend Kevin Anderson asked her to write 2 short stories for the Star Wars anthologies, Tales from the Mos Eisley Cantina and Tales from Jabba's Palace. Anne has been a full-time writer since 1983 and currently serves as Eastern Regional Director of the Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America. She's a frequent guest at science fiction conventions where she often teaches writing workshops. She lives in Maryland with her son Jason, 5 cats, a German Shepherd, 2 Appaloosas, and Michael Capobianco, a writer of hard sci-fi. In her spare time, what's that? She enjoys horseback riding, sailing, camping, and reading books she didn't write. Her forthcoming works include the 7th novel in her Starbridge series, Voices of Chaos, co-authored with Rue Emerson, and The Exiles of Bo-Katan, a fantasy trilogy from Avon Books. This has been Star Wars, Rebel Dawn, the Han Solo Trilogy, Book 3, by A.C. Crispin. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed my reading of this audiobook and would like to contribute, you can head on over to www.patreon.com/theexpandeduniverse lives forever. The link is also in the video's description.